This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome to Croatia. This is the final day of our two-week adventure here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with you, Rico Full with me, and of course, Rico, we are meant to be starting the third match of the four-match series between Croatia and Czechia in the ECI-Ws, but as you can see there from the pictures on your screen, currently it is a bit of a sad situation out there. We've had more rain this morning. This ground's taken even more on. Yeah. It's still pretty heavy at the moment, and so yeah, obviously won't be starting on time, and I've got some concerns about whether this game will be able to go ahead at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's been raining heavy since the early hours. I mean, we've been here at least an hour and a half now, and it hasn't stopped. And looking into the distance, the clouds just look dark. I can't see any good stuff coming this way, and the forecast doesn't look too promising. But of course, the immediate concern is the amount of water that's been taken on board by this pitch. And though it's up until now, it's been quite amazing how much is actually taken. It's been a bit like a sponge. Yeah. We've said that before. It just absorbs and absorbs. But there's only so much it can take, and I've already looked around at some parts of the ground, and puddles are starting to form. Not good signs.
It's not good at the moment. We know we've seen this ground turn around before, so hopefully if the rain can stop and maybe we can get a bit of sunshine going. We know that's happened before. Yeah. Here it can turn around, so we're hopeful of some play a little bit later in the day. But right now we're going to give you some cricket, of course. Now I know a lot of people are looking forward to the ECL in 2024, and so we decided we're going to show you one of the classic games from the ECL earlier this year. There's two teams that will return in ECL 24 as well that were locking horns. It was the Group D final between Dreux of France and Forfarshire of Scotland. So this game is certainly going to brighten up your Sunday morning. And you're happy I've chosen this one, aren't you? Because Forfarshire went into this big favourites. They had all the Scottish fans there, all dressed up. But Dreux, they were pretty keen to spoil the party, the Frenchmen. And the news from the toss in this one was that it was Scott Cameron, the Forfarshire skipper, who won the toss and elected to bowl. So you're going to see Ahmed Nabi batting with Hamza Niaz first up. You see Aman Balwal with the ball. So enjoy this ECN Classic from earlier this year. Your commentators will be Andrew Ryan and myself. And hopefully we'll be back here with more updates shortly. Until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Well, you heard the roar of those fan bases, the national anthems sung very, very proudly indeed as these two storied clubs from Europe come to battle in the Group D final. Having a look at the fantasy dashboard for the final time in Group D. Big names all over the place. Michael Lease, the most credentialed cricketer in this group. He's been excellent for Forfarshire, both with the bat and the ball. Callum Garden with the gloves, carrying an injury yesterday, but he's shown plenty of power and plenty of batting now at the top of the order. For Dreux, you cannot go past those two brutal openers at the top, Niaz and Nabi. They will be decisive in this innings. Probably the bigger question mark for Dreux will be that bowling attack, which was really hammered by Vienna Cricket Club in the qualifier earlier today. Computer can't separate these two though. Expected score 98 apiece. I think it shows you how close this is likely to be. Those who have been following us all week here with Group D on the European Cricket Network, you will know these two have split their two games. Dreux came home with a flourish in the final group stage game last night, which was also under lights as well. Whereas earlier today, after being in second position for probably most of the contest, boys from Scotland came home with an absolute flourish. Some pretty ordinary bowling from the final stages, and they managed to triumph and give themselves, quite importantly, a game rest in between. But these two, Niaz and Nabi, the Bash brothers, will feel that they are in top form after dismantling Vienna last night. Balwal with the first ball. It's Group D final. Short ball, hit high. Fielder coming in from mid-wicket. Can't pick it up. Vice with the stumps. Good backing up. And that would have been in the mouth from Niaz early on. Didn't quite get a hold of that pull shot. Balwal just a touch quicker than what he would have faced in the last game from Vienna Cricket Club. Two fielders out there. One just backward of square potentially on the rope, and another one at deep mid-wicket. Balwal across the line, inside edge, and it's gone down to short, fine, a leg for a single. A little bit more pressure on these two. Well, been one of the more impressive bowlers in this tournament. In fact, as far as the paceman goes, left-handers have probably been the best of the lot in Group D. Ravan Ahmadzai play an important part in the middle overs for French champions later in this game. Drifts a little bit onto leg stump. Probably a touch mistimed, and the fielder comes around from long on. And very Undreau-like. Triple of singles to start off this contest. Oh well, it's a genuine danger with the ball. Expect we'll see Jack Hogarth bring his leg spinners in the second over. Ball on leg stump, swung down, opportunity for a catch. James Sim diving to his right at fine leg. Tough chance, it was a hot take, but got his hands underneath it, and Nabi goes on to hit a big score here. They may rue that moment. Made good ground, the big man coming in from fine leg on the 30. Tough chance, but you've got to take those in a final. Oh, outside off stump. Whoa, second drop in succession. This time it's Lewis James who puts down the R's. Ball outside off stump from Balwal. Wasn't expecting maybe that it'd just be scooped up so easily, but it was catchable height. He's probably misjudged how fast that was coming and scooted through his hands. Plenty of action in the first over. Oh, drifts on the leg side, great shot. That's a Maximo to finish the first. Drew raced along to 11 for none after the end of the initial over. Oh, plenty of excitement in those opening exchanges, probably not what we expected. I thought there'd be fireworks off the bat at the two Drew openers, as it was. Two catches, and certainly not two impossible catches by any stretch of the imagination. We'll just have a look at what the stats gun powered by HCL software tells us. Absolutely no surprise that it's the trio of Nabi, Nisar and Niaz for Drew who have scored the absolute bulk of their runs. Oh well, he's been exceptional with the ball for Forfarshire. Bryce Allchin took quite a couple of wickets early on, but he's been left as 12th man for this particular game, although actually perhaps a late change, and Allchin is actually in the 11. He's coming on to bowl this second over. Hasn't been part of the bowling attack quite as much after the opening stages, and it's probably an exceptional time to bring Mr. Maximo, who was mobbed down there on the fan zone.
Oh, that's trouble. It's big trouble. It's 5 wides. Allchin being used really early here. Couldn't handle it down the leg side. Callum Gardner, difficult take for him. 5 bonus runs after, I suppose, a reasonably quiet first over by French standards. That's a real tough take off the medium pace, especially with new ball. Bonus for the French.
Yeah, unlucky Allchin coming in, as I said, he hasn't bowled quite as much in the last day and a half. Sprayed the first one down the leg side. Garden up to the stumps, as he loves to do.
Just has to watch he doesn't lose it. He doesn't strike. Goes after it, hanging. Almost a ridiculous catch from Balwal. Well, they haven't been easy, but that's 3 that have gone down now, Rhino.
Incredible. 3 going down in the first 8 deliveries of the game. So a few words being had with Nabi by the umpire. Balwal just shows it's just a small distance between success and failure. Great attempt flying with his offhand.
Trying to get into this pair verbally, but it's impossible because they can't understand a word that the Scottish are saying. Anyway, now Nabi's on strike. Wants to go large, but it's another opportunity, surely. Bermuda Triangle situation, it falls safely. Unbelievable. How did that find grass?
Well, if they were looking to create chances in the opening stages, the Forfarshire boys have absolutely done that. Unfortunately, this one wasn't their own fault to not capitalise. Somehow it's dropped in between 3 converging fielders. Allchin just nonchalantly chewing some gun, but he must be fuming on the inside.
That's the luck factor. There's no other way to put it. He has slow to start, 4 off 4, but Allchin almost had the big wicket. Pitched up, goes for it. Good take that time by Garden. You can see why Alton's a bit of a handful to keep up too early. That one shapes out. The other one earlier kind of went down the leg side. And as a keeper, you see it going down the leg side, you're losing the body of the batter. Normally, you just try to make some position there, but at the pace Alton's bowling, that is difficult.
Certainly, two things to mention on that, Benny. Alton's very capable of swinging the ball both ways. We saw him start the tournament bowling induckers, got the ball move away. Much less breeze than there has been earlier today, so it's not going to be such a factor.
Pitches up, wants to go after, it's miles in the air, and this is out of the ballpark. Maximo! Niaz was the sleeping giant for a lot of this Group D, but he's woken up on finals day and he gets 6 there.
Yeah, hasn't he? Hit that very, very high, got it to carry. It might have actually hung in the ground if it was earlier in the day, given the big wind we had pushing back, but that struck well enough to carry for a Maximo. I can't believe we've had to wait this long for our first Maximo.
Wow, Alton with a comeback ball. Yes, not afraid to go over the top, we know that. Wants to go again and blast another one into the jungle. Maximo! Back to back, and Drew bat swinging here in the second over.
Yeah, Niaz is feeling it. He's reached some form today, which is very helpful for Drew. And after a pretty shaky start with a bunch of chances, none of which were capitalised on by the Scottish team, they have raced along. 30 on the board, 1 ball left in this second.
Interesting they bowled Alton so early. Seen him more in the middle or towards the end of innings. Maybe just giving the French openers another look. Maybe go off pace here on that second over, but got to disrupt the rhythm of Niaz, who's 16 in no time at all. There's the slow ball, reaches for it. It's going, and that one's gone. Back to back to back. Batter's hat trick for Niaz, who moves to 22 off 8. Maximo time, 36 without loss after 2.
Stunning striking as these two just continue on their merry way. Alton went for the outswinger on that occasion, and Niaz has had no trouble reading it, no trouble reaching it, and smokes it for a Maximo. What a finish to that over. 18 run rate after the first 2.
This is how we got here. Vienna CC brave in qualifier 2, but Drew just smashed them out of the competition. These two teams have met 3 times, if you like, within the last 24 hours now. The 2 completed matches. It was the chasing team that won on both occasions. We saw 101 chased down last night. Drew getting over the line. Today we saw 111 chased down by the Scots. A big over now in the third. They go back to Barwell. Probably a wide, just with the angle. But yeah, Nubby, well, he's already had a couple of chances and a lucky break. Nothing lucky about the hitting from Niaz last over. That was clean.
Certainly not. Tell you what though, tactically I'm surprised that they haven't bowled Jack Hogarth with his leg spinners. I thought for sure they would have him bowling that second over.
Really good point you make. So I've got Leask at their disposal, probably for the 4th. He's after this, that's what he likes to do, Nabi. This guy's arms are thicker than my legs. And anyone, it was almost like at a carnival in the 19th century, everyone wanted to touch him to see if they were real. Nabi, he's not afraid to use them.
Certainly isn't. He is a brutal hitter of a cricket ball. It's not just slogging though, he plays some fantastic cricket shots.
Almost clever though, isn't he? Slow ball, smart bowling. Should be cut off in the circle, kind of knocked away. Now they're going to take on the 2. And
oh my God, what's he done doing almost a U-curve as he came in? I suspect unless he's tapped the bat down really
I think he's in, but he does definitely take a left turn at Albuquerque, doesn't he? Maybe to avoid the throw. This is a nervous moment for Nabby. Callum Garden whipped the bails off in a hurry. This is a big moment in the game. I feel like he's in, but yeah, he did have to take this big... We didn't have to. He decided to take a big turn. He's in, just.
Tell you what, if U-turns are illegal in Spain, I suspect we'll have the local constabulary down here. That's an awful bit of running from an experienced player. Lucky to get away with it.
Yeah. Show it. It was a kind of knock away from Fraser Ross. Made Cameron change direction, but a pretty good throw. Callum Garden, good work from him. He's got his favourite gloves back. You know why? His mum Tracy stitched him up in the break. Hello Tracy, happy birthday. That was her birthday present.
Always good to have
mums are amazing, aren't they, though?
Even on cricket tours.
He's back on the rack then. crunches this, but shouldn't beat the field. Just a single. Want to say hello to everyone in the comment section as well, to Marnus, to Shrug, to Dave. Louis Bruce in there as well from the Lathbury Lightning, saying perhaps the French should buy a lottery ticket. Some of the luck they've had. Some pretty tough chances put down, but yeah, I am surprised they've stuck with pace, but Barwell trying his best to keep the dam from bursting. They go with the hit. Forces a fumble from Fraser Ross. This has been the thing with Jer, though. We saw them race to 62 off 4, but once they lost the openers in quick succession, they were pegged back, and ultimately the Scots would chase down the target of 112 the first time they met today.
Yeah, certainly don't expect them to stop swinging. Tell you what, though, the Scots just feel a little bit off their game in the field. Maybe this rest hasn't done them any good.
Pins his ears back on this. Nubby will get one. Doesn't really like to roll. This would have been out. I mean, that's such lazy cricket.
Nubby's gone for his little U-turn earlier this over, and then he's almost strolling to get to the non-strikers end.
Well, it's like riding a motorcycle full speed without a helmet at the moment for Nabi. That was how close he was to being run out. It wasn't a run, it was a walk. Last ball of the power play. Niaz wants it. Again, he finds space, but he'll only get one. Oh, edge of your seat stuff at the moment, and that is end of 3 Rhinos, 43 without loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's the winner after that first 3 overs, Vinny. I guess probably Drew, because the longer that these 2 openers bat, the more they're likely to put a hefty total on the board. 25 runs coming off that second over for Alchin. He'll be having nightmares about that for the rest of his time here at Cardimer Oval, but the boys from Scotland,
just boys saying, "Hi, that's only water." Yeah. Well, there we go. Those guys looking slightly less foolish than the man you saw on your screen in the first part of that aside. Anyway, here's Leask. Ooh, wide down leg side.
Rory Rutgers, I mean, he's a professional interactor with the crowd, isn't he?
Oh yeah, and it's a great crowd as well. So they do get Leask in the 4th here. They've kept Hogarth up their sleeve. Goes straight, goes pretty well, but is cut off by Bilewal. Yeah, so for me, Drew, with the power play, the question is, can they keep it up and for how long, and how will they handle some different type of bowling here? Talk about the toss in a minute as well. This time it's not a good ball, and he hits with the turn, he gets 4. It's a fence buster. 4 carreras. Leaks just losing his line. Fairly safe shot from Nabi, just had to get it past the infielder, and he did.
Yeah, we talked about Leaks losing his line. I think you've mentioned earlier in the week, Vinny, that it's almost like playing a medium pacer. Really not a huge amount of flight on the ball, and you can see that Nabi really got deep in his crease, gave him the ability to pull that to the leg side.
This time he tosses it up, and he's hit up high, back to the fence, out of here, Maximo! Hurricane Nabi is now a Category 5 on finals day. That one swung away again with the turn out of the ground.
Oh, wasn't that a gorgeous sight going into the Cardamom night sky? It hung up there for an eternity. I think the fielder down there, Jack O'Neill, thought he had a play. No chance.
Goes again, it's a gift, it's going to be 4 more. I get what Leask is doing. He's probably had a bit more variation today than other days, but he's got to get kind of back on the offside a little bit for Nabi, who just basically it's a free hit at this and puts it away.
It's the danger of bowling around the wicket when you're not dragging it far enough across. There's been a couple of balls this over, just sat up for Nabi to pull with ease.
Didn't come. That's the one he misses. Slide straight across him. I mean, Leask is going to have to call on all his international experience here. He's very kind of used to the pressure, I suppose. Right now he's in the eye of the storm. Yeah, think about the toss. I can understand that Scots would want to chase because that's how these games have gone so far between these 2 teams. Nabi goes again. Again, he gets a bit lucky that he mishits it well enough that it doesn't carry to Cameron. And this time he decides to run the single. It's the end of 4 and it's 60 without loss.
Certainly wouldn't say this is getting out of hand for the Scots, but 15 and over off the first 4. If these 2 can stay together for probably the next 2 overs, Vinny, it sets an incredible platform for Drurs. We see the worm. That run rate started pretty high, and it's only escalated since then. Just boundaries coming with regularity.
About being in the zone, and I think they're so clear-minded. There's not a lot happening upstairs. They're just seeing it. They're hitting it. A lot of players would love to be in this kind of headspace. Here comes Hogarth in the 5th. So, yeah, he's something different again. Nabi on strike. Pitches up the block hole. Hogan tries to boot it. Just a single. But what I was going to say, is chasing. Okay, carries a certain degree of risk as well, especially if you lose early wickets. I suppose their batters are pretty professional. They'll know what they have to do. But, yeah, it's a risky strategy. It's a really good shot. Cracked away. Knocked down partially in the infield, just a single for Niaz this time.
Yeah, it was funny, at the end of the last game video, I wouldn't nominate who I thought would win this game between the two. What I did say is I thought the team batting first would take the game, and I really expected whoever won the toss to put themselves in.
Swing and a miss. That was a little bit slower from Hogarth. You see, I expected the opposite. I thought that whichever team won would want to chase. France did it last night against the Scots. Scotland did it this morning against France. So it's not like they've been crippled by panic in chases. But it is a final, and I think that idea of it going wrong is in the back of their heads if you're human. Problem is, especially with these French guys, they don't really seem human the way they go about it. They've just got a completely different mindset, uber attacking mindset, almost unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah, I think in the finals games, just runs on the board are so incredibly valuable, and it certainly helps when you've got runs on the board going at about 15 per over. But Hogarth's bowling an excellent over here. For the life of me, I'm not sure why they took him out of the power play structure, but he's delivering for his captain.
3 singles, and that's all off the over so far. It's the pitched up one, and it'll only be 3 off the over. Well, sometimes you have to eat a good one, and I think they're still in a very good position as we get to the halfway point of this first innings in Group D final. It's 63 without loss. Gives us an opportunity to say a big hello to all of you, whether you're here at the ground or whether you're watching around the world, one of our international broadcast partners, or perhaps fan coding into the subcontinent, or on ECN. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Ryan, it's been great to have you over the last 3 days, filling in for Rico, of course. And I think on behalf of all of you as well, I think we all owe Rhino a big thanks. Have you enjoyed it?
I've really enjoyed it from my behalf also. Thank you to all the viewers out there. Absolutely love interacting with the comments. We've got such a great community out there for the European Cricket Network. We'll say it later on, but massive thanks to you guys. It's been fantastic being in the booth this week.
Well, here's Cameron, and he gets pumped up and away. Maximo! That's the Nabi slot. He drifts into it and he disappears into the night.
Gee, that's a sensational strike. I didn't actually think he'd gotten a great piece of that when it first came off his bat, but just the undoubted power of this man. Stand and deliver cricket like we've rarely seen before.
What are we watching here? It's unprecedented. Cameron's back on the rack. And yeah, this is hit pretty powerfully as well, and that is an amazing stop. And Nabi's forced to run. He almost didn't want to run. How about that from Barwell? That's one of the best boundary stops I've ever seen.
He's absolutely flown like the special effects in Superman. Look at him get horizontal in the air. That's magnificent athleticism. We'll see on the replay.
Goalkeeper style.
Struck powerfully. Just keeps the foot inside the field of play. That's sensational.
That saved 3 runs. Almost created a running opportunity because you know that Nabi is not a huge fan of running, cutting those muscles around as Niaz faces up. And now he'll pump a 6. Well, change of strike, no problem. That's catching practice. In fact, it's on the roof. Maximo! What is going on here? Drive 76.
They cannot do anything but hit Maximos at the moment, it feels like. Anytime either of these bowlers are either slightly short or slightly full, they're getting annihilated. And how easy was that stroke? Just absolutely brutal batting.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished. Barwell saves 3, but then Cameron goes for 6. Niaz has got the licence. And he's going to get lucky now. He's going to get 4 more. He tries to horn across that little inside edge. That takes Drew to 80. And the French supporters are enjoying what they're seeing there.
Yeah, Cameron going for 17 off his first 4 deliveries. Skipper scratching his head, really doesn't know what to do next. Tell you what, Vinny, if they're in through to the 8th over, this Drew total could get completely out of control for the Scots.
Because they've done it for longer already than they did in the earlier game. Now, big swing and a miss. Again, that's the luck factor as well. You can easily get a little feather on that. But here's the thing. Say you get one of them out. Remember earlier they got both of them out in about 2 minutes. But you get one of them out, you've got Nisar to deal with. He's having a really good series. And then you've got kind of a fearless approach from the other batters coming in because they're not going to get in trouble as far as wickets lost here, you'd imagine, the French team. Cameron's gone for 17, trying to stop this going magical. He punched down for 1, still very good over. Drew back on track after Hogarth kept it quiet. I think they've got to bring him back now. 6 overs down, 81 for none.
Tell you what, Vinny, it was 6 overs into this chase. Even if they absolutely capitulate from now on, Drew, they're going to put on a reasonable target. I mean, if the Scots keep this to, say, 105 or 110, they'll do a magnificent job, but there is still quality in that batting lineup.
It's like your best case scenario, say 8's 113. It's a similar target than the Fourths team chased down today. But remember, they did with 3 balls to spare, and it was a bit hairy for them. Admittedly, they lost their openers early. I want to say a big hello to Sebastian Brunt, ECC winning skipper with the Netherlands 11, who's in the comment section right now, saying, how good is T10 cricket? Well, I agree. I tell you what, when your luck's in, and Niaz nicks another 4. Things just conspiring against the Scots at the moment. A few balls popping into space. Well, Hoagie, he just shakes his head in disbelief, but that will be another boundary.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. He bowled an excellent first over Hogarth, and he's drawn the outside edge. Unfortunately, thick enough one that it's eluded the keeper and the man at the 45.
Tosses up. His length's been really good here, Hogarth. That's what I've liked. He's kind of kept the batters guessing and hasn't really bowled that slot length a lot of his compatriots have that they can drive under. It's a good example. Now this is the battle here for me. There you got Nabi on strike. Oh, and he puts it right in the slot and he gets muscled out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the first time Hogarth gets a little bit close, kind of at the front knee of Nabi, and he's so good. Unprecedented stuff from the Gardner Oval underlines.
Oh, this is phenomenal hitting. As you say, it wasn't a huge error from Hogarth. He's just drifted slightly shorter than the Yorker length he's tended towards so far, but an extraordinary hit. This is wonderful, wonderful T10 batting.
Wants it again. This is high. What is going on? What is going on here? Another ball disappears. We're going to run out at the moment, Rhino. Get your torch. We'll go out and find it. 6 more to draw.
Oh, Vinny, I didn't think anything could beat the barrage that Corey and I saw earlier today, but this is surpassing it. Drew, they're 2 runs off the century, and they've only faced 6.4 overs.
Goes again. Just 1 this time. I mean, the thing is, if they could do that against this quality of bowling, they could do it against anyone, anytime. It has that feeling about it. They're so good at this. This partnership is 99 of 41. And it brings up Nabi's 50. I mean, blinked and I missed it. He brings up his 50 off 21 balls. What an innings this is. A rare dot ball, but I mean, you'd take 21 off Hogarth, wouldn't you? So 7 overs down, Drew, and 99 without loss.
Yeah, I've got to say, I haven't seen too many 2-over spells that have gone for 21 that have been as good as what Hogarth just delivered there. Oh, time to relax on Monday, Vinny. We've got big teams coming in, but hard to match up this.
We'll be in rehab by Monday at the moment. We'll have to get the psychologists for us because we're traumatised. Roma CC from Italy taking part in Group E along with Sporting Alfaz of Spain. UCCB is united from Romania as well, Star CC, and also Zagreb Sokol from Croatia join us. Group E underway. Now, Nabi just get the 1. Just think about, yeah, okay, there's nothing too lucky about what he's doing because he's doing it so consistently, but he did have that little bit of luck, which was so important early on in his innings.
I was just about to mention that, Vinny. They will be ruining dropped catches. The ton comes up.
Big over from Lees, who pretty much gets the length right now. Struggled with probably bowling a little bit too short and down the leg side in the first over. Getting back to basics now.
If they can keep these last 3 overs to 8 or 9 from each of them, this will be a huge victory for Forfarshire.
Really good bowling, and even Nabi can't do too much with that. So yeah, and again, let's talk best case scenario for Fourths. They got 2.5 overs. Maybe they could keep it to 120. Still possible. Need a wicket though. No full toss. At least when he's not getting hit for boundaries, he's so quick through his overs. That has been a pretty definite tactic, I think, from Forfarshire so far.
Yeah, how good has Lees been adjusting in this second over, though? Made sure he's outside of the off stump in the block hole.
This time it is skewed away from the outside edge. They want 2. There's never 2 there. There's going to be a run out here, and it's going to be Niaz, I think, that's out. Completely lost the communication. So it is Niaz that's going to have to go. Nabi, for some reason, now decides he wants to run. He came back with impossible 2, then aborted. So Scots finally have a wicket. It'll be 104 for 1. They might want to check this, but for me, yeah, it looks like Niaz is out and he's walking off the field.
Isn't this extraordinary, Vinny? He hasn't been desperate to run 1 run for most of the innings. All of a sudden decides the 2's on offer. Tell you what, Lewis Jones is a little bit slow to get started to chase after this ball, but he skated around. Pretty quick throw, nice and accurate, and Callum Garden takes the easy bails off. Tell you what, that is letting the Scots off the hook.
Does a lot of things wrong. He turns blind. By the time he looks, he's sold Niaz up the river. And yeah, you can see Niaz, basically, knows he's gone. Well,
that's a terrible mental error. I know these guys have played wonderfully well to start the game, but if they stayed in for the entire 10 overs, they could basically bat the Scots out of this contest.
So unnecessary, honestly. Rafa gets put up to number 3, so pitch hitting job. He's got 1 ball in this over, and he smacks it out of the ground. Got everything working right now for the French. Ooh la la! Can you believe what you see? Maximo for Rafa. Shades of last night, 8 overs down, 110 for 1.
I tell you what, you were absolutely on the ball there, Maximo. Rafa coming out as the surprise pinch hitter. Incredible call, because they've got Mohammad Nisar, who has probably been their most consistent batter of the entire tournament. And they said, no, Rafa, who you and I in the car trip this morning both said, he is an X factor for this Drua team. He's spicy with the ball and he can hit a long strike.
He's got form against the Scots last night as well. That was situational for me. They wanted someone to face 1 ball. Now he might get more. Nabi gets another chance. Alchin went for 25 earlier on. Now he's back. He has to face the same beast. Oh, big swing and a miss. I don't think the foot ever moves here. They'll probably have a look at it.
A bad bit of bowling from Alchin though, probably a little bit of nibble away. Gutsy stuff because it's in the slot.
Great work, great hands by Garden, but for me, there's something behind all the way. I never saw it lift. Top class keeping.
Hasn't had too many balls go through to him tonight, Garden.
Yeah, that's true. Mum's stitch-up job did a pretty good job. Anyway, Nabi, he's on Nabi time now. And he pumps this one out of the ground as well. What an innings. Oh, come the moment, come the man. Nabi. Oh, imagine if there are 11 Nabis out there. The whole all-star team might be Nabis. That's what Corey Ruckers was saying as he takes Drua past 120.
Well, dead set. Nabi's hit more 6s today than I've hit in my entire career. This is some of the most extraordinary batting you could ask to witness. And he's not just hitting 6s, he's hitting massive bombs. This is sensational T10 cricket.
Crazy stuff, really. 10 to come. Slow ball. Is this a mistake? Maybe, maybe not. It's also 6. Maximo saves Carreras Mas. Drua firing. Alchin tries it out. Can't get it to bounce, and it never bounces again on the field.
Have a look at the despondent look on the face of Michael Leask out there at long on. He has played international cricket against some of the best strikers in the world, and he is left with no words and no plan to deal with this hitting.
Got to hit the block hole here, Alchin. Doesn't, and he gets pumped down to the ground again. It's cruel, it's unusual, it's punishment right now. All happening in the ninth. Drua not slowing down, their supporters are ecstatic.
Is there a mercy rule in the European Cricket League? Because this is horrendous assault on poor Bryce. He actually has probably beaten him with length there, and Nabi has still managed to blast him 20 metres over the boundary.
Rafa is saying there to him. Nabi is just focused. He's laser focused. And these are all bonus runs now. And again, this is going, and it's also gone. Nabi to 77, but he's not going anywhere. As Alchin goes magical again, all kinds of records are on the line here. But Alchin's got the 49.
He's been absolutely torched. Is this the home run derby at MLB All-Star or the European Cricket League? It's just ball after ball going in for a home run. The chair's been lifted. That is a sign of ascendancy if I've ever seen one.
Cannot miss your length. I mean, Orchin's finding out the hard way. Cannot find that block hole. Last ball of the ninth. One more time for good measure. Manos arriba, Pitropa, que eso es 6 carreras, 140 for 1 after 9.
Well. Poor Bryce Alchin came into the side tonight, gets given the second over and the ninth, and he gets obliterated for 55.
Second most expensive figures ever on the European Cricket Network. 55 off 2 overs. Only Gökhan Alta of the Turkish side, Zeytin Bernazafar, conceded 57 a year ago. That was 5 on the trot. Remember, he beat him first ball outside off stump, and then 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Well, this is completely out of control. Look, Scotland have the batting to do this, but they're going to have to do something pretty remarkable. We saw the England 11, the ECC against Belgium, chase down 149 on this ground. We know it can be done. Cameron, well, he's got more grey hair than he started with as we get ready for the 10th over. And it's Rafa, he's only faced the one ball. He's on strike. And he hits us about as hard as you can hit a cricket ball. I just take the one here to put down another chance. I mean, it's a tough one for Wallace. But here's the thing, if he takes it, it keeps Nabi off strike. Instead, they get one.
Yeah, tell you what, the Scots have been extraordinary in the field all week. It feels like they've left their sloppiest performance under lights here in the final.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Nabi on 83. And he completely swings and misses. I mean, what does he need? 17 off 4 for 100.
You wouldn't bet against him, would you?
I mean, if he does this, you'd have to almost say it might be the greatest innings we've ever seen. I know Scott Edwards was pretty remarkable in the ECL 2019 final, but
this could be better than Corey Rutger's innings in the ECL 2019. I kid you not.
We'll disagree. Here he is again. Wide. Get that one again.
Well, the head goes up in the air from Cameron, but that's missed the line by a couple of inches. Just desperate for anything to go their way. Drew, 142 on the ball. Probably the only shining line here for the Scots is that the Drew bowling attack looked very shaky against Vienna. They are not out of this contest.
It's true. Equal highest score of this ECL so far by Nabi. Swings and misses again. Look, here's the thing though, I mean, we're getting caught up in this whirlwind, and why not? It's hard not to, but we have seen these kinds of scores chased down before, even here at Khartoum, typically by good teams with a lot of big game experience. So there's Scottish batters, they'll be eyeing this off like Garden, like Wallace, like Leask. They'll know they'll have to go from the get-go, but they are very capable of doing this right now. Nabi on 2 strikes, wants to go again. Oh, this is a huge wide. Now, where is he going? Well, I think that's Rafa that's out.
Why on earth is Nabi trying to take himself off strike, though?
Nabi's pressed the wrong button on the controller. Here's a huge wide. And let's just see who's out.
Tell you what, this is a pretty big call, Vinny, isn't it?
I think Nabi's out here. Nabi that's out. Nabi's out, even though Rafa's walking off. But you can see there that it's whoever's closer. Yeah, he's going to get called back now. So,
tell you what, this is a huge call in 2 ways. I mean, I think you're right, Nabi is out. It does 2 things. It sends the batsman who was most destructive back to the pavilion, and we'll congratulate him for a phenomenal innings. But it also brings the new batter on strike as well for these final couple of balls. Not to overstate it, but the difference between chasing 145 versus, say, 160 is huge.
I mean, Nabi, I don't know what happens in his brain sometimes. He didn't have to do that, but what he does do, he'll get a big ovation. No matter where you're watching from around the world, you have to appreciate that ball striking. 83 or 32, equal top score, runs himself out. A ball that had some trampoline bounce, but 10 maximos and 2 fours in there. Only 6 dot balls in the 32.
Well, the remarkable thing, Vinny, it's probably taken the worst ball of the innings to actually get Nabi out. It just happened to come from the work of Callum Garden behind the stumps.
So that means the new batter is on strike as well, and it's Nisa. Can he put the cherry on the cake? Could they get the magical 150 here, perhaps, Drew? we go. Over to Cameron. And he's just going to go, and he's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs. So, well, Nabi, maybe there's method to his madness. He said, well, always good to get the skipper out there. So, boundary, and look, Nisa hasn't missed a beat there either.
Oh, he certainly has, as he's done all week. As soon as he's come to the crease, he's got such a good range of shots, and he picks the right shot play at the right time. Lovely strike. Scott Cameron, 2 balls to go. Can he get a couple of dots?
That innings, Nabi becomes the highest run scorer ever in ECL cricket as well. 2 to come. Full toss, that's asking for it, and he's going to get it. There's the 150 maximal.
A terrible ball from Scott Cameron, unfortunately. He's probably looking for the Yorker on leg stump, but just pops it onto the waistline in the Tsar, and he's a beautiful timer.
Well, now we're talking biggest chase on this ground required. And I know they're looking at this maybe for height. It's, I don't know if it was that high on reflection.
Feels like the reasonable thing to do would be to let Cameron just have one final delivery.
Oh, he slashes away, it's knocked down, they'll get 1. Then Nisa not particularly instant coming for 2. So, what a journey that was. Dre said it was a risky proposition to send them in. You never know what you're going to get. They're like a box of chocolates. Right now, it is Forfeiture hanging on by a thread. Drew have scored 154 for 2 in the 10 overs. There's Nabi just giving himself a few extra time, bit of extra time to suck in the big ones after running himself needlessly in the last over. That's for Forfeiture. It'll be the biggest chase we've ever seen here at Carterman if they're going to do it.
Certainly will. I suspect there might be a couple of Scots with post-traumatic stress disorder when they get back home next week, whatever the outcome of this game. They've been annihilated by the Drur bats, and then particularly Nabi and Niaz, who were incredible at the top of the order. Nabi ended up out for 83 off 32. Niaz, superb at the start, 44 off 23. Vinny, is that the best hitting you have seen in an ECL game?
It has to be. I mean, this is going to be a good highlights package. Maybe not if you're a Scottish supporter. Having said that, they do have the batting to chase this down, but they're going to have to bat well, and they're probably going to have to need a bit of luck as well. Tyrone Peters and Ian Ramage, along with Suleiman Saeed, Nico Patel doing a great job during this ECL, as Biowal had that put down. And look, this was the story early, wasn't it? Difficult chances, but 3 chances were dropped by the Scots.
Yeah, difficult chances, but you cannot afford to give second lives to batters of this quality. And when they go back and look at the tape, which they probably will not be desperate to do, and identify that they have cost them badly. And from that point on, it felt like nothing came other than the middle of the bat. Great effort from Barwell.
It was. And I mean, it had to go down as a chance.
Yeah.
And look, no wickets went to bowlers in this whole innings. There were 2 completely silly run-outs. They were the only 2 wickets in the innings. I mean, Orchard, you see, that's the kind of length that's been disappearing. It's not quite block hole. And yeah, even the slower ball, you've got to hand it to Drew, though. Amazing hand-eye coordination. They would not take a backward step. And, you know, for all the talk that Scotland is probably the biggest lock for this group, Drew have completely turned the tables here.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that they were staring down the barrel of defeat in qualifier 2 a mere couple of hours ago. Nabi gave them some chances. It looked like he might have been imbibing a few of the same things that James and Corey had.
Non-alcoholic beer being given to Corey by James Cantor. Anyway, how about this? I mean, we had 16 sixes in the innings. So that's almost 100 in sixes alone. Lees just couldn't get it right in the first over. I mean, he would have loved to have that one back. When he came back, it was a lot better. But, yeah, there was just no stopping Nabi. And the only wounds were self-inflicted by the French team in the end. I mean, this is really what the ECN is all about. A clash of cricketing cultures and cricketing backgrounds. That was an incredible piece of work. You think, okay, you've done well, you've saved some runs there, but then Niaz said, well, I don't really care, and he put the next ball over the roof, and there was plenty of this. I mean, Hamza Niaz ended up making 44 off 23. Look, had a bit of luck, and look, I think that luck, it certainly wasn't because of luck that they scored these runs, but that luck certainly helped, Andrew.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I'll tell you what, I suspect the Forfeiture captain will be regretting his decision not to bowl Hogarth in the opening overs, plan that's worked for them so well throughout this tournament, and he may have gone for a few, but certainly looked the most likely of the bowlers tonight. Tell you what, you talk about the amount of sixes that were hit there, Benny. From anyone who sits here and thinks that we just have sloggers in the ECL. They should watch back some of the highlights here. Some of the striking over the offside was pure batsmanship.
Now, this was the one that was completely unnecessary. Nabi breaks about 7 rules of running between the wickets and completely cooks Hamza Niaz for 44. But it didn't matter. It was almost something that worked out because then Ruffer came out, had to face one ball, sent it into the fan zone, and we couldn't believe that. What a piece of captaincy by Nisa, who backed the pitch hitter to do it. And then late in the piece, Nabi was not finished yet. He hit 5 consecutive sixes. This over went supersonic from Alchin, who ended up going for 55, breaking the speed limit. And, yeah, well, by the end, it looks like there was no way to get him out. Yeah, he's a guy that'll give you a chance. If you don't take him early, he can hurt you. And the Scots find out the hard way.
Don't they ever? Wouldn't they love to take him one of those catches? They had early opportunities. Look at the support from Drew. Their support group here. They've had the chair up, and tell you what, they can pull out whatever they want to at the moment because they have certainly done everything that could have been expected of them early on.
Even this went against them. I mean, if Wallace can hold on to that, then the new batter has to come in. Then, for some reason, Nabi runs on a ball that was about 78 metres over his head. He runs himself out because they had it crossed. And then Nisa comes out and says, well, don't forget, I'm the regular number 3, and he smacks 11 off 3. I don't want to say perfect, but pretty close to perfect combination of skill and luck in that innings sees Drew smash 154 against a bowling unit that contains international bowlers, that contains very good cricketers, but they just didn't seem to care. And with 9 wides in there, 5 came in a minimo. Not ideal. Looking at the bowling, well, look away now if you've got a queasy stomach. I think Barwell, the only one that can hold his head high there. Hogarth as well, I suppose, a bit unlucky to go for 21. The others we probably won't speak about. But look, what I will say is that in Scotland, they do have the ability to chase this down. It won't be easy. You're probably going to need that luck as well on your side. So you need a combination of batting well, and you're going to need to have that luck on your side. I mean, France, they just got to hold their catches when they come up. Big happy birthday to Daniel Weston as well. And I want to say that on behalf of all of the ECN team, thank you so much. We look forward to celebrating your birthday a little bit later. Right now, I mean, Drew just cashing in a few gifts, but also just batting at an unbelievably furious rate. I'm still a bit in shock. I know it was pretty crazy before when all sorts was going on. But, I mean, Rhino, that was just something we'll never forget.
No, that was almost sedate compared to how they went about things in the qualifier game. Look, the Scots didn't put in their greatest performance in the field. It probably wasn't their best bowling performance. But to be honest, even when they did serve up good balls, even when they got their tactics right, they were still obliterated by the opening pair. Extraordinary stuff. I'm still trying to process what we've just seen.
Well, they have about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to regroup now. They have to go out there. They have international quality batters. They have Least. They have Wallace. They have Callum Garden in the top 3. With a good start, it could be game on right here. Spot in the championship week up for grabs. Vinny Sandham is to Maximo with Andrew Ryan. And Corey, well, he's over there. I think he's enjoying the action as well. We'll see you very shortly for the second half of the Group D final here on the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the third edition of the European Cricket League as the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 domestic champion clubs as well as the reigning European champions descend on the Cartama Oval. And right now we are in the midst of a quite astonishing Group D final. It was the French champions draw that were inserted by Scott Cameron, the fourth captain. They have whacked 154 runs, thanks to 83 off 32 from Ahmed Nabi, including 10 Maximos. Contributions as well from Hamza Niaz, as well as Rafa and Ahmed Nisha with cameos. Right now, it's now or never. They've got 10 overs to go. And it's going to be all go or no go for the fourths. Need 155 for victory. Afridi Yassin's had a very good week. Craig Wallace coming off a golden yesterday. Needs to get moving and fast. Quite ready to go. So here's the thing with these kind of totals. You almost have to treat every over like the last over when you need about 15 or 16. You have to take those kind of chances from the start. You can't really fall behind the rate. It's so hard to get back. Wallace and Garden out there. What I will say is the top three in particular of fourth, they're very capable of doing this, but they're going to have to bat incredibly well. Here we go. And it starts with a boundary, and that'll help. That'll just ease the nerves. Wallace always loves to get the first one away. He does. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECI. Joining me for the remainder of this Group D final is Andrew Ryan, and a perfect start for fourth.
Yeah, certainly was. Pretty ordinary ball from Yassin, who has been an excellent bowler for them so far in this event. In fact, his bowling earlier today, which really kept them in the game against Vienna, but that's a terrible half tracker to start.
You need big individual contributions, I think. This will be a slightly mistimed ball. I mean, you start looking at that going, that's one that could have disappeared. Yassin slightly off. Here's a guy that fourths got hold of earlier, Freddie Yassin. He's had a pretty good series. Yeah, so literally when you've got a huge problem, which is exactly what fourths are grappling with at the moment, you break it down into smaller pieces. So let's say if you can win this over, if you can get the 15 off this over, consider that a win. But you can't sit on your hands here. It's a tough situation. Garden faces up for the first time, steps across and smashes it. Fielder will handle it. And that's the other thing we saw. Paul Fisher dropped 3 catches early and went easy ones. We saw 5 wides, or a few self-inflicted blows in amongst the blows raining down from the French openers. But yeah, the fielding's going to be super important.
Yeah, it certainly will. They've got easier targets too than Yassin as well. Leaving aside Yassin and Ahmadzai, the rest of the bowlers have floundered at various times.
So it goes for this. This might go for 4, you know, because Wahid Abdul isn't going to hunt it down. So fourth, they can get a good start here, they'll believe. I mean, they're going to have to be incredibly consistent across this 10 overs. They can't really have any dark spots. And there's a little bit of luck, I suppose, off the inside half of the bat, but with no fielder there, ran away to the boundary.
Yeah, wouldn't say it was a great shot, but they need to swing hard. Wallace sensing that the leg side is where it's at. They've now drifted their second outfielder to a position that's behind square.
6 fielders in the circle on the offside. 2 square of the wicket, you're right, on the leg side. Steps across, has to get funky. This is what also can happen when that run rate starts so high. You start looking for runs that aren't really there. Don't want unnecessary run out either. But, you know, Wallace, he's a guy who's very capable of whacking a quick 100. He's played one-day international cricket. There's Nilkesh and Rob. I want to say well done to all the umpires and the officials. Shub as well, in charge of the players and match officials area.
Shub obviously recognised that the camera was on them, just made a late cameo into that shot.
Yeah, did a bit of a muscle comparison between Nabi and Shub before the game. Nabi is approximately 6 Shubs. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Well, this will help. And so they do get what they need off this first over. They just have to reproduce that 9 more times. It's 16 for none after 1.
You make it sound so simple, Maximo, and if you were coaching this Scottish group, I'm sure that's the exact same message they'd be giving to you. But as we said, 2 things in their favour. They do have some top quality bats, whether it's the form of of Wallace, of Garden, and Michael Leask, who we do know can hit big. Scott Cameron was fantastic for them in the qualifier earlier today, and this Drua bowling lineup has been shaky on occasion.
You're right about that. 67 matches, it's a golden ball. Could be a pretty entertaining one if it was. It's edge of your seat stuff. Well, a bit like Mr. Burns when he coaches the nuclear power plant softball team. Go out there and hit sixes is probably what he'd say, and he'd take the credit for it. Here's the headband warrior. He told me he's charged the shoe phone tonight as well. Again, this would be a big wicket if he could get it. Garden on strike. It's a really good shot for 4 through the covers, and there's nothing sloggy about that. This guy is so talented. It's a big task, but he's a big talent, and a good start to the second over for 4.
Yeah, don't let those rosy red cheeks underneath that helmet fool you. He is a vicious competitor, Callum Garden. You can see why he is in the eyes of the Scottish selectors. Fantastic with the gloves and so much talent with the bat.
Abdul maybe try him out a bit shorter. Garden, false shot. Straight through the hands of Barty. It's going to be one, or shades of the first innings, where the French openers gave 3 pretty tough chances. That wasn't an easy one for Barty going back with the flight, but he did get a finger to it.
It wasn't an easy one. Probably took it a little bit casually. Thought he'd made the ground, and it just possibly flew an extra half metre than he expected. They need a couple more drops to even things up, but it's a life for Garden.
It is. Basket catch. Goes down. Didn't have to play that shot, Garden, but hindsight's 20/20, and that's a dot ball. Wallace just kind of locked up, hoping it would go for a wide.
It's probably the spot that the Scottish bowlers didn't hit enough during the innings. Yorker length, about a foot and a half outside the off stump, particularly when you've got strong hitters like the 2 openers from Drua. It's a great spot to bowl.
Abdul sporting the bruise from the ball, getting him square in the nose last night. Another one locked up, but hopes it's a wide. It isn't, so watches 2 strikes go past. Yeah, they're made of tough stuff, aren't they? I mean, Abdul just took a full ball to the face. I think it rebounded in his eye. Wasn't really impressed about being asked to leave the field by the medical staff. He's back and ready for business right now. He's come back well after that early boundary. Strike 3 for Wallace. Can't make contact.
Strange shot from a class player. He's seen what Abdul's trying to do. He's not changing it up whatsoever. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Wallace has got to be able to deal with that, even if he's just playing a little, not flick shot, almost just turning the bat inside and trying to get it past third man.
It's the kind of ball the French openers were nicking for 4 about an hour ago. Now strike 4. So Abdul gets hit for 4, but then he comes back with 4 drop balls to finish the over. Advantage Drua. It's 21 without loss after 2.
Well, no opportunity to take the bat phone out from Abdul, but that was a pretty good over. He said the rest of the Drua bowling attack, aside from Yassine, copped some punishment in that last game. They may be suffering a few scars or carrying a few scars after that effort, but Abdul's put a nice marker down. And tell you what, Forfeiture 21 for none. Obviously happy not to have any wickets lost, but nonetheless only just a tick over 10 runs and over, and which in the normal scheme of things would be perfectly fine, but when you are chasing a ginormous 155.
I watch a lot of cricket. This ain't normal, what we've been watching here. Anyway, need to make up those runs somehow. Yassine's going to be bowled out. This is up in the air. Well, it's hanging again. It's going to be dropped. Well, it was actually pretty clever from Nisa, who just thought he wasn't going to make it, so he just put his head down and ran and hoped that somehow miraculously landed in his hands. It didn't. It's another tough one going down.
Yeah, really tough catch. In fact, that's probably one that you don't necessarily think will be taken. They've induced plenty of false shots in these opening overs, though. Wallace back on strike. Happy the fact that Garden survived that scare.
17 and over required now. Goes up, just gets it over Nabi. He's going to chase it down. Watch out, fence. Nabi's on the way. Wallace does get 4, breaks the shackles. A few nervous Fork supporters. This is where the Scots really need their supporters to get behind them.
It certainly is. An interesting captaincy here. I mean, Yassine's been pretty disciplined, being able to keep the ball on or about off stump and moving it away from the right-handers. They've got both of his defensive outfielders sitting here on the leg side, one behind square, one at mid-wicket. Gotta say, I wouldn't mind someone over on that point or cover boundary.
Good feed. Wallace can't deal with it. Yassine's been brilliant this series. I know the Scots got hold of him last night. You could argue maybe they have a little bit here tonight, but he's got a mountain of runs on the board to protect. Drew, what are their emotions like? They almost don't seem to be rattled by anything, but they must be completely excited by the prospect of coming back in just over a week's time. Good shot, good power play batting. No one back there at the moment. They're running out of time in the third over as well, so Wallace gets 4 more. Yassine goes to the boundary.
Yeah, he's got to keep charging hard. I still don't think he's timed one, Wallace. It hasn't been his most secure innings, but good thing he's picking the right spot to hit. Opened up the wrist a touch there, made sure it got to the cover boundary. Nice play and intelligent cricket.
Big gap straight down the ground as well. Mid-off's very wide. Was thinking down the ground. Side edges it for 1. I want to say a big hello to Mikey as well. Mikey T, great to see you in the comment section. Fourths just continue to get the kind of 2 boundaries and over. Keeps them in touch. If they don't, I think this can drift away pretty quickly. Like I said, the 17 and over, it's approaching what I call the point of no return. When it gets above 18 and over, very rarely comes back under control. Backs away, and he's going to be gone. And Garden just can't do it in the end. Backed away, trying to get it over that wall of fielders in the circle. This time, Nisa does the rest. So Yassine gets a wicket with his last ball. And the score 31 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket for the French club drawer there. Callum Garden, he was probably the man most likely, and the man they would really have been turning to get them off to a flying start. A couple of nice shots early in the innings, but unfortunately that full toss has brought him undone. Big catch by Nassar. Yassine proving his worth at the top of the order with the ball. He's been very, very good for them in this Group D. Probably the pressure's going to come on when you get down to Barty and a few of the other later options. The Scots are going to have to go insane against them.
Frustration for Garden. The approach was right. The decision making was right, but just couldn't get the middle of the bat on it. He steps aside, and well, now you've got 2 Scottish international batters at the crease. And I remember last year with Dan Lincoln and Harris Ward, it was actually a year and a half ago now, in the ECI 21. England 11 were able to chase 150 down on this ground. There's so much pressure on these 2 guys. Neil is to come in next, very capable, but you have to keep doing it. Ahmedzai's had a good week so far. Slower bouncer, out of the ground, Maximo! Well, Wallace, he survived early. He's had a few moments where he hasn't really looked in control, but that'll settle the nerves as well. And look, fourth, they just got to keep going hard, and this will help.
Yeah, a bit of a mental error from Ahmedzai. Looks like he's gone for the off-speed ball straight away, dragged it down. Too easy for a batter of Wallace's class. Ahmedzai, he's got so many runs to play with, he should just focus on getting it in the Yorker
Look
slot.
at what's worked to Wallace so far. About here, you see that sprint spot. Ahmedzai, he learns pretty quick.
Yeah, good listening to Uncle Andrew in the commentary box on that occasion. Perfect Yorker when you've got runs to defend. So hard to hit it when it lands in the Yorker slot outside off stump.
Statue of Nabi waiting at the Drua Cricket Ground when they return.
Geez, you'd need a fair bit of material for that.
Well, goes after this, and he gets it. Maximo! Well, there's the 2 Maximos in the over, and now it becomes slightly more likely to get that 17 or so that you need to stay alive in this contest to keep that rate down. That was a really good bit of batting, just misses the length. Batter throws the hands at it and gets 6.
Yeah, I said he hadn't timed one for the early overs, but he certainly got that off the middle of the Wallace bat. Lovely strike.
Goes again. This time, fielder should handle it. Slight fumble, but they won't get a second. Time for Lease to take over. When he's looked good, he's looked really good as well, Michael Lease.
Yeah, hits it like a tracer bullet when gets it off the middle of the bat. Boy, do they need an inspired innings from him. Wallace has given them the boost they did at the start. 37 off 17. A couple of balls to finalise for Ahmedzai.
Again, just misses the length, and this is going to be 4. Picks the gap. Least off the mark with a confident looking shot. Is there a twist in this tail? It's like they're scooting through town without a seatbelt on the world's fastest roller coaster. Scott's hanging on for now.
Yeah, nice strike from Lease. He spotted that decent gap that was from the wide cow corner to straight long on. Excellent cricket.
Slow ball, goes for it, gets it. That one's flying into the night sky. Maximo! Well, Come inside goes Magical, and that'll help. 23 come off the fourth over. Also brings up the 50 for the Scots. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start from the Scots. If you had have asked them 54 for 1, do you think that's a decent position to be? It leaves them with just a tick over 100 runs from the final 36 balls. 16.83 runs and over required, but while these two are there is certainly hope, and the fact that they've got wickets in hand leaves them in a reasonable position to launch.
Well, bring your oxygen tank if you're going to be serious about this run chase, because that red line is high. It's at altitude. It's heading in that direction. This is a big moment because Bati's coming in the left arm spinner, so that gets it down to below 17 and over again. So you're setting yourself little targets. You want to get to about 71 here if you can, just to keep up with the rate.
See, Barty's got the man who's backward of square. Another 2 fielders deep on that leg side.
Now he goes, and it's going to be 4 byes. Well, he goes the switch hit, and it's a crazy one really to try first up. But what it has done is thrown the keeper. So yeah, see here, he just never moves. And by the time he does, he's a fraction too late. So a boundary, even without hitting the ball there.
Yeah, I get the theory from Wallace. He knows there's those 3 fielders square on the leg side. He wants to go where there is no one in the extremities of the ground. Random execution and result.
Wants it again. I don't know if he gets anything on this either. Wait for the signal. And this time it's giving leg buys. So I'm supposed to get 5 off the first ball, but that rate's about approaching 3 a ball. So even 5 off 2 is quite the rate. Anyway, at least 10 off 2s look good so far. See how he handles the spin of Barty. Go after it, doesn't get the left. Wasn't quite far enough. I want to say hello to Brian Damage. He's watching from Iraq. He's at work and he's saying that some of the guys there watching cricket for the first time said this is better than the Super Bowl. Now, Nabi's box office, we've seen him, Leask, with the right reply here. It's pretty well bowled, but an even better shot as he generates the pace. Another boundary to the Scottish International.
Gee, that's a superb shot, Vinny. Barty bowled an excellent delivery there, got it to spear in, almost in the block hole, but look at the strength of wrists from Leask as he drills that through the covers. Exceptional batting.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite block hole, but not far off. Banged that hard into the pitch, and more importantly, the placement was there. Still pretty big gap straight down the ground. I think Leask could be eyeing that off. Dead, he hits it, but on the full to the fielder. The singles here. I talked about 71 after this over to stay on that kind of rate, or the adjusted rate that we saw after 4. Maximo would do that, but yeah, Barty trying to hang on. Remember 5 plus the 4 byes, plus the leg bye off this, so 10 so far. There's the reverse. Tries it again, but third time he hasn't been able to get bat on it. This will take us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 65 for 1. So that point of no return, we've hit it now. So 18 and over required. They need 90 in the second half of this game. They're going to have to bat really well, almost play perfect cricket from here on in fourths.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen an over go supersonic so far. We actually thought Barty might be their good opportunity, but Wallace insisting on playing the reverse sweep. 3 occasions, didn't really make substantial contact. Be interesting to see what happens next time Barty comes into bowl. I think Drew would find that a win getting out of his over like that.
Sure will. Anyway, let's get back to the action out there. Again, the Forbes fans, I think their hearts are in their mouths right now. They're going to go to Usman Khan. So we just need that big over, that magical over to kind of keep yourself in the frame. 18 and over required. He's got the bandage on his hand, and so that's why he's just going to have to remove that before he gets going. Just a chance to say hello to a few people, including everyone at the Down Under in Prague right now. I've had lots of messages. I know that Joe's there, Terry's there, Danny's there as well, Phil's there. Hello to all the guys at the Down Under. Make sure you have one for me. Anyway, here we go, over number 6. Wallace on strike. Clunks this one down to square leg for 1. Leask has looked really good so far. He's only faced 5 deliveries. But yeah, he needs to pretty much go at everything you'd imagine now, Rhino, and get away with it.
Yeah, it feels like at the point where you're almost needing a Maximo twice and over at a minimum, probably 3 of them. This is one of their opportunities. Usman Khan Went for a few in the last game against Vienna. We know that he's got a little bit of an injury on his hand. He's been forced to take the mummified wrapping off it. Big couple of balls.
Contest. Leask doesn't get it, hanging. Bowler wants it, bowler leaves it. It's caught, and what a good catch that is. I think that's Cameron. It's Nisa, pardon me, that skates around from cover, so the big man goes Leask. Really had no time to waste. It went straight up in the air. Two fielders converged. They sorted it out. They get the Scottish international Leask. He's got to go on at 66 for 3.
Yeah, huge wicket in the context of this game, Vinny. Boy, didn't they increase the degree of difficulty with that catch, as Usman Khan, the bowler, faked a couple of times to get involved, but sensibly leaves it for the safe hands of Mohammad Nisar. Can't blame Leask for throwing the handle at that. He needed to go aggressive. Great catch in the end for a man who's had a wonderful tournament so far.
It was a good catch because, yeah, they had to sort out what was going on. So, second wicket, 66 for 2. As Leask departs for 15 in quick time.
Is if they've ever needed their support crew to get behind them now for Bashir, it is at this point. They are staring down the barrel of their ECL dreams being shattered. O'Neill at the crease.
Yeah, Neil's powerful as well. I've seen him crunch the ball. And yeah, the problem is, also it's stop ball, isn't it? With that dismissal of Leask, and you lose such a key batter. And Wallace is going at not quite to a ball. This is the issue. The rate required is about 2.5 a ball throughout this innings.
Yeah, it's not in the unmanageable category yet, but not far off it.
There's a slow ball hanging. This is going to be out as well. It's taken. And Les Bleus are loving stuff right now. Their support is up. They're 71 for 4.
Yeah, Mohammad Rafari says merci beaucoup to Jack O'Neill for sending one straight down his throat. Takes it with ease. He's an X-factor player for this Drua team. Very competent in the field. And one of their big blasters is now back in the pavilion again. Fortunately, couldn't do too much damage on the scoreboard tonight. And Barty, who got battered in the last game, has come back with a vengeance here.
Bitter pill to swallow for Hawks. Remember, they qualified 2 years ago to be in the ECL, almost 3 now. That was one of the pandemic series. They've been really impressive, but I mean, they've just been blown off the park, really. Barwell was pretty good earlier as well. He gets an opportunity, but now we're at kind of over 4 a ball. I mean, it's quite unthinkable what we've seen, to be honest. Everyone expecting the French to crumble. They've only gotten more solid. It's outside the line. Just one. It's no problem at all for the French. I mean, it's time to pause and take breath now, Rhino. I mean, I've commentated a lot of cricket, I think somewhere 2,200 games or so. It's extraordinary what we're seeing from a team that, I mean, even for all their talent, people would call underdogs, I think.
Completely. As O'Neill steps back, laces that to the cover boundary. Strong strike while he's there. They'll still feel that at least there is a modicum of hope that closes the over. 76 for 4. And unfortunately for the Scots, just feels like they're going to run out of balls here.
They will. Really good shot to finish the over. I think everyone's shows shots. I don't know if beer sales are going to go up or down after this. Anyway, this is where we'll be. We'll have tomorrow off, of course. But join us on Monday morning. We have Group E starting with 5 new teams to the competition. Roma CC, we followed their journey through the ECS Italy last year, winning the Super Series. They earned their spot here. Sporting Alpha's pretty unusual path to the ECL, but they'll be here from Spain. United from Romania, as well as Star from Luxembourg and Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. Join us 10:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Europe and 4 p.m. in India for the start of Group E. Let's go back to Usman Khan. That's a couple of wickets. This is going to be into a pocket of space. Probably pulls up. Again, 3 fielders are going to go back, and somehow they've stopped that.
Well, some good comedy is a little bit of the heat's gone out of the game unless Wiltshire can go insane in this over, but 3 of them can.
I mean, there's a bit of hockey about that, but using your legs as sticks. Everyone was trying to hack it back out. Nabi, not surprisingly, gets his big foot on it.
There's gravitational force that all else revolves around.
Well, pitched up, and that's a really good shot from Barwal. That's the only way they can bring the rate down. Maximo whacked away over mid-wicket.
I heard really good things from the Scottish folks about his quality with the bat. Very talented all-round cricketer. 71 still required. It's likely to be out of his reach here, but I'm sure he'll give us a display of his batsmanship in the remaining deliveries. Usman Khan gone for a few in this over already after a great first over.
Short, he hits this down to the ground as well. Now, is there some late drama? They need to keep doing it. About 12 sixes in 16 balls. And Barwal getting his money's worth.
Well, he sure isn't giving up, Barwal. Khan just drops a shocking ball halfway down the track, and Barwal says thank you very much. A positive, nice square.
A few people are looking forward to the Pakai Care versus Dre clash. Assuming there's no late drama here.
I think you could power the Earth's electricity needs with what's generated from all the big hitting in that contest.
Shot straight down the ground. Fielder can't get there for more. That one actually pushes the rate up. It's still Barwal trying his hardest. It's hard because, I mean, if he was the one, it was him that was going to be on. They'd love for him to bat earlier. Obviously a different situation. Bit of the sting out of the game, but still good cricket shot.
Yeah, a couple of beautiful strikes with his bat. He's picked his spots very, very well, staying nice and calm, staying stable at the crease too.
Pitches up. This one not quite out of the middle. Just be a single. It also means we'll get to see the French-English rivalry again. Don't forget that Drew beat Tunbridge Wells last year. Ultimately couldn't get past them in the group final. But Drew, I mean, what a story for them. It's their third ECL, one of only 3 teams to play in all 3. They've never made it to Championship Week under the new format. Slow ball just past O'Brien into the over. It's 95 for 4.
Khan finishes a pretty good spell there, 23 off his 2 overs, but most importantly taking the pair of scalps in his first. Barwal will be on strike for the start of the next over. It's a decent total from Forfarshire, 95 for 4 with 2 overs to go. You generally think that's in a really, really good place. Unfortunately, they still need another 60 off these remaining 12 balls.
It was just superhuman hitting. I mean, Nabi, it's crazy. He is so strong. He has arms like tree trunks. I think he was mishitting him. He's still mishitting him for 6s.
Well, Abdul, he's coming on for his second over. He really, really put in a great second over for Drew earlier this evening.
In the air, hanging, probably gets past the fielder. Does, in fact, goes all the way. Maximo.
Tell you what, Barwal is not giving up here, Vinny, and he's striking the ball cleanly.
You need 10 6s in 12 balls, make that 9 and 11. That's how you can win.
Well, every time there's a Maximo, that equation becomes slightly easier.
Probably better chances of winning the lottery, but only just.
Tell you what, if Gorey was here, I think he'd be calling golden ball already.
This is just sliding. Shrug. We do talk a lot about the French team beating English and the Greeks beating English. Look, if there was an Australian team in, I would also be talking about some of the lesser known nations beating them.
I think, can't we start acting like Eurovision and just bring in a guest Australian side?
You might have to captain it 5 for 5 in a T10. I've noticed that. Anyway, 10 to come. Reaches for it. Just get a single. I mean, look, Drew, they were sentient. I think both teams wanted to chase. But my theory with France is because there ain't a lot going on upstairs, they don't really care if they're batting first or second. They're just going to bat the same way.
Situational awareness is probably not a term that comes into their play, but it sometimes can be incredibly helpful in this T10 format.
Well bowled, slips it in.
That's what he's been very good at tonight, Abdul. Hitting that Yorker length, and he bowls with decent pace, and when he gets it wide of off stump, it is so hard to deal with, particularly when you're looking to smack it down the ground for maximums.
Wahid Abdul, 2 chances to bring the shoe phone out. That's the only disappointment for me, I suppose, as a neutral, that Abdul won't be getting the shoe phone out unless he takes a wicket this over, but he won't have it out after the game. Oh, grab your breath. We need a day off, I think. Stay for the celebrations, though, with the French. going to be ecstatic. Last ball for Wahid. He does take a wicket, but he only concedes 12 in the final. And after 9 overs, the score is 103 for 4. Just want to take an opportunity to thank a group of people that are getting switched out after this 2 weeks, and it's been great work from these guys. Because we'll have a new umpiring crew come in from Monday. So yeah, big thank you to Ian Ramage and Tyrone Peters out there right now. Also Suleiman Saeed and Nilkesh Patel. And they've been absolutely sensational under pressure. So obviously we'll see them a bit more on ECN, I'm sure. They've done a sterling job.
Well, the man who's done a pretty sterling job for the French all week, Ahmed Zaif, to bowl the final over. And he'll bludgeons that to the offside. It's a boundary. It's only going to be mathematical now, but nice strike from the young man.
Yeah, nice shot. There's consolation runs only at this stage. I mean, they're getting up to what I'd say is a fairly healthy, normal-looking score. I mean, probably 115 or so, you'd imagine. But fantastic work from the French in this final. This one's up in the air, hanging a long time. It's coming down, it's gone. Here comes the shoe phone. I'm sure he'll get it off. There's party time now. And Wahid Abdul, fantastic work from the paceman. He's got safe hands, and well, the shoe stays on for now, maybe not for long.
Big deep breath after that one. I think he was slightly nervous under that ball. You've let us down by not getting the shoe phone out, Wahid, but he's been very good for them tonight. Talked about the weakness in this Drew bowling lineup, but all of the 5 bowlers have been tremendous. And that man just taking the catch there, Wahid Abdul, might have been the best of them.
There's a lot to celebrate. O'Neill liked his energy and his skill in this tournament. He will have to go. It's going to be a tough night for Forbes. They set the pace, didn't they? So yeah, just one more time. I want to say a big thank you to a bunch of people, which sometimes you only notice them when you might not agree with them 100%. I said to them today, I know you guys want to be perfect. No, you'll never be perfect, but you will be excellent if you try to achieve perfection. And I think they've been amazing. And the way they've handled the players, and the players have said that they really love this group of umpires and the way they go about it. So great job, guys. This one's up in the air. I don't think it's going to carry. Just be one. So Sim comes out, get off the mark.
So I'm a bit worried about being in this commentary box when Drew eventually complete their win here, Vinny. There will be an absolute stampede amongst this group. I'm not sure if this construction is going to hold.
Yeah, they'll be on. So, what a final. Well, that's probably a no ball, and it's going to go. I'm going to say it was 4. We'll have a look at it on the replay. We'll just draw things out a little bit longer.
Yeah, but if they hadn't gotten this young man in a little bit earlier, Barwell's played some tremendous shots. He's timed the ball beautifully.
Yeah, 4 runs called. Yeah, Barwell's been great. New umpire crew from Monday, top of my head. We get Charles Croucher. I think we have Joe Foster. Stephen Gooch is here. That's a slow ball. It's blasted into the night sky, and they will cash it in. I mean, Barwell can hold his head high. I think that he's been one of the players of the group for me with the bat and the ball. Moves to 35 with that Maximo.
Yeah, pretty good chance of featuring in the All-Star 11, I would suspect, Barwell. This is a superb strike. Hit it a long way up. Goes for a much-needed Maximo.
Corey actually said he wanted Nabi in all 11 spots. Well, there's a bit of a blue putt, but Abdul
probably trying to protect his nose after what it copped yesterday.
Maybe lost it a little bit, but it doesn't matter too much, does it, in the end? Nice shot, Barwell take the runs. He's moved to 39 now. Becomes the top scorer in the innings. And Corey just wanted all Nabi in the All-Star team, all 11 spots. Here's the last ball, a memorable night for French cricket. And it's just going to be a single. But Les Bleus have blown away the opposition in Group D, and they are your qualifiers. They've come from the clouds. They've hit balls into the clouds. What a moment as their supporters rush onto the field. What a game, what a final, what a group. Andrew Ryan.
Oh, love the rhyming, Mr. Maximo. We talked about the Stampede. They haven't got a massive support crew out here, but they have been incredibly vocal all week. And don't they deserve the most stupendous of celebrations? They have won this group with one of the greatest assaults you could expect to see in limited overs cricket. It was amazing stuff from the opening pair of Niaz and Nabi, playing a pair of unforgettable knocks and a tremendous partnership. They are fully deserved winners here, and to take down such an elite squad like Forfarshire, who looked possibly the best batting, bowling and fielding unit in the entire group. This is not a fluke, Vinny. This has been won with undoubted quality.
Oh yeah, they proved it wasn't a fluke last night, and even today they took it out deep. But, well, it is Drew, a team we know, a team we love, a team we can't take our eyes off. And they are absolutely ecstatic. And really, that's what this European Cricket League is all about. And, well, it's going to take a few people to lift Nabi. What a night. 83 from the opener in the final. And again, he's a very humble guy. Nabi, he won't say too much. He wraps himself in the French flag. They will be back in Championship Week. What a story. I mean, your heart goes out to Forbes as well, who qualified back in 2020 for this tournament. Weren't able to take part. They did everything but get to Championship Week. But Drew, just too good on the night as they just swept everyone aside in the end. Had to do it the hard way out, going through qualifying too. Tricky chase against Vienna CC, but they bossed it. And now we have 5 of our 7 slots filled in Championship Week.
Yeah, we certainly do. Hornchurch Farmers, Beverin already there, along with the reigning Kings Pack Care Badalona. But Drew, the deserved winners of Group D. And I tell you what, Hornchurch Farmers, Beverin and Pack Care Badalona have been put on notice that this team can take down anyone at their best.
Well, there's the officials ready to go. Again, big thank you to them and Rob Kemmy, of course, who was wrangling the umpires over the last couple of weeks. But they needed just a ridiculous score to chase down, really. We've seen it score or two in the 150s chase down before, but never 155 here at the Cardimer Oval. Certainly, I like the intent that came out. Wallace came out swinging, didn't he? Thought he was the guy that might be able to keep them on the pace for a while. Callum Garden, well, that was a nice shot, but unfortunately couldn't get too much else happening during his brief stay at the crease. He was the first man to go. Not before he had a life, though. Barty put him down. But see, those little bits of luck didn't cost him too many runs. That was the thing. We know that the French team did have the luck factor on their side early in their innings. This one went away for 4. Wallace trying to keep them on track in this almost impossible chase. But yeah, despite the boundaries coming early and the fact they kind of stayed close to the rate for a while, you just felt to do it for 10 overs would be pretty remarkable. They fell short in the end.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it was just such a momentous total to try to chase that the pressure was always on the Scottish bats. Our top order did pretty well. Unfortunately, lost a few wickets and just could not find the boundary with the regularity that they need. They certainly didn't give up hope, and they had plenty of fans in the crowd, plenty of support from the Players' Pavilion, and still plenty of balls reaching the Cardimer night sky. The mouths are gapers. That was a moment they thought they had an opportunity. This was probably the big over. Barty, who had really struggled in the previous game, came on and bowled an excellent over of a left-arm orthodox despite going for the 5 wides first ball. And from then on in, there were just wickets with regularity. Super catch there from Mohammad Nisar. Hasn't he been a quality cricketer throughout this tournament? And Michael Lease going back to the pavilion, he was the one man who's probably capable of getting them close to this score. As soon as he departed, you felt like the wind went out of the sails of the Scots.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, big crowd in, pretty vocal French crowd in the minority, but maybe not in noise by the end. And you can see they were loving it. Even the little celebrations coming out, there they were. They believed, you know, they had to play out of their skin. They had to take down some pretty big fish here. The question with Drew is always, but can they do it consistently? Well, they really showed today. You know, in the first game, they really pushed forth. Okay, didn't get the win. This was a little bit of a tag team effort. The old 3 Musketeers saving the boundary. It's a funny one. because the stop was made eventually. But in the end, despite some late runs from Barwell, the ship had flown, hadn't it really? And it's just quite an incredible performance. So they did then chase down at 120 plus against Vienna CC. They also were able to set an unbelievable target at 150 plus in the final. Yeah, the Scots, I mean, did take a wicket, except for the 2 run-outs. Found themselves chasing leather all night. And Wahid Abdul, shoe stayed on for most of the week, but I have a feeling he might keep it pretty loose in a week or so's time when he comes back for Championship week.
Yeah, I suspect so. But congratulations to Barwell, who came at the end. Cracking innings of 40 off 15 for him with 7 boundaries. Really showed a clean strike and probably did what a few of the top order needed to do, but that is all she wrote. And look at the happiness on the French boys, Dreux Cricket Club, who have been well-deserved winners of this game and of the Group D final. Turning our mind to next week, coming Monday, there's remarkably a day off.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to Croatia where there's some optimistic news here on day 2 of this European Cricket International series, and that is that the rain has stopped and we've got some blue skies at the moment. You can see a lot of people pitching in to try and remove the covers from the ground. Now we were scheduled to start right now, but yeah, as you can see we won't be starting on time. The rain has cleared though, and so it's just a matter of allowing the outfield a little bit of time to dry, getting that surface water kind of situation under control out there in the middle. So I'm not prepared to write off this game yet. Of course, the first game of the day, which was match 3 in the ECI-W, that was forced to be abandoned due to the inclement conditions, and so the teams got a point each. As for here though, I'm feeling cautiously optimistic that we might be able to get a game in, but it will be reduced overs because we're already losing time. So some good news here, so stay with us. Thanks again so much for your patience. I know it is frustrating. We've got so much more cricket coming up as well, of course. I'll be off to Malta tonight. We'll have 3 weeks there, 3 weeks in Barcelona then before we return to Qatar for the ECI-W, the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Now, speaking of women's cricket, we're going to show you a classic game from earlier in the year while we wait for this to develop. Like we said, I'm pretty optimistic we'll get a game on here. I'm not sure what length it will be. It just depends on the or how quickly the field dries. You can see the news from the toss. Slovenia here in match 3 of the ECI electing to bat first. No surprises there. They've defended really well. Croatia have had some issues with the bat in this series so far. Alan Magdalenic comes in. Nice to see him in the side. Chris Osborne comes in as well for Croatia. For Slovenia, I mean, Izaz Ali, the skipper, he was outstanding yesterday, wasn't he? And he had plenty of help as well. Ramanjot clicking with the bat and doing a pretty important job behind the stumps as well. Okay, so let's go back in time now while we wait. We will promise to bring you back as soon as there's any news, and you can actually have a look on the bottom of the screen as well for any updates as to whether we might have a start time. But for now, we're going to go back to the first ever ECI-W that we ran here on the European Cricket Network. We're going to go back to the 23rd of February as match 9 from Europa Point. This one saw the Netherlands taking on Italy. This was a 4-way series, of course. It also involves Sweden and the host Gibraltar. But here in match 9, I can tell you that Babette de Leijden, the Netherlands skipper, she won the toss and elected to bat. So she'll be opening up with Stera Callis. For Italy, it'll be Amelia Bartram opening up. Joe Wigasani is the next voice you hear. I'll be commentating this one with him. And we'll stay tuned here, hopefully some action live. But for now, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo out there in the middle of the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Wigasani, and here we are for this top of the table clash. It was a pretty tightly contested match the previous time these two came up against each other, with the Netherlands just pulling away towards the end there. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard for this upcoming fixture. And good to see those Dutch stalwarts back in the side. Babette de Leijden, Stera Callis, Iris Zwilling, they'll all be playing a big part tonight. Good to see Stera Callis back in there as well. Of course, after that little stomach bug that's been going through the Dutch ranks. And for Italy, well, it was great to see Amelia Bartram really turn it on last night, putting on a good score as she took her side home to victory. And with the expected score, as calculated by, of course, Crickbot, who is somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, I assume, being shipped to Vinny Sandhu. 89 for the Netherlands, 66 for Italy is what is predicted. Let's have a look how that matches up to the reality in front of us. It is Callis out there with Babette de Leijden to be opening the batting. And it will be incumbent upon the Italian team to really just keep their lines nice and tight. We've seen so much in this series how the sundries can play a big role in your team's fortunes. So Amelia Bartram to start with. She's been doing a good job opening the bowling and the batting. We saw her get an early breakthrough yesterday with the ball. And certainly they will all be hoping that that is the case tonight. The two outfielders are in the third man position and then sort of wideish, long off. Everyone else being inside the ring at 3 on the leg side. 5 on the off. Everyone's out there. Let's play some cricket. So on this occasion, Deleta just coming forward to the pitch of the ball, taking it on the up as it was dug in short and runs through for a quick single. And that was hit with some ferocity, but the intent to run as quickly as possible was definitely there, and just goes to show, and even if you hit it hard to this infield, you can take the opportunity for a run. So Stera Cullis now, of course, plays in the 100 over in England. Very capable batter. Goes looking for that one, but then decides it is way out of reach. So far out of reach, in fact, it is going to be a wide. There's a little bit of a tense silence that's come upon the pitch here. The Italians not as chirpy as they have been usually, and this time Cullis goes searching for it again. Makes contact, manages to get a single, running it down to the third man position. So far, Bartram just not quite getting that line right. Too far out the channel. If you're going to bowl that wide, you need to put it fuller. Now again, just wide and short, outside off, and cut ferociously down into the covers, and they take that single once again. So the Dutch batters here really going to show that you can find singles in the infield, and it immediately starts to put pressure on the batters, on the fielders. So this time, well, that one is a good delivery from Bartram. Kicked up off the deck, and Cullis trying to play it down, just catches the top end of the bat and pops up a little bit. No catching chances, there's nobody in that close, but good signs for the Italians. Halfway through the first over, 4 runs on the board. Bartram in to Cullis, and this time just splays it away, and it's a great fielding attempt, but finds the gap, runs all the way to the fence. 4 runs, what a shot. Cullis just playing it off the back foot. It's beautifully square of the wicket as well. Great attempt by Regina to reel that in, but to no avail. First boundary on the board for the Dutch. Cullis batting a fair way outside her crease as well. So those shorter balls, well, we've seen them cause trouble, and even to some of the top batters in the tournament, those can certainly prove a handful. Those shorter ones that stay low, and that been on the stumps, well, despite the cross-batted shot, would have been out as it was. That is the end of the first, and the Netherlands, they're on 8 for none. And coming into the commentary box, here's Vinny Sando.
Thanks very much, and have a look at Regina Sidozai. 8 wickets in the series, head and shoulders above the rest in this contest, and I wonder if they might bring on a little bit earlier to counter the top order. Deleta and Cullis back. They're the 2 top run scorers the Netherlands involved in this game. Also got Iris Zwilling there in 3rd place of the players playing tonight. Anyway, this looks like it's going to be Chaturika Mahamalagi who's going to bowl over number 2. Yeah, it was a great game when these 2 teams met the other day. And I think, yeah, Italy really brought it against the Netherlands. It's a nice little swinger, but also a pretty good sweep shot. We've seen this. It's the diving double foot stop. Because of that, the ball gets away. They get 2. That's really good running from Babette Deleta to get back. Yeah, so in that game, it was game 3. It was 90-69, Netherlands winning, but they were certainly tested in that game, Joe.
Yeah, they certainly were. What I really liked with that from Deleta is how she almost got in a position to play the pull shot, saw that ball was keeping low, and got down for the sweep, really adjusting well.
Wow, has this got onto the stumps? Oh, I think this might have
not knocked the bails off.
Yeah, let's have a look. This will show it. Oh, you got to be joking. That's hit it pretty hard as well. Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
super
clocked into
disappointing.
him. I tell you what, Deleta, can't believe her luck, tell you that much. Oh, now it looks run out.
She's taking it.
It's a slip sliding catch.
She's taking it.
Hope she's all right. Sidazai goes down, but I think she might have been hurt here. She actually slipped and she still kind of went for it and she crashed onto her back. That's hurt, but that's out. So Delata, the best of fortunes and the worst of fortune in the space of 30 seconds, and it's 10 for 1.
Gee, what a wonderful piece of bowling, though, from Mahamalage, really putting this up, and the advanced shot getting the big leading edge, and what a grab by Regina.
Because she had two hands on the ball, she could not protect herself from the fall. So that's a proper spine smasher. But Sidazai knows what's important, holding onto the ball. She's up, she's about, so that's good. But what a catch. And Delata, I mean, how quick can your luck turn around? I mean, she just basically got bowled, but the bails didn't fall off. And the very next ball, she goes, and look, Mahamalagi, it was all about the movement on that. There was that straightening down the line that forced the slight leading edge, and very useful wicket for the Italians.
Yeah, absolutely. The breakthrough that they wanted. Italy, and Mahamalage doing the damage again. Can't keep her out of the game at all. We've seen that so far in the series.
Now we've got Zwilling, who comes in and hits the first ball pretty confidently out to Sonia Tofoletto.
Now there's
Gets off the mark.
Sorry, Vinny. There's something here that it's definitely been a progression through this series. That long off is really wide.
Yeah,
and I think that's a tactical change from the Italians, trying to counter that aggressive driving from the Dutch.
Oh, another good ball. They go with the hit. Oh, that might have been close, you know. Yeah, so what I like about this, Mahamalagi straightening it stump to stump, so it's a slightly risky shot. I think if that hits, she's probably gone. Didn't really get a good bat slide in, but I mean, Callis is a class player, isn't it? Isn't she? You've seen that already with some of the stroke play. She's good enough to make sure she gets some bat on that. Yeah, they certainly have gone for that kind of wider, more of a deep cover, isn't it, than a long off, really.
Yeah,
and
yeah, it's like a deep extra cover.
Trying to cover the bases. Anyway, this will be the end of the over. 13 for 1. So, yeah, Italy, remember the other night, like I said, they were pretty competitive. They held the Netherlands to 90, and they scored 69. I think from memory, there are quite a few off the last over in that. I think it might have been 19 off the last over. That's just from memory. And if they could have maybe held them down to something in the 70s or maybe an 80, maybe could have gotten a bit closer. But anyway, so far so good. But here is Zwilling. She is 6 foot tall and ready to smash. Here we go in over number 3. It's Pedrick coming to the attack, the skipper. And gets the first one past the outside edge. Good areas.
Gee, great ball that. Just rolling the wrist over it as she let it go. And, had some nice movement as well. So, good start from Pedrick.
And Andrew Hogan, hopefully well. Hello to Mrs. Hogan, obviously. It's Pedrick. This time she goes straight down the ground and beats the fielder. Gets a hand on it, but it's not going to stop it in time. So the first boundary for Iris, who had the captaincy last night. She's handed it over tonight, but she still likes to score and score quickly. This is a good bit of placement.
Great shot. Look at the inches by which a boundary can be determined.
It's good effort from the fielder.
Great effort, but just out of reach.
Yeah, got to get these two quickly or it could be trouble. This time, nice footwork, gets down, then swings across it. Just going with the movement, so Zwilling goes back to back and moves into double figures.
Yeah, look at this quick movement and just getting into position and holding her shape as well, really still as she hit the ball.
Still on the power play, so only 2 outfielders for this over. Then you'll have the ability to protect the boundaries a little bit more with 4 outfielders allowed.
Yeah, they've brought that deep extra cover back in. So it's just the 2 on the leg side now.
Got it, just pulled a bit to the left. Already beaten her once outside off stump this over, Pedrick. Better. This one goes into the infield. Hits the stump. Zwilling gets through for the single. Yeah, see a little bit of basic here from Zwilling, who, well, lucky she had the foot in the first time. She didn't ground the bat. Nice throw.
Yeah, they're active in the field. So you've got this mid-off and now sort of extra cover coming around again a little bit. But then long on, and there's obviously a directive to the extra cover in the long on that if it is hit towards mid-off, to run as fast as you can to try to do the backing up. They really seem to be playing with some fielding tactics here, the Italians.
Yeah, and bowling to the field there, just kind of cramping her for room. Interesting, you could kind of see Callis. She looked like she wanted to go inside out. If she had any chance to maybe hit it through cover or over cover, because there's no outfielders back there. But, yeah, the movement just kind of forced her to flick it away on the leg side. Couple of balls to go on this power play.
Look at that great ball from Pedrick.
And she moves the ball really, really well into the right-hander. So it's a bit risky, I think, bowling the power play, but not the worst over at all from Kamudu. She goes for 9. And at the end of the power play, pardon me, she goes for 10 in the end. It's 23 for 1. Apologies, our score seems to be a little bit slow catching up, but we'll head into the middle overs. Hello to a few people in the chat as well, Nico. Nice to see you back. Hello to Ayan. Hello to Shaquille Simanto. You thought there was a bit of jaunty roads about Regina's catch.
I like that comment.
And hello to Rahul. Saying the Dutch girls look tall. Well, they're the second tallest females in the world, according to our records as a nation, not this specific team out here. Anyway, here we go.
A lot of cheese. A lot of cheese in the diet.
Yeah, I like that they bring Mahamalagi back, who was swinging the ball pretty well. Nice drive, picks out the fielder. That is Kamudu Pedrick, captain.
Yeah, I don't mind that decision at all. Try to get another breakthrough. She did it in the first over, getting rid of the very dangerous Stera Cullis.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to bowl her out, try to make another breakthrough.
Yeah, Bebet got lucky when the ball hit the stumps, but then, yeah, it was a strange catch, really. Losing your footing on this, you can't imagine that it's too slippery, but it's just one of those things, and Regina did well to keep her composure. Callis on strike. Oh, bowled. Don't think there's anything but fresh air on this, but still a very good piece of bowling. Doesn't matter who you are. If you get it in the danger zone, just have a look at that curve. Also, very good keeping. Ratnayake, for me, has been one of the best keepers in the tournament. Very adept up to the stumps. Babette Talena back. It's a bit of a weapon behind the stumps as well for the Netherlands. This one turns into a full toss, which knocked out to Delisha Naniakara. So, yeah, certainly not quite the dominance I think the Dutch would have been hoping for through the power play. But still, two very powerful hitters at the crease.
Certainly, they have it within them to take this away from the Italians pretty quickly, but the Italians doing a great job, really cramping up the Dutch batters, falling into their pads.
Yeah, Andrew Hogan saying bowlers getting massive shape in. Is that wind? It was not too windy tonight, and actually you're seeing the ball being swung both ways.
And the wind's coming from the other direction tonight. Yeah. It's coming from right to left.
Mahamalagi's a natural outswing bowler, whereas Pedrick's a natural in-swing bowler, and they're both swinging the ball. They're kind of the regular ways. And it's going.
Seeing that one moving away.
And nice bit of fielding, but they're not going to get Callis in time. Let's see how the Dutch do it here. We talked a lot about backing up, didn't we, in the last game? We kind of examined Gibraltar. See, Callis is there, and she never even thinks about turning around. When she gets the call, she goes and gets there easily. So I think some of the other teams are getting with the program on this running between the wickets. It is really a fundamental. I think I mentioned that when I was a kid, sometimes we do entire training sessions just on running between the wickets, and now I realise how boring that sounds, but it's such an important part of the game, especially in this form of the game where it's a bit chaotic.
Must have helped you when you had to run for a bus at times.
That's true. I remember once forgetting my hockey stick, running home, running back to school and getting stopped by the police.
What, for speeding?
True story. While I was running with a stick.
Sounds like Perth.
Profiling. Anyway, here we go with Mahamalagi. Nice shot straight down the ground. This will take some stopping, and in fact, it won't be stopped. It just pierces long on and long off. Callis, class player. You can see the movement is there, but it's kind of predictable. And Stera Callis good enough to whack that one back over the umpire's hat.
Yeah, had a few siders now, Kaz Callis, so certainly getting to the pitch of that and hitting it straight, knew exactly where she wanted to put it, and that is where it went. It'll be good to see if Mahamalagi's got a little bit of variation here, just to play with the fact that Callis' eye is in a little bit at the moment.
Full toss. Down to the long off this time. Didn't quite get the length again. What you're ideally looking for is for it to bounce, so they're hitting on the up. As it is, we'll see more of Callis because she'll be facing up at the end of 4 overs. The score is 30 for 1. And, well, Joe, tell me about your day. What did you get up to today?
Very relaxed, easy day, Vinny. Yeah, so we're staying in this lovely hotel over in La Linea de la Concepcion.
Yeah.
Over in the Spanish border, and my room balcony faces the Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah, I've got a rock facer as well.
Rock facer.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I think you're a few doors down from me actually, so
I'll try
try
to
to keep it quiet tonight.
So my day involved visiting this wildlife park where I got a few answers because there was a bit of controversy about the monkey-ape debate. The first thing was, this was amazing, was the Alameda Wildlife Conservation Park. It's where they look after animals that have been tried to be illegally smuggled in and they've confiscated. Here's Regina coming on over number 5. Nice looking drive, gets the gap, and it'll go to the boundary. Good from Landagi. But this is a good shot from Callis who gets to the pitch. Yeah, we kind of mentioned last night, no one had been that proactive against Regina trying to disrupt her length. And you can see that's just a good, confident move forward.
Yeah, this will be a real challenge for Regina. She's had the golden arm so far in this tournament, picking up wickets with abandon. But at the moment, she is up against probably her biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, for sure. But if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So it's a great opportunity for her. Bold. Yeah, make it a little slower. Kind of tempting a repeat shot, but not there. So, yeah, went to this park and I actually fed some lemurs. I might get a picture up at some point. I fed some lemurs, and we're talking about in the cage with the lemurs, getting to know them. Their names were Spider and Boo, and another one that I can't remember. Lovely lemurs. Nicest lemurs I've ever met. Anyway, this one is going to be down.
So what did you feed them?
They're super clever. So these are lemurs. They were actually pets of some people in France that were no longer able to look after them. So they've ended up at this wildlife conservation park. And it was actually a dad and a son and a daughter. Unfortunately, the mum passed away last year. They're just a typical lemur family. And
nuclear lemur
so it was
family.
a mixture of grapes, red peppers or capsicum, and sweet potato. And that's the order they liked them in. So they actually were quite fussy.
Yeah.
I think they'd been
It's almost the dessert first.
Yeah, they were pretty keen on the grapes. And they would turn down the rest till the grapes were gone.
There's the bat of God.
Good shots. Yeah, this was going to be one anyway. So it's
Ben,
not really a big deal.
Stokes special.
When you're hitting him well, sometimes you hit him well at both ends. And Callis is at the moment. Anyway, so
that sounds like a great day. So some lemurs in Gibraltar.
That's just a fun aside.
Was that in Gibraltar or Spain?
That was in Gibraltar. Yeah. Nice shot, leans on it. But there's a serious side to this as well. In fact, I might wait to look everyone in the eye and tell you, because I was getting all sorts of hate mail when I was calling them monkeys, and people were saying, look, they're apes, they're not monkeys, they don't have tails, and etc., etc. 39 for 1. And look, I'm going to welcome you into the commentary position right now. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Joe Wigasani with me. No, I like to have fun like a lot of people, but sometimes we have to be serious.
This is serious.
I got told by an expert today, all apes are monkeys, but not all monkeys are apes. So anyone out there that said to me that I was wrong for calling them monkeys, you write in and you apologise.
Was it an expert in
They were
monkeys and
a wildlife
apes?
conservation expert.
There we go.
I hate to point my crooked wicketkeeper finger at you, but you know who you are, Corey Rutgers, and I'm just telling you.
So nothing to do with the tails.
Yeah, they are actually tailless monkeys. So it's actually an unusual type of monkey because it is true. Normally, tailless.
So all apes are monkeys.
So all apes are monkeys. Everyone,
we're
get your
also
pen and
monkeys.
paper out. All apes are monkeys.
So we're
but not
also
all.
monkeys.
Yeah, I guess so. Speak for yourself. Anyway, sorry, great to have your company. Anyway, now we know.
Hey, thank you very much, Vinny Sandu.
Sometimes you got to really spell it out.
Look, I'm so glad that you went out to do the research.
Well, I'll tell you what, no monkeying around here because this one's gone miles. Maximo! What a way to start the second half of the innings. I think 9 wickets in hand. They're going to go large. You can expect it. And Callis goes boom.
Yeah, wonderful use of the feet once again from Stericallis.
Well, Santosh is in the chat. Apparently had a question.
Yeah,
Put it in there again for me, Santosh.
I think the question is, can you answer his question?
Is it is it monkey related?
It's a monkey or ape.
Anyway, now we know. I took a beautiful picture of one of the monkeys yesterday, didn't I? Put it in the group chat. Oh, shot. This is really good. It's going to be tough to stop, and it won't be stopped. 4 runs. Great effort, though, from Toffoletto. But You see Callis, she's got all the shots, doesn't she?
Certainly does, playing all around the ground. I love the fact that you can now say monkey with such a self-assuredness.
I'm just saying it with such freedom.
Yeah.
They're amazing, though, honestly. I mean, we all know about the Monkey Crime Syndicate and how they got my lunch yesterday, but I was better friends with them today. And I had some really unusual animals in there because people trying to smuggle all kinds of things, and this is where they end up. Obviously, they can't really release them in the wild because if they would, they could. There was a lot of tortoises there. I saw a couple of peacocks. How do you smuggle a peacock in? I don't know.
Yeah, with a lot of colours, you'd imagine.
Batting this time, and this is going to be 4 more. Just waited on that long enough to beat the backward point, and Callis looks on a rampage now. It brings up the 50 for the Netherlands, and things looking dangerous. They badly need a wicket.
Yeah, they certainly do. Might want to just think about trying one of their other spinners here. It is Nani Yakata, who is getting the treatment a little bit. 10 off just the 2. Oh, it's 14 now, 3 balls.
Well, Santosh's question regards cricket in America. Come back to you then. The second Santosh. Smart batting. Right. Did pretty well. And Bartram does well to make the stop. I like the fielding here. Got down, got behind it with the whole body as well. Then a Roman Campanelli Cricket Club as well, saying Forza Azure. Mouth imploded there. But let me come back to you in a minute, Santosh. More work for Bartram, who keeps it to 1. Good fielding.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one thing, just stay tuned. That's all I'm going to say. ECN, obviously, grown here in Europe, big European focus, but I think the time will come where we'll leave the borders. Oh, well, that's the proper beamer. That's going to be 4. It's not going to get much better for Nani Yakara because she's going to have to serve up a free hit. And that's not going to be an easy prospect to Callis, who's up and going. This one would have hit her right between the eyes, but she saw it really well and sends that one down towards the rugby goals.
Yeah, always the problem when you just give a little bit too much of the air there, trying to create a point of difference, trying to mix it up, which is certainly what she has to be doing. But Callis just too good on that occasion.
Our last ball coming up. This free hit. Here we go. Oh, she missed it, but so does the keeper. This is going to be 4 byes. So, yeah, this is just a little bit of a technical thing from Ratnayaka because she kind of expects this will hit something. You see how her feet never move, and she knows it straight away. Her feet kind of never follow the line of the ball. She thought, well, it's going to be hit or it's going to hit the stumps, but it does neither. So, unfortunately, nearly leaking a few there. 64 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, a few coming off that one, and so small chances really that you have to capitalise on when you're facing such a good unit as this Dutch team.
Hang in there, Nico Fernando. He put the old face palm on there. I mean, yeah, it's an annoying thing as keeper when you do that because you kind of realise, hold on, Connor could have done a bit better. But what I would train keepers do is pretend there is no batter, pretend there are no stumps. It's easier said than done. So that ball you just saw, she just stayed still like, okay, well, I won't be required here. But that's the ones that you do often miss between the batter and the stumps. Anyway, here's Regina needing a breakthrough. Hit and run. And look how confident the Dutch are with their communication. There's no hesitation there at all. And Regina, well, she was in the commentary box the other night, did a very good job. She's enjoying her first week in international cricket. But, yeah, it's going to be a contest. And that's what she's finding out right now. It's well bowled, I think. Just kind of trying to tempt them into the shot. So Akmal Shahid saying, why are Tunbridge Wells not in the ECL? The answer is whoever wins the Vitality T20 club competition in England, that's who comes. So Hornchurch won it last year. So that's the competition Tunbridge Wells won the year before. Oh, beautiful shot.
What a great
really
shot.
Good hands, a good placement. What a stop, though. I think she stopped this, Maha Malagi. And, well, they're going to have a look at this. I actually think I gave her no hope, to be honest. Let's have a look. Let's just have a look where she is. Is she on the field? Yeah, so far so good.
Oh, that knee. Yeah.
I think her knee is over just as she touches it, so it'll be 4. But I tell you what, that was a brilliant effort. Brilliant effort. And it's nice to see Italy still throwing themselves around.
You really can't fault the effort in the field by the Italians or any of the teams, actually. There's been Certainly some physical acts.
Now over the offside and curving away from the fielder. Again, brilliant effort. Oh, no good deeds going unrewarded here at the moment. Toffoletto tries to bat it back in, but that'll be 4 more. And right now, it's really hard to bowl to these two.
Yeah, super difficult. They're going to have to really rack the brains trust to come up with a plan here as these two look set. That was great work, though, by Toffoletto out there in the deep. Unfortunately, unable to keep it in, but a really great endeavour. So you saw some Tortugas.
I did see some Tortugas.
Very happy to hear about that day for you, Vinny.
I'll tell you how many there were. Lots.
Lots.
So many. They had numbers on their shells.
Really?
And one of the numbers was 1,013. I don't know if that's some sort of code.
So
I didn't see 1,000. I saw probably like 9. And I saw them moving around.
So what's amazing about that to me, you know how my brain works, right? No,
I know exactly, but
look at the, there's a, where we are in this part of the world, in the Iberian Peninsula, there used to be a Spanish king whose kid was sick, and it was decided the best remedy for him was turtles. He had to eat turtles.
Wow.
But they ran out of turtles in Spain.
How hungry was this kid?
They're very, very hungry, yeah. He sent all the king's royal turtle finders out to go and seek the lakes and ponds for turtles. So it's good to hear that they don't have that problem anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean,
lack
these were
of turtles
attempted to be smuggled in, so I won't get into it completely. Anyway, 7 overs down, 76 for 1. Coming up tomorrow, what's a triple treat from the Rock tomorrow night? Friday night cricket. As the Netherlands, they're going to double up in matches 11 and 12, so 3 instead of the regular 2 games here. Sweden, Italy, that's a return of what we saw last night. I think Sweden a bit disappointed they couldn't do better against the Italians. So a tricky one for Italy first up. They've just got the 1 game. Sweden play the first and 3rd game. And Gibraltar, they'll have their final game of the group stage. Going to put a bit of a tough one against the Netherlands in match 11. Join us tomorrow night, 4:30 GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India for more fan code ECI-W action. Anyway, yeah, so I don't think these turtles were native to the area. But, I mean, they were getting around.
It's just good to know that there's no lack of turtles in Spain anymore.
Think of what else I saw. Saw some awesome talking birds. Just the old, hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
The old papagayo, the old parrots.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Did they say anything else?
No, they said hello and one said hi.
Won't get them in the commentary box then.
Oh, you know who I can't remember what they're called. Little monkeys that look like Albert Einstein with tiny faces. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Bonobos?
Maybe. Yeah, that sounds about right. These things were all over the place. They
Very frisky.
Looked like Doc Brown off Back to the Future. And they were just scampering around. They have these little tunnels, like kind of wire tunnels that kind of all around you. So they were still in cages, but, you know, there'd just be one scampering over your head.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. So this is the Gibraltar.
It was the Alameda Wildlife Conservation Park, AWCP, in the Botanical Gardens. Anyway, Bartram's back a little bit short, and this is going to be 4. So Callis closing in on a half century here. Around the wicket, plan of attack. I think, you know, once it bounces outside the leg stump, you know, you can't be OBW. So Callis has the immunity to swing away and gets a boundary.
And one positive there for Bartram was the significant seam movement in with that ball. Certainly if she can push that up a little bit more of a full length and get that cutting away from the right-hander, she'll be in with the chance.
Thanks for all the questions in the chat. I'll try and get to as many of those as I can over the last 3 overs of this. Bartram needs to pitch it up here. Oh, Callis premeditates the ramp. I don't think this has hit bat. I think this might have hit her arm. See what the call is. Call is runs, so maybe a bit of glove there. So let me get through these questions. We've got who's going to win ECS, Sweet United or Gozo Zalmi? Well, Gozo Zalmi actually qualified fourth. Royal Strikers in second. For me, Sweet United, you can't really go past a team that's undefeated. So that'll be my prediction. That's a safe one. But anything can happen. They'll have the day off tomorrow for finishing in the top 2. This one's leaned on. I want to give a shout out to all the Malta crew as well. They had proper fog this morning. First game was only five overs. And I was saying, okay, how bad could this fog be, right? So I wanted a picture. It just looked like the steam room at the hotel that we were in while we were washed out for 3 days. You couldn't see anything. So glad they still got the games on, though.
Yeah, good. Great effort by that crew over there.
Oh, that one comes back. Not handled by Nayaka. Get a bye. So big shout out to Rico as well, doing a proper job over there in Malta. So just the elimination day tomorrow where 8 will become 4. What else have we got here? Steve asking, is the ECB that decided? Yeah, essentially every federation decides how the ECL qualifier works. Well, they nominate a team. Essentially, they nominate a team, and they'll have pretty much every different federation, because every cricket competition is different, will have a different way they do it. It's pretty well bowled by Bartram, but now they're just taking off on everything. Good slide as well. I'm liking that slide, and so do her teammates there. Willing gets in. This is a bit better than just plonking the foot in. I like it.
Had to get around.
Yeah, so some federations will be their 20-over winner, their 40-over winner. Sometimes it is based on ECS results or a mixture of these things. In Guernsey, it's a mixture. All right, this time it's a ramp that's gone slightly wrong, but not too wrong. It'll still get her 4. That's the old backwards drive from Zwilling, who's turning on the trick shots now. As it's 87, the Dutch up and away here in match 9.
Yeah, this is really impressive from Cullis. Just getting down low in time, premeditated, but did really well to adjust to the line as well. And lucky not to get caught, but
she tried that before, didn't she?
Fortune favours the bold.
Yeah, well, it was bowled from Sarah Cullis. She tried that before and didn't get the ball that she wanted. You always want a little bit of length on that if you're going to play it.
Yeah,
nice
don't want it to bounce up and into the helmet, that's for sure.
88 for 1 after 8, so they're going at 11 and over. And yeah, Tunbridge Wells actually told me last year they were so disappointed they didn't win, because then they could have automatically come back. Yeah. They said, Vinny, you don't know how hard it is to qualify in England. Of all the clubs in England to qualify, and they were heartbroken. They couldn't quite get over Pack Care in the final. But looking forward to seeing Hornchurch. I've been having a few messages with them. I think they'll have the services of Adil Malik, who's Shoaib Malik's brother. Shoaib Malik, Pakistan player. So that should be good. Anyway, Pedrick's back with a little in-duckers. I think a 2 here. They're going to take it on. Good throw. We'll have her gone. Yeah. I think this might be gone.
Direct hit would have had her, for sure.
I still think this is pretty close. I mean, it's a good dive.
It's a good dive
from Zwilling.
She's got reach.
This will be an interesting replay.
Because she grabs it and it comes back a little bit. It takes a little bit of time to get it onto the stumps.
Let's have a look.
I think she's home.
She is. Oh, that's probably between frames.
Just home.
I think you got to give that in. What a great dive. I mean,
great dive. Using all 6 foot of her.
Work. Yeah. So, I mean, she probably doesn't realise how close that was. But now we're talking microseconds there. Oh, okay.
And 50 up.
Second innings of this game. I've got some breaking news as well. Some breaking ECL-related news coming to you in the second innings. So stay tuned. All right, now let's watch Pedrick in the 9th.
Breaking news update right there, folks.
Well, the old reverse Malachi attempt comes up with nothing. Sharia Hassan saying hello. How am I? And I'm very well, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. Are you watching from Bangladesh, perhaps? You wanted me to say your name? Well, there you go, Sharia. I've said it twice. So welcome to the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying it. How are you enjoying this Women's International T10? They'll get 1 here. I don't think they'll get more than that. By the way, Callis has reached 50 on the quiet. I don't know how she snuck that one past us, but she's batted really well. 50 off 27 balls.
It was that run-out attempt.
Yeah. Anyway, with 10 balls left, they want to get up towards that 110 mark. It's well bowled. A little bit of extra bounce there. And so, yeah, Pedrick, I've got to say her efforts have been pretty good.
She's a real thinking bowler, Pedrick. You can tell cogs are constantly working, trying to figure out a plan, and has been aware that you can get some good bounce just outside off. Oh, good stumping.
Yeah, really good keeping. And Pedrick, well, like water off a duck's back. She looks cool as you like. Callis goes to the well once too often against the swing that does it. This is a good bit of keeping, and that's really technically very good for Ratnaika, who stays low. She doesn't snatch, she doesn't panic. She knows she's got time. So if she catches it cleanly, it's going to be an easy stumping. So she doesn't snatch at it. I really like that bit of work behind the stumps. But Callis makes a really good half century, but she goes for an even 50. She's the second wicket to fall. That's 91 for 2.
Great knock, and you can hear the applause from her teammates as Callis wanders off the pitch. That was certainly something to set a foundation for this Dutch team. Just under 1.5 overs to go. And certainly be looking to make the most of this. Plenty of wickets in hand to try to make an assault on 110 plus.
Now,
Overdijk coming in now.
one thing I will say is that Adil Malik, who's playing for Hornchurch, because some people are saying, okay, they'll have no T10 experience. He's played in a professional T10 tournament before in Abu Dhabi. So, I mean, he'll have some. And I think if you're a short form team, you're going to enjoy T10, even though it's obviously a bit different, but they'll have all the skills. This one's pulled a little bit wide. This is Frederick Overdijk. Nice to see her out there. Tell you what, I was watching her in warm-up. She was absolutely crunching them. So perfect time for her to come in. I think she actually put some balls out of shape hitting into the concrete wall. Let's ball this over.
Catches it on the crease.
Has a good think about this.
Bit high.
Yeah, Frederick. And I think this is a really good shout, to be honest. Maybe a little bit high climbing.
Oh, it's a good shout.
It's a really good. You see, just had a few doubts there.
Just, yeah, height maybe being the issue. She's tall, though.
The more I look at that, the more I'm convinced that maybe she was a bit lucky to get away with that Overdijk. And the umpire gets one look, says it's not out. It's 92 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, Sunu Ramashana there, the umpire. Done a very good job, though. ICC qualified umpire.
Luke's got a really good point in the chat saying the new format in the ECL doesn't give teams much time to play themselves in, so that could be dangerous for teams like Hornchurch. Yeah,
bit
agree.
shorter, bit sharper.
Yeah. You only get 4 matches and then finals, so remember that double chance is going to be super important. Yeah. Oh, he says that he's apologised. I'm just joking about the monkeys thing, having a bit of a laugh, but I thought I was wrong, and then when I got told that today, it was like Christmas. I said, I cannot wait.
You print it out and put it on the wall.
Made it sound like a statutory
all
declaration.
Apes are monkeys,
all
not
apes are monkeys. But
monkeys
all
are apes.
All right, here's Sharon with the Nagi. To hold the 10th, starts with a wide.
Well, we're all one primates, really.
Well, it's a super hard throw. Probably didn't need to be that hard. As Wheeling gets to the other end. And pretty unselfish. It means Overdijk gets a chance here. Hello to Sajith Fernando. Saying, have to wait till September to see us again. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you. Don't worry about that. Probably in Rome, I imagine. So, yeah, really good discussion in there. Cherio Hazen saying, is Ratnaka the best keeper in this tournament? Yeah, I mean, she's right up there. I think Babette Delata, though. Babette Delata, we only saw her really night 1.
I feel this is a really good decision to bring Vitanage on at this stage. They certainly could have done with it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, true.
But she causes troubles to the batters. She puts them in quite quick, and she gets through her overs fairly quick as well.
Yeah, Babette Delata, I think, is pretty good with the gloves as well. So, again, let's just appreciate that they're both very good keepers. Get over here. Going for it. Kind of dragging it off the inside half of the bat. Don't think they'll get a chance to even go for 2 here. Yeah, but Netherlands has been pegged back a little bit, but just a little bit, I suppose.
It's been a good couple of last overs to pick up that wicket and stymie the flow of runs.
Yeah, stay tuned for that ECL bombshell.
I can't wait. I'm not going anywhere.
Coming up. Yeah, well, you can't go anywhere. Anyway. Yes, the volcano's in the chat, Sajith. Hello to you. Okay, just pointing that out. Well, this one. Wanted a run out chance, but the thing with Zwilling is about, she goes 6 metres in about 3 steps. Just moonwalks back into the crease. Using the feet, but yeah, Wittenagi really not putting too much on the ball, making the batters make the pace. We saw that be pretty effective in the Gibraltar ECT10 series, right? Just bowlers taking the air out of the ball.
Yep.
This is hit well, but what a good catch. Regina Sudazai takes it cool as you like, and this time she doesn't have to land on her vertebrae as it was absolutely smacked towards her. Overdijk can't take a trick, really. And this is
a hard catch, Vinny. We've seen them coming in this direction so often at this ground where they've gone through the fingers, just hit flat and hard.
Yeah, it's feeling actually that hits that and picks out the fielder. I mean, a couple of metres either side. I don't think Regina has a play on that, but she's caught really well. Remember, it's quite a brisk night here in Gibraltar. That is the 3rd wicket, and Sharon Wittenagi gets on the wicket takers list. It's 97 for 3. There's 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, in we've said it a couple of times, all the different teams here at different stages in their development. But with the catching, it's one thing that I think maybe Sweden and Gibraltar can look at a little bit is not feeling rushed or hurried to catch a ball. Regina did really well just to wait for it to come to her, and cool as you like, just staying calm, letting the ball come to you.
All right, so Eva Lynch gets one chance. I reckon she's going to dance and she's going to try and smack it through the rugby goals. Let's go. Just tries. That slides into the pad. I'll just get one leg by. Probably need to hold this.
Oh, he's come back for the second though.
No, just the one will do. So, look, they do pretty well in the end to hold them to 98.
Great.
I think Nagi bowls a very good over. I think, if you look at the way that innings looked like it was going, and they were 88 off 8 and they were on target for 110. But in the end, just 4 and then 6 off the last over. So only get 10 off the last 2. Hold it to double digits. Italy, well, you never know if they can get going. This could be done, but they're going to have to bat really well. Let's go back to some of the highlights. And really, a bit of a masterclass by the top 3. Hit the ball pretty well. I think that Italy did their best. I like the kind of the efforts in the field, throwing themselves around. We saw Babette get lucky. The ball hit the stumps. That would have been bowled, didn't knock the bails off. She went to a very good catch from Sudasai at first with 2 catches. But yeah, then this partnership was key, wasn't it? Callis and Zwilling really took the game, and they took the game on through the middle overs and actually built a pretty good foundation for this total of 98.
Yeah, certainly this top order of the Dutch lineup have shown themselves to be incredibly dangerous. But once they started going out, well, it showed that the Italians were able to put a little bit of a clamper on. A few balls are going awry there, and Stera Colours, and with good help as well by Iris Zwilling, really finding the gaps in the field, managing to hit it all around the place with a bit of creativity, getting funky as well. As you see with that nice little ramp shot.
I like this.
Great run out as well.
I think that Zwilling got a bit of a wake-up call when she almost got run out earlier, when she just plonked her foot in. Great bit of keeping there to get rid of Callis, but her 50 was brilliant. Also very nice fielding from Regina on a bit of a cold night to grab that one because it was motoring. So, yeah, the last...
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. It is the final day of our two-week adventure here, and we've got some cricket, some live cricket for you. So we're super excited about this. Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, with Rico Full on his last day before a bit of a vacation away from the Cube. And finally, we're going to make you do something, Rico. Pretty excited to be out there on the field.
Yeah, I mean, well, what about this weather? Let's talk about this weather. I think folks back home that are looking out there now, probably like us, can't believe it. We've had everything. It's been chucking it down, and now the sun is out, and it's far too hot.
Yeah, and straight in our eyes at the moment as well. This is what we're looking at. Match 3, Slovenia winning the toss, electing to bat. Makes sense. They've been good at defending, haven't they? ECI-W was outstanding yesterday. I like the work of Karim Harris, who's come in on Rashid Mamadkel as well, coming in for Slovenia, who have a 2-0 advantage in the series. But here's the thing, this is only a 4-over game. So, I mean, all the strategy, all the things you like kind of goes out the window. It's a bit of a lottery, I think, when you get down to the 4-over format. Slovenia, remember they started 48% yesterday in game 1, but have a look with their form. They're now considered 66% favourites here in this 4-over match. That probably was based on 10 overs, so maybe the fact it's been reduced probably brings it a little bit closer together for me, Rico. But anyway, the main thing is we're going to get some cricket, and Croatia, they must win this game to have a chance of scoring the series.
Yeah, they must win. They're going with Ishant Rana to bowl the first over. He's been good. He's been more or less on the money. Let's see though how they adjust to this, because look, don't let the weather fool you. What I can tell you is that underground there, underfoot, is going to be very, very slippery. We are going to see players slip and slide, that's for sure. So this is what we got here, 4-over-a-side contest, 1-over power play, and well, of course, no bowler can bowl more than the 1-over.
Yeah, so should be exciting. 4-over fiesta here, live from Zagreb. Rana get going. Mamadkel promoted to open the innings. Okay, so Ramanshot not in his customary opening position, but I've got to say, Mamadkel, he's looked really good every time we've seen him. We saw him earlier in the year, of course, in ECI Romania. Let's see what he can do here. Match 3 begins. Begins with a huge swing and a miss, and fumbled by the keeper. Gets through the fielder behind him as well. They're going to take on the 2, and that's actually very good running in the end. So 2 byes to get this contest going.
Yeah, and as I was telling you, don't let the sunshine fool you. Just have a look at Alan here. Sliding, then he can't get up. He's slipping and sliding all over the place. Look, it's been good that we haven't had some rain for a little while. The sun's been out, a bit of wind, which dried things up quite amazing, but it's still going to be slippy. In comes Rana once more.
Doesn't get up at all, does it, this one? And that's been the story of this pitch all the way through. So, yeah, so as in what's a good score here? I mean, I feel like anything's chaseable, anything's defendable when you look at the top orders of these two teams. I mean, you could even ostensibly make, say, 20 or something like that and just have 4 really good overs, don't give away any extras, and you could defend it. Who knows? It's a slight miss hit. More work for Magdalenic, who's into the side today. Good early release that time. Yeah, so for me, though, if you had to talk par, I think with the boundaries in a little bit, as we know they are, maybe the kind of 40, 45, something like that, Rico.
Yeah, I think you go 10 and over here. And don't forget, Slovenia, they'll take that, because in terms of defending, they've been absolutely brilliant. Their bowling's been so good. So I think, yeah, they'll be happy. 40-plus score here, between 40 to 50. They'll settle for that.
Rana, so far so good. And this one not really going anywhere. The thing is, obviously, when you get to 4-over contest, 3-over contest, you can really choose what you think are your best bowlers. You don't have to go to that 5th bowler. And so I think that, in a way, kind of tips it a little bit towards the bowling team. Having said that, if someone's having a terrible over, they have to bowl the whole over, which is such a big proportion of the innings. In swing, and he goes large. Maximo! Well, ECI-W, a bit surprised he wasn't on strike first up, considering how well he's been hitting the ball. And he pulls that one out. Big hit. Izos continues his good form.
Yeah, tremendous shot, this from Izos. And just look at the way he keeps his body still. He gets right under it. And look at the head. The head is perfectly still. Big hit. Boom. Shakalagya. And that's the first boundary.
Now, cut away. Now, just get 1. This will end the first over. And there's the 10 you talked about. 10 without loss after 1.
Yeah, that's what they want to be going at. So they get the 10, and they'll be happy with that. They'll be happy that they got that 1 boundary. But yeah, I mean, all they're looking for here is like a couple of boundaries in every over. Hello to Christopher Ward. to Helix and the Croom. And I hope, well, you guys will be smiling now. Oh, don't forget, it is a Sunday, it is the weekend. And I'm glad that they can join us on this Sunday. And of course, it is Guy Fawkes Day as well today, the 5th of November.
Yeah, can't believe we're into November 2023. It's quite insane, isn't it? But yeah, just confirming that 1 over power play. So that's the end of the power play now, and you'll have up to 5 outfielders available to you. Yeah, Zanko back in the side for Croatia. Took the last one, of course. He's the women's coach, so he's had a bit of a workload this afternoon, or this weekend as well. Jawahar Danakula, the skipper to bowl. The second, good one first up, full and straight. Azali can only dig it out for 1.
Yeah, good delivery. Now, this is Danakula at his best. I thought he was bowling, or trying to bowl just a little bit too fast yesterday. And this is what he was doing all the way through the European Cricket Series. The captain, of course, for the Assassins. That's where he needs to be, full and straight on the money. It's well bowled.
Mikel, a powerful straight drive on him. This one drags a little bit towards the leg side, and well, it's a remarkable bit of foot fielding there to keep the ball alive. The stop is made. They'll get 2.
That's a great stop, you know. That really is. I mean, he's against the odds. He's running hard. The ball looks like it's going to beat him. He manages to stay inside, does he? Yep, gets the foot in. That's tremendously well done. Brilliant bit of work there from Anil Kumar.
Anil Kumar, I mean, it's one time you could try and go the slide, but then you never really know where you'll end up. If you take the ball with you over the line, there's no way you're going to be able to stop in time. Anyway, great improvisational stuff. Slow ball used last time by Danakula. Now goes pace on. This is hit through the offside. Should be handled out there. It is by Maheshwari. So Croatia, I mean, I know they weren't happy with how they played yesterday. They just didn't really gel, did they? Their batting fell away substantially, particularly in that second game. They were chasing a lot. Kind of made their own bed with a few missed opportunities and a few off deliveries when they were bowling. So today's a new day. They can square the series with 2 wins.
Yes, it's always some people looking in, enjoying the action.
And this one gets away. It's kind of what I'm talking about. The international level, striving for that consistency. Good take by Hashmi down the leg side, so no real damage, just the 1 run. But we've seen those turn into 5 wide sometimes, and on a field that has been hard to score off in the last couple of weeks, those 5ers are certainly pretty hurtful to your chances. There's, of course, the Croatian women's team getting ready. And it's been great to see the Croatian team supporting each other this weekend.
Yeah, it has been wonderful. And we enjoyed a bit of grub with them last night. So didn't we? It was not quite nice with all the teams. Nice looking shot, but it's going to be a really good catch. Makes it look easy. That's Hari Prasad Sathi Devi. What a good catch that is. It's pretty good contact from Ali. But Sathi Devi in the right place, doesn't move away from the boundary, stays still and takes a really good catch.
Yeah, excellent catch, because that was travelling. And it's a big wicket. I think Isas has been the form player, hasn't he, for Slovenia. So to get him before the halfway point, before he does too much damage, I think it's a big moment in this abbreviated contest. Slovenia lose their first wicket, 15 for 1.
Yeah, take that, Will Danakula. So the battle of the 2 captains is won by the captain of Croatia. And the bowling captain gets the wicket of the dangerous Izaz Ali. And now the left-hander comes in. So make the changes here. This is going to be Siddiqui.
Yeah, he didn't really hit his straps yesterday, but watching him for a couple of years, he is a very, very good player. Faces up with 2 to come in the second over. Danakula. I was going to say his natural angle across the left-hander, I think he quite enjoys bowling to left-handers, and that first one whistles past the outside edge of Siddiqui.
Yeah, it's a very good ball first up there to a lefty, isn't it? Just to get it moving away. There's some more locals that are looking in and saying, well, what's going on here then?
Czech women in the background as well, of course. Fortunately, their game was washed out this morning. Last ball, the over. Slow ball picked. Only gets a tiny piece of it. Siddiqui, he's off the mark. He'll retain the strike. So far for me, Croatians probably have the upper hand as we get to the end of the second. It's 16 for 1.
Yeah, just about. I agree with that. But you got the dangerous Rashid Mohammed who's still there. He's struggled to find the boundary, though. He's had 5 deliveries for 4. And they go with Siddiqui. So Siddiqui comes in above the likes of Ramanjot Singh. And also Krishna Kumar. You would imagine they'd use Krishna Kumar, wouldn't you? With just 4 overs. We saw what he did the other day when he play those big. We went in and he played a short but fiery innings.
It's always tough picking the order because you just don't know who's going to fire on a particular day. And also, you don't want to write off someone like Murmadkel. Let's say he misses a couple more. Do you switch him? You don't really know who's going to, if whoever replaced him, if they're going to hit it well. Anyway, sometimes you got to hope for the best. This is a good shot by Siddiqui. Sliced away. It's going to bounce just inside the rope. It'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Well played. And, well, Just Hobbit will be happy with that one. Hello to you, Joss. And also hello to Chris Smith. That's saying hello to us all.
Hello, Chris. Hello, Joss. Hello, Kroom as well, who's interestingly put an AI description of a 4-over match, which is alarmingly accurate. Hello to Helix as well. Hopefully well. Great to have some cricket on. And this is why I think it's great that we have 3-over minimum instead of 5. I mean, we wouldn't have got a game in here if otherwise. You can see everyone's keen to get out there. All right, pick up and throw, but a desperate dive gets Murmadkel home. It's going to be Evie on the follow through. Can't prevent the single.
He's going to dust himself down now a little bit here, get that sawdust off him, pick up his bat and make sure it's nice and dry. But I think he had to get that dive in. He wanted to make sure he gets there. But look at that, good bit of action there. Yeah. A little bit of diving all around from the bowler and the batter.
It's kind of can't believe how much sunshine we've got now, considering how bleak it looked this morning. So you never know.
Never mind the sunshine. I can't believe we're playing. I don't believe this outfield. It's just very, very strange. We've had so much rain, and earlier this morning when I was doing a little quick walk around, there were puddles everywhere, Vinny. Yeah. Puddles, and I'm just thinking, I can't see. I was at that point, I must admit, I was thinking maybe the last match of the day possible. I didn't think you'd get on.
I was looking for an early check into Malta, I'll be honest. I was going to book myself into the lounge, but we've gotten on, and that's great. Hello to John Gray as well. Yeah, this is definitely sponge-worthy. Siddiqui.
It goes up in the air. His opportunity for the fielder, gets under it. Does Danny Kula. Doesn't normally miss him, and he doesn't miss this one either. He's got such safe hands as the captain. Siddiqui will go for 5.
And he's just fighting the angle there, isn't he, Siddiqui? Tries to go across the line, but doesn't get it quite right. You see the angle across, tries to hit against that, skies it. Danakula judges it very well. Catching's been good so far. So you'd imagine the ball would be a little bit greasy, considering the amount of surface water that there would be, or just below the surface. Anyway, Slovenia lose their second wicket. The score's 22 for 2.
Yeah, now we will see Ramajot Singh, who comes in. Ramajot, he's always been a performer, I have to say. He's been pretty consistent. Hasn't scored a big score. But one thing about him is, though, I think sometimes it takes a little bit of time getting going. So they opt to go with a batter that they know rather than chance something like Krishnan Kumar. So let's see how it goes.
I don't mind Ramajot here. I suppose that there's a lot of guys he could use. So it's very hard to know who to choose and who not to choose. You just got to hope whoever goes out there has the right approach, has the unselfish approach. You got to still make good shot selections in the first place. I think it's not just closing your eyes and swinging. I think you got to try and play the ball that's bowled to you. 2 to come in this 3rd over. Gets a little bit of it. I think there's not too much chance of a 2 at the moment. That ball doesn't leave the infield. Just a single.
Yeah, but I want to also say, great work from everybody around the ground. I know that the Blue crew today been absolutely fantastic. So a big shout out to them. The likes, of course, to Sam, to Paolo, to Nilkesh, Samir, and Ravi being absolutely brilliant. Tyrone, of course, tournament referee with the umpires being out there. This will be a wide. And of course, look, all the players, we haven't got, this isn't a place where we have lots of ground staff, etc. It's the players muck in, put the covers on, they take the covers off, they do the work, they help getting the sawdust out there. So well done to everybody, but most importantly, well done to the players and the captains for wanting to go out there and play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, not often the ECN bandwagon comes to town. You want to get out there and show what you can do. This is short and it's pulled, pretty straight. Should just be a single, and it is. So something to Evie's over. Pretty good, I think. 1 for 8 off the 3rd. It's 25 for 2.
It's a very good over. Yeah, so with 1 more to go.
Gives us a chance to welcome you into the box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me as well. I'll probably say this later on, but I want to say thank you to you, Rico. You've put in a huge shift over the last few weeks, obviously starting with the ECC, which was absolutely insane. Biggest tournament I think we've ever done. Yeah. Following up with a couple of weeks here in Croatia. I'll miss you, but I know we'll be back together in Barcelona in 3 weeks' time.
We'll do it again in Barcelona, and of course I mean, Barcelona, I think the last time we were in Barcelona together, we were quite unlucky because, of course, it was during those, well, we just recovered from COVID. We didn't have too much time to venture out. I think Barcelona itself was going through a lot of change, a lot of places opening and closing. But this time round, we're going to hit the old tapestry.
Just quickly, can I say something?
Tell me.
Happy birthday to you. Because your beard, I think, wasn't it the 1st of November last year?
You're right.
The beard first became a thing.
I think you're right.
Like so many ECN fans, I'm so happy that it stayed.
It has
You're
stayed.
looking sensational.
Thank you very much indeed. You know, it has stayed. I must admit, it did go for a while, but it came back pretty quickly, and due to public demand. So there you go.
Don't know what sort of threats you
I think the umpire's having a bat here.
Okay.
There you go. Popovic is saying, right, I'll have a bat. Thank you very much.
Nah, but you can't run out there because you're off the screen. So I don't know what Ramanjot thinks he's doing because he needs to run on the screen.
Okay.
Otherwise, he'll find himself in trouble.
well,
he should be running on the pitch.
Well, that's the safest place.
Yeah.
So, okay, fair dues. And it's nicely played. It should be well dealt with by Johan Danikula. Does well. And I think he's definitely focused on getting a victory here, is Danikula. I think I spoke to some of the Croatian men last night as well. I'm just saying that we did have a little bit of a meal together with the women's and the men's from, well, all the 4 teams. This is once again Danikula in action, makes a stop. And he, of course, was a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to get a free hit being signalled here.
He was for height here. He's caught on the field. He's deep in the crease here. It's a harsh call, but we know that they are harsh on those. So for a hit coming up, let's see if they can cash it in.
Free hit. And
especially in these conditions, I suppose. You know, the reason that you have those playing conditions in place is it's a safety measure.
This is hit well, and this will go all the way. Bullet. Well, that's the way to deal with the free hit. As Aman Maheshwari, he gets sent the distance. They needed that one. I said that they wanted to try and get to a 40 to 50 score. I think it would be a good score. Well, that will help. A lovely shot. So, yeah, I was talking to some of not all the players, not just, of course, Croatian players, Slovenian players as well as the women's from Czechia and Croatia. It was so lovely to get everybody together. It was great that we're talking cricket, sharing things, sharing thoughts, ideas, their favourite moments.
Yeah.
But I know that Croatia, I mean, the women as well, but mainly the men, very disappointed and wanted to bounce back hard this time. And I get the feeling that Danikula really has done words with these players, and they're out for a bit of revenge.
Yeah, it's true. This game right in the balance at the moment, 4 to come. And this is where one that kills up and going, you kind of like the idea of getting back on strike. There's no chance of more than the single, so Ramanjot will face up. Yeah, it was really nice, that community atmosphere. You know, obviously the Croatian teams both are a bit disappointed not taking any wins away, but I mean, the fact that they're able to play international cricket in this format at this time of the year, I'm very, very happy about it. This big swing and miss from Ramanjot, who wants to go across the line there, misses out. But yeah, it was great to chat to pretty much all the teams. We had a good chat, got to know them a little bit better. Just the enthusiasm for the game. And the player of the day yesterday was the catch by the Croatian team. And the celebrations.
Yeah, he's not the best of efforts from the wicketkeeper to get the run out there. I have to say that from Hashmi. But, well, I don't know. Ramanjot, this is the problem that sometimes I have with him. He tries to get too funky, stand still, play shots. We know he can do that. And there, really, I think he wastes. That would have been a wide if he hadn't taken that movement.
Moved. Anyway, what do we got? Last ball here. And it's hit very, very high. And it's hit very, very far. And it's going to be 4 in the end. So it's going to be 40. Kind of bang on what we thought was about the par here. 40 for 2 off the 4 overs. So, you know, in these shortened games as well, there's every chance that the golden ball as well is certainly in the frame. But Croatia and Slovenia, they have their good points. They have their points where it probably doesn't go their way. But pretty even Stevens for me at the end of the first half of this 4-over fiesta, 40 for 2, Slovenia.
Yeah, well, that was a score that we had in mind, didn't we? 40 to 45. That will be a score that they believe that they can defend. They have been very good with the ball and in the field, so they'll feel that they've got enough runs on the board. Croatia On the other hand, I think they're a team that they're determined to bounce back hard here. I want to see what batting order they go with. I think you can't ignore something like Anil Kumar to be up there, but who goes out there with him? You know, and I think you've got to go with somebody who's shown a bit of form. I think it's got to be Rana for me.
Yeah, Rana, it could be a go. Danakula maybe at the top. I don't know, it's very hard, but whoever it is, they need to go at that 10 and over. You can see here, Siddiqui provided that, but didn't last too much longer as he sliced this one up in the air. I actually think the catching was pretty good, from Croatia, and you think about the batters they caught as well, particularly Izaz Ali. He's been so destructive in the last 24 hours. The fact they got him early, I think, means that they're only chasing 40 and not perhaps more, because Izaz is certainly capable of pulling off that kind of magical over. Boundary to finish, but yeah, 40. Life begins at 40. Maybe our golden ball run home begins at 40 as well. We're certainly due one. 41 will be the target for Croatia. For the chance to stay in the series, of course, with 2 wins today, they could square it at 2 apiece. Ramanjot bats through the 4, makes 18 not out of 11 balls. Ramanjot with 2 at the end, couldn't really get going. Izaz and Siddiqui made brief appearances. I think just the 2 wides in 4 overs pretty good. I think, and the 1 no ball, I suppose. So in these conditions, that's decent. Still brightening up here. Croatia, they know what they have to do. They need 41, otherwise they're going down in this series.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. We'll have a quick look at the bowlers. I don't think anybody bowled particularly bad. I think Aman Mashwari went for 14 in that one, but it was the last over. He knew he was going to be targeted, but I think Danny Kula back to his best as well. And Sati Devi and Rana bowled very well as well. But the main thing for me was, in those conditions, the ball was going to be a little bit wet, a little bit slippery. I think Jolie conceded just the 2 wides. I think they did really well.
Well, Croatia, I think one of the most important things, they need to start holding some chances if they come, especially early on, because it's do or die here in match 3 of this international series. Croatia chasing 41 in 4 overs for victory in this abbreviated clash. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Great to be back with you in the sunshine. See you after a short break with more ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Quick change over here in this 4-over smash. It is Croatia versus Slovenia in the 3rd match of their 4-match series this weekend. It's part of the ECI Croatia. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me, so 40 for 2. The consensus is, just looking at the viewers, looking at everyone, throwing in their 2 cents at 40 is pretty much right on par. So 41 to win. The Croatia team, they do need to get these runs if they're going to keep this series alive going into match 4 this afternoon.
It'd be interesting to see what the win predictor is saying here now. I would say it's got to be pretty close to 50-50, surely.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, maybe I can dig it up if it's not on the screen already.
I'm just seeing he's going to be behind the stump. It's going to be tricky where he is. I mean, that's one of the areas, one of the handful of areas where are particularly difficult to sort of adjust to. So Ramjot is going to have to deal with that area. You'll often find that he will come and stand up because he finds that the footing on the carpet, of course, is a bit easier. We'll have to wait and see how he does. And one guy who's been very good is Shinwari. Yes, we see, well, some of the ladies there, the Czechia ladies, discussing maybe a few plans.
Yeah, maybe. 47-53, there you go. Pretty close to 50-50.
Yeah.
As we get ready to go. So this 1 over power play is pretty important as well, isn't it? So what have they gone? They've kind of got deep extra cover, pretty unusual position there. And I think they got the fine leg back on the boundary now.
Yeah, I think this field is particularly because of Kuma. Kuma does play very nicely up and over on the offside, so I can understand the player being there. And then you got, I would say, you almost like got a backstop in there, and you're very, very fine third man.
All right, so protecting it behind the keeper. You can understand that. 41 for the Croatians to keep the series alive. Let's roll. Shimari that starts with a big swing and a miss from Anil Kumar. So they have gone for Kumar up the top. Danikula, he was a man I thought we might see open. Yeah, whoever it is, got to get cracking. So we did see a few swings and misses in the Slovenian innings as well, didn't we? But I suppose when that happens batting second, you're really feeling the pressure, needing that boundary. This one, there is some bat on it. This will test the fielders, running away and getting to the boundary. So Kumar gets just enough. Lucky the batter's there. It holds up Waka Khan, but the Croatians are off with 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played, 4 runs. And quite amazingly, the ball was still skidding across this outfield pretty well and makes it all the way to the boundary. And it's a good job that fielder just stops there in time. I think that was Khan chasing it because Sam Williams just put that banner back together again.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I missed the Cartman ones where they go up and over the fence. I think now you see him, now you don't. Anyway, Jamari, 2 balls out of 3. So yeah, just kind of breaking it up. You don't really want to fall behind the rate, especially because you've got all 10 wickets available. We know, although they didn't really perform with the bat yesterday, they still have a lot of batters in their lineup.
Yeah, they certainly do. Shamari was good though yesterday, wasn't he? It took a 3 for 22 in the first contest between the two, and then he bowled really well, taking 1 for 18 as well for his 2. So he's a key bowler, key cog in the bowling attack, and that's why he gets wickets, and he's destroyed the stumps of Anil Kumar here. The stumps have been shattered like a stick of dynamite going off.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd like to have a look at this again, because where's Kumar going with his feet? Looks like he gives up his stumps. Look, it's just the weight going away from the ball. He almost ends up off the pitch in his follow through. So I just don't think that's a great batting shape from Anil. He's a better player than that. He'll be disappointed. He swings all around one, so he won't be the hero in this match. He has to step aside. Chinwari with the kind of baby chainsaw.
Yeah.
We've seen this one several times, haven't we, in this last couple of weeks? But Croatia lose their opener, 4 for 1.
Yeah, he didn't crank it up this time, did he, Chinwari? I like him, and he does the whole hog. And he really goes backwards and forwards a few times. But that was just, like you said, Vinny, just the mini one. Maybe the big one is coming up soon, as they do go with Sathi Devi as a new batter. Somebody's just been a bit out of touch at the moment.
Yeah, but you'd love just to get one away early, maybe for 4 or 6, and feel like he's on. Shinwari, though, he has been on this weekend. This one jumps pretty well guided away. They may think it 2 here. They don't in the end. Might have been there, you know. But anyway, they just take 1. So yeah, you know, the chainsaw's one thing. But what's the thing? What would you call it? You know, that the groundsman's always going around. We call it a weed whacker.
Okay.
But what do you call it?
We call it a strimmer.
Okay, a strimmer, like a mini trimmer.
Yeah. That's right.
Grass trimmer.
Little strimmer, yeah.
Okay. Weed whacker.
Weed whacker. This could go all the way, you know.
That might have hit some leg there. Going to end up in the logs. But what was the signal there? It was 4 leg buys. I made it.
I didn't see the actual leg buys.
I only saw the 4.
I think it's
definitely hit him.
Yeah. I think
they
might have given it us runs, but we'll find out in a moment. But the thing is, look how quickly this goes. Tremendous effort from the third. I mean, look at him flying in there, doing everything he can. Of course, we know that Krishna Kumar is going to try that. He's been pretty good out there.
He's been given runs, even though I think it's squarely off the Tukas. But anyway, it's 9 for 1 after 1 over. Doesn't really matter in the end. 165 matches since a golden ball. And we were just thinking, abbreviated matches, there's an elevated chance of a tie. I'll tell you why. For example, in a test match, very rarely you get a tie. 50 overs, occasionally. 20 overs more often, 10 overs more often. You see what I'm saying? Oh, this one might have got a little bit of an outside edge on the way through, or not. Let's wait for the signal. No, it's buyer's given. Oh, a buyer given.
So if it's something,
imagine if you had. So let me take it to extremes. Imagine you had a 1-over match. You'd always be a chance of a tie. Imagine if you had a 1-ball match.
Yeah.
So the shorter a match goes, the more chance you have of getting a tie. Anyway. Oh, is this out? He likes it here, Ramanjot, and he's been given. So it's an outstanding bit of wicket keeping, and now it's Ramanjot's time to pull out the chainsaw. That is top class keeping, 10 for 2.
Yeah, look, I mean, he has, and I mentioned this earlier, because of the way the footing is on the sawdust, he tends to come up and stand up. That is an incredible take. I think from the moment you hear that sound, he's up and running. He knows he's got his man. A really, really good catch. Of course, Lenny Kulak probably wants to stick around if he can, but he can't. He gets his marching orders there from the umpire. Brilliant bit of work. And once again, it is Ali who gets the breakthrough. He's got the knack of taking a wicket within the first couple of balls. And, well, that first one, absolute class. So, second ball, wicket.
Yeah, great work up there. So, Rana, his turn. Can he move the score forward? This one gets away from Ramanjot. This is kind of the downside, I suppose, of keeping up. But they have, it's kind of quite an innovative field. They've got basically a backstop who's ready to keep that to just 1 run. So if you're only giving away 1 extra run, considering that, you know, you're a chance of stumping, you're kind of making the batter feel a bit claustrophobic, probably pinning him to their crease, maybe a bit more chance to get an LBW. Tactics work for Ramanjot. This one's a bit straight as well. Sathi Devi will get.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dear.
Wow, that was Kuma that goes down, and he went down heavy. And now there's a complete mess up over here, and it's being given out by the umpire square. So, well, this is, I don't know, there's so many things that happen in this play. It's going to be very difficult to get it all in. I don't know if we see Krishna go down, but he went down like a sack of potatoes. But then the 2 batters to get it all wrong.
So it's going to end up in a run out. Let's just see what happens here. Sathi Devi wants to, oh yeah, you're right, top corner. And he doesn't move for a bit, does he? But then, kind of coming back for 2, almost trying to hold his crease there because he realises the ball's coming in. And let's actually see who's out here. Pretty sure, it's an interesting one actually. It won't be Sathi Devi that's out, depending on when he hits the stumps. When does he hit the stumps? Ah, yeah, I think they've actually crossed by the time he's hit them. You see?
This is really close, isn't it? I mean, just keep an eye on the legs of the 2 batters, and I think here...
So from that point forward, Sathi Devi is out, and so I think you're going to have to go with him being out, I think. Anyway, one of them's out.
Yeah, I think they're just checking this now again. Yeah, I think they're getting... You can see the non-striker saying, yeah, I'll go. Fine, bring him back, I'll go. That's
the biggest thing is you can't actually see because Ramanjot's leg is in the way exactly when the stumps first hit, but I have a feeling they're hit. Let's look down the bottom. I don't know, it's whichever person has the bit of their bat or body that's closest to the line. So I actually think Sathi Devi's out, if I'm honest, but it's like a genuine 50-50. But let's see what's going to happen. I have a feeling that Sathi Devi's going to get resurrected here. See, look at the bottom of the stump there. You can see the bottom. You can see when it first gets hit, when it hits there. So there, it's just, I mean, which one of those out of the bat and the foot is closer? Good luck. Yeah.
It's really, really close, yeah.
I've never seen one as close as that, to be honest. But Sathi Devi's going to be brought back. Now, the thing is that Sathi Devi needs to go to the other end as well. No. He has to go non-striker's end, because the new batter is at the end where the run-out happened. So that's correct. Because they're saying they didn't cross.
Yeah.
They didn't cross.
Yeah.
So Sathi Devi goes back to non-striker's end. That's all done correctly. That was insane.
A lot of things happened in that one ball.
All right, now this is lifted up and it's lifted away. What a shot, Maximo. Well, it's funny how sometimes it can work for the batting team to get someone out there. Maheshwari comes out and deposits the first ball over the rope. Maximo
launches into it, doesn't he? Launches it, gets it right. And well, you see this time Ali just going for the fuller delivery, which is exactly what Oman was waiting for. So back to the drawing board here for the captain.
Kleinsman's going to be called wide.
He's not happy about it, the bowler. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, does he catch any of that line?
Might be given. It might be
tight call. It's a tight call.
Yeah, I like Helix's solution. They should both be out. I guess they're about equally out. Anyway. All right, this is hit high. It's an opportunity. Slovenia have caught well, and today's no exception. 6 and out for Maheshwari. I suppose you'll take that in such a short game, but he is the 4th wicket to fall now, 19 for 4.
Yeah, Kopulu takes the catch. And really good technique. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy catching out there. That ball is always going to be a little bit slippery, a little bit muddy, but the catch gets taken. So that's going to be the end of Maheshwari. So he makes his way back. Need something to happen. So who comes out here now? And the thing is, I mean, looking at the score, they're where they more or less want to be. Maheshwari 6 and out. And the thing is, though, I think that's if all the batters can come out and do hit a ball to the boundary, they'll win this match.
Yeah, a bunch of 6 and outs, you win. Well, you might run out of batters. Yeah, still kind of perplexed by that run out, which, to be honest, I don't know who to give out there, so it's can't really say they're wrong. This is a thick edge. It's going to test the fielder back there. In fact, that might have gone all the way. It has. So Hashmi nicks a 6 first ball. Maximo. And despite the kind of wickets in that over, Croatia, they're ahead at the halfway point. 2 overs in, 25 for 4.
Oh, that is a big moment. You know why that's a big moment? A couple of things. You know, this is why coaches, they pull their hair out and they go bold when bowlers bowl wides, because that extra ball that had to be bowled there gets smacked for 6. And what a big difference that could make. It was a tight call, but it goes for 6, and normally his ass is really tight with the ball. So, okay, game on here. And at the moment, I'd say that Croatia probably are favourites.
Remember, Croatia, they need to win to keep the series alive. I think a 2-2, even though technically, let's say, goes net run rate, but I think it's fair to call that a draw when you've got a bilateral series. Of course, you're going to see a different bowler every over in this game, and it's going to be Shoaib Siddiqui to bowl the next one. So as they say in 4-over cricket, it all happens in the 3rd. Croatia, although they're ahead right now, a quiet over, they could be behind again.
Yeah, mate, yeah, you're absolutely right. They still need 16 runs of 12 deliveries. And we know Slovenia, they are known for defending. So Siddiqui needs to get this right. Just having a look at the field here.
Yeah.
They've got 2 men on the leg on the boundary. Square leg is inside.
Siddiqui's the kind of player they turn to him, I think, when the team's under pressure. And that's when he plays his best cricket. So they're going to him here. Here's Azali. What an insane over. We had 2 for 16. Plus there was that run out in that over, right? So we had 3 wickets in the over. Maybe 4-over cricket's the future.
Just a slight delay here. I think it just as the umpires and the scorers communicate something, gives us a chance just to have a look at this field once more. So you can see that the 3rd man is back. This time Ramjot Singh starting back to Siddiqui. You might find that he comes back up again once he sees the line that he's bowling. But you've got 3 men in close on the offside, a sweeper out, and you've got Ali on the boundary as well. He's asked, but yeah, you're right. That was quite an outstanding over. It had it all. That one had it all in it. You had fielders slipping. You saw Krishnan Kumar ended up on the dat like a sack of spuds, but there was a run out that resulted in that as well. Maheshwari came out, smashed a big 6, and then got out to a very good catch. All happening. And the batters taking the opportunity to have a chat and just keep themselves composed here. Great opportunity here for Croatia to try and come back and get some points on the board, which means that the last contest between these two, and the last match of the day, was going to be quite outstanding. Also, it is our last day here, Vinny, and you know what? We haven't had a golden ball in Croatia ever. Love to see one here before we depart.
You're reading my mind, but I will say with these conditions, the 2 seems a bit more difficult. But again, who knows? If you tried for 2 most of the time here, you'd probably get it, because it's not easy for the fielders either, obviously, with the conditions at the moment. I want to welcome you again. Thanks for your patience. It's been a great adventure, I suppose, over the last couple of weeks. First time at this modest cricket ground, and it's been wonderful. So sorry for the technical delay at the moment. Just the action, I think in that over that had 3 wickets, 16 runs and that run out, there's a few things that they're just making sure are correct, and that's very important, I think, when you've got a game that's so close. But it looks like we're ready to go. So third over coming up, and Croatia needing 15 off the last 2. Siddiqui finally gets going, and the first one goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think whatever the issue was there was to do with the run, so an extra run has been added on to the total. So something must have been missed there. So it is the over finishes 26 on the board for 4.
I have confidence in that. See, we've checked and rechecked everything. 15 off 11 then. Big swing of the ECI in just 2 deliveries. Now this game has a completely different feel, because I think Devi's going to have to try again.
Yeah, you got 2 batters out there who haven't had the best of times with the bat, but they could be their heroes. This is another swing and miss. But look at the body. Got to move the foot. Head has to stay still. You've got to be looking to hit on the offside as well.
It goes third time, and it's third time lucky. It is Maximo. And in 3 seconds, this game completely flips. Devi gets out of a corner. Maximo time 6 to Croatia.
Goes for the stumps, doesn't he? I mean, after bowling outside the off, where Devi couldn't get anything onto it, he goes full and straight. Devi is not going to miss those. That's where he wants it. So, okay. Now to 6 off the over then. Still 3 balls to go at the moment. Slovenia probably happy with this over so far. Yeah, that's better.
So hold on. So 6 off 4. Now what is that? If your times it's 4 over game times 6, 36. It's pretty much 6 off 4 is a tie in the game. But oh look, Siddiqui needs to stay in that offside channel. If you have a look at the 4 balls this over, Devi probably just continue rolling the dice here. I'd imagine 9 off 8. Doesn't get a lot of it, but gets enough. Still spin away, and it'll make it to the boundary. So despite the chase from Junaid Mullah, it's going to be 4 more. Croatia in the box seat now, 5 required off 7.
Well, they get the 10, don't they, which keeps them ahead. So this now becomes a really important delivery. Very, very important ball coming up here now.
Yeah, so Siddiqui's gone for 10, but just 2 scoring shots in here, 3 dot balls. But Croatia will take the trade-off. Last ball of the third. He misses. So 4 misses, 2 hits, but the 2 hits are enough to keep Croatia on course. We'll go to the last over, 5 required. It's 36 for 4.
Oh, well, I don't know about you. 5 required. Siddiqui's happy that's a dot. And I think you just knew that Prasad Devi was going to swing at that no matter what. It was the last ball of the over. If you could get a boundary there, you basically seal the win. You would have tied the scores. But we're going to the last now. A lot of talk here. So you got he's having a chat with the bowler, giving him some advice. I think they're going to go with Rashid Mohammed to bowl it.
Yeah, not a bad choice. Just a reminder that we're pretty much back on time now. So in 20 minutes we'll start a 10 over match between Croatia and Czechia. So this will actually be their last game because the third match was washed out. Croatia won the toss, have elected to bat. Let's see if they can put a competitive score on the board. I think they would have learned a lot from yesterday. Yevgenia Kornienko with the play of the day yesterday, with her cat. So again, Czechia will won that series, but still Croatia will be keen to try and pull one back. Here we go. It's last over time. And it starts with a dot. So Hashmi, who nicked a 6 off the only other ball he faced, misses with this pull shot attempt first ball.
Oh, 5 of 5, everybody. 5 of 5. Tingle, tingle.
All right. Where's that going? Is that going to go all the way? It's in the gap, and it ties the game. Well, Hashmi tried the pull and missed out. Tries it again. And now Croatia will have 4 chances to win this cricket match in regulation.
Yeah, go short, but it's too short. And it ends up being a nice shot from Rashid Hashmi. He keeps his composure, keeps his cool, hits the boundary.
You got to bring everyone in now.
Yeah.
And no point having your third back or anything. I mean, if we do have 4 dot balls in a row, then we'll have golden ball 50. But with that boundary, I think that's pretty unlikely. They've put the third back. They just don't. Okay, maybe we could take a catch, but I don't think it's going to happen. They're going to put one back floating for like a catch. But yeah, well, Hashmi hit-and-run job here. Any score wins it for Croatia, and that'll do it. It'll be a boundary that finishes it off. So congratulations to Croatia. They keep the series alive in a dramatic 4-over encounter. They win with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, well done to them. And they needed that victory, didn't they? And just look at the joy from them. And also, I got to say, the joy from the Croatian women, the far side of the ground, they were jumping up and down as well. So good to see them celebrating a win here from the Croatian men. And of course, the women's themselves in action next. They'll love it if they could be celebrating a victory as well. But well done to Croatia. I think we did say with this 4-over-a-side match, it was maybe a good opportunity for them to bounce back, and they did. They did it well, and they had to come up against a good bowling. But once again there, we said, though we knew that Rashid Hashmi and Sathi Devi haven't been in the best of form, it was a good opportunity for the two of them to be together out in the middle and prove to themselves and also to the captain and also to the nation that they still are up for it and they can get them that win.
Yeah, so very entertaining stuff. 4 overs, but we kind of had 10 overs worth of action, I think, in each innings, didn't we? Because it was all going on. Croatia, they find their bats just when they needed it. And I suppose the guys that got out, they didn't waste a lot of balls. You saw that Anil Kumar, probably not his finest hour as a bat. This one was credited as 4 runs as Croatia just kind of found the boundaries when they needed them. Outstanding keeping it from Ramanjot up to the stumps. He did it what he could, but yeah, I think ultimately Croatia, it's a team game, and funnily enough, I mean, they almost score as many in that 4 overs as they made yesterday in 10, so maybe it gives them a bit of confidence as well going to the last game.
Yeah, I think the difference here is, and you touched on it already, the batters that went out, they hit boundaries. You know, they hit boundaries. It might have been 6 and out, like we saw from Aman Maheshwari, but in a match like this, that makes a huge difference. So what they weren't doing is spending a load of time trying to get in. Anil Kumar, he did hit a boundary, then he got out. We saw the same from some of the other batters that did the same. You know, Denny Kula did the same, Maheshwari, and then Hashmi and Sathi Devi finishing things off for them. So well done to them. There was some good catching though, wasn't it? That's one thing that Slovenia have done all the way through. But look, that was a shot there, wasn't it? You pitch it up to him and you get put away. And that's one thing that Slovenia will go back and say to themselves when they prepare for the final match of the day a bit later on against Croatia. Say, right, okay, we know and we've learnt one thing. Don't go for the stumps. Keep it outside the op, and we keep them quiet. When we go at the stumps, well, then they get after us and they get the boundaries that they need. And what a good moment. Look at the celebration here with Sathi Devi at the other end. And don't forget, Sathi Devi may be a little bit fortunate to be there, because remember, he got called back.
Yeah.
When and that, you know, sometimes a little bit of luck like that makes all the difference.
Yeah, it was such a weird one, wasn't it? They were pretty much tied, and so it was anyone's guess. Sathi Devi, probably the right call. I think we saw the stumps go over. That probably a fraction earlier, they were actually broken and they hadn't quite crossed. That's why he survived with Hashmi there, the hero, with 14 off 4 at the end. And so the skin of their teeth, they'll do it. Full house there, 44 for 4 and 3.3. 2 for 16 is Azali. It all kind of happened in the second, to be honest. Shinwari 1 for 9 in the first. And people saying, you know, just make sure no dot balls. But there were a lot of dot balls, but boundaries that made up for it. So it's kind of high risk, high return strategy. But Croatia pull it back to 2-1 behind in the series. They'll get a chance to score it later on. But first, we'll have Czechia versus Croatia coming up in around about 10 minutes' time. We'll be back with the intro to that one. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Mariko Full. See you after this break with more ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Time for match 4 here in the ECI-W. It's going to be great to see the women on the field, of course. Their game earlier was washed out. Rico Full with me. I'm Vinny Sanders, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Sunday in Zagreb. And so we know with this series, the Czech team, they've sewn it up because they have a 2-0 lead with one game to go. But still, I think, particularly the Croatian side, they got so much invaluable experience out of yesterday. They would have watched it. Now it's time to put it into practice.
They'll be so delighted to be out there. I know, talking to them last night, I mean, they were looking at the forecast and they knew it didn't look good for that first match and for the day, to be fair. So for them to be out there and getting this opportunity and the sun shining, they're going to love it. And I think they're really going to enjoy themselves out there. And who knows, maybe a spirited performance from them here could maybe get them a win as well against Czechia.
Yeah, for sure. Erin Vukasic will lead Croatia in this one. She's likely to open the batting. She's very important. I think if she makes runs, they could get something that could be defendable. They're giving a kind of 1 in 5 shot here, so it's the supercomputer knows its stuff. So Croatia, yes, it's an uphill battle, but I honestly think that they will improve so much from yesterday. Particularly, I think the running between the wicket is something that I highlighted.
Yeah.
Both teams, I just think, could learn a bit from watching those games yesterday, and the fact that you can watch the games back and really kind of see what your coach is telling you, I think makes a big difference. So it looks like it's going to be Farwa Barbera to get us going. Now, she was outstanding yesterday, wasn't she, with the ball?
She was great and bowled very well, very tidy, and also her fielding was pretty sensational as well as a close fielder. So she's going to start things off. It's going to be Erin Vuskovic that's going to face the first, and well, this one should be a wide, and I'm a bit surprised this hasn't been called, in all fairness. I mean, that's got to be a wide.
Let's have a look at it first. I mean, she does get that in swing, but yeah, Vukasic, this is a chance to get some revenge on Barbera. Got her yesterday with a good in swinger. It's an interesting one because Vukasic probably doesn't want to take too many risks off Barbera, because I think she is the Czech's best bowler based on what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Most kind of dangerous attacking bowler. Vukasic kind of, she's only 17 years old. She must feel that responsibility in this side.
Very talented player, and of course the responsibility of being the captain as well. There's a kick. And she will play at this one. That's nicely played. Maybe thinking about 2. They run the first one hard. She wants it. And, well, her partner is a little bit slow going. In fact, doesn't really get going until Erin is basically making eyeball-to-eyeball contact with her.
This is something I picked up yesterday. So often they're not even looking for 2, thinking the job's done. And Lydia, she gets, she dropped her bat. That didn't help. And then had a bit of work to do. Probably lucky that throw didn't go to the bowler's end.
Yeah, I'm just wondering there whether Erin, when she runs the first one, is actually saying to her, right, 2, I'm coming back for 2. I think that's very important to get that message across.
It's your lighter if you're running without your bat.
Upish, and good attempt from the fielder coming in. Gets fingertips to it, but not able to hold on to it. And that's a seat cut, and she's normally very good catching.
That's true. You see, she couldn't really get off her feet there. Des is a good fielder normally, but remember that Vukasic dropped on 2 in the first over.
So well weighted for this, gets it played well. Good stop as well. Good bit of fielding, good cricket all round.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Going on contact, you need to risk being run out, I think, in the women's game in these conditions. You know, a lot of balls are going to get infield. If you don't try for these runs, you'll never know. You might get run out a couple of times, but the amount of runs you make will more than make up for it. That's my theory anyway.
This one's going to be a no ball, isn't it? Just goes a little bit too wide, and there could be a problem here, but it gets thrown to the wrong end. And once again, it's going to be Lydia that gets a life. I mean, she's fallen asleep here, but it's got to be the calling here. The calling's not right. And Lydia then, even though she sees Erin coming, she's saying, no, I don't want to go. And Erin says, come on, you got to get going. I'm running to the danger end.
That's exactly right. And so, yeah, 2 things, trust and eye contact. Eye contact is so important to maintain when you're running between the wickets.
Yeah.
So,
and I think she wants the golden ball. She wants the free hit as well, doesn't she?
Maybe we'll get a golden ball. You never know.
Maybe. Yeah, so it's on my tongue. It's going to happen.
She needs to go big here.
Nicely played and gets through. So once again, she'll be looking to come for 2. This time, Lydia much better. She turns, makes eye contact and responds. A good, better run.
Yeah, so that'll be 2 to finish the over. Pretty productive one for the Croatians. They got a bit of spring in their step today, even though, as you can see here, Saka, one of the 2 Colchanova sisters, like plenty of other players, they having a bit of trouble with the outfield, but still, great to see them out there. 7 without loss after 142 days, of course. So we're exactly 6 weeks away from the first ever Euros of Women's Cricket, Rico, and there'll be 5 nations there. Of course, these 2 nations still developing. We'd hope that one day we'd see them in the ECI-W as well, if we can grow that tournament, kind of do what we've done with the ECI and the ECC.
Yeah, can't wait. Of course, that will be happening once again in Spain, in Andalusia at the Cardiff Oval. Well, you see the host nation, Spain, Netherlands, Italy, France, and Austria, all doing battle. And I think in years to come, many more teams will be joining them. That's a good delivery. Nice and full. And it's always going to be challenging. So a good start here from Talamala.
Yeah, Talamala's a good bowler as well. So the thing about the Czechs that really impressed me yesterday was the fact that they were incredibly accurate. And so, okay, at this level, there's going to be extras. That's just a fact, but you're just trying to minimise the amount. Anyway, here's Lydia Gavaric. See if she can get off the mark.
No, it's up in the air. Opportunity. Somebody's got to call it. And it goes down. And get 3 fielders who are after that one. And I thought for a moment that DeSico was going to claim this one. Good bit of movement there from the bowler. But just have a look at this. It comes through.
Yeah, I think it's Josephine Suchkova in the end that attempts the catch, but it's a classic Bermuda triangle, wasn't it? There were 3 fielders, but again, learning from yesterday, Lydia hits that, they go straight away, they get the single, she's off the mark. Well done to her. Now Erin Vukusic gets the chance to face up to Sojanya Talamara.
Just places away and they go on the hit, so they're much better. And look at the difference from Lydia all of a sudden. And you mentioned this yesterday, and we can continue saying this. The more they play, the more time they spend out in the middle, the better they get. Look, she's watching, and as soon as that's hit, yeah, she's off.
Yeah, I really am impressed with the running so far, and hopefully, you know, the other batters to come are sitting up and taking notice, just getting something going. Suddenly you're feeling like you're not being controlled by the fielding side. It's really good work from Lydia. I mean, not only when she hit the ball to get her own run, but then to back up. And it takes so much pressure off Vukusic then, feeling like she has to do something like hit a boundary or have to get back on strike.
This one's way down the leg side, and I think in the end this might actually go through the batter. And as a result of that, I think it will just go down as a dot. Does it go through? I think it does, yeah, it's a nutmeg.
It is. But again, that's probably a little experience thing. You can probably step inside that, take the one. Even if she hits it, she's probably only getting 1 anyway. So she would have had the benefit of extra delivery. But anyway, she's still there. 2 to come for Talamara. He's only conceded 2 in the second over so far.
It's fair contact, and it's well stopped eventually, and it will be Pabbar that makes the stop and gets the throw and keeps it to 1. Well backed up.
It's a funny thing, because strategically, probably, yeah, you'd want to take a wide there, but you're probably saying, well, I'm not taking these runs. Which runs am I going to get? So, you know, obviously want to get some off your own bat as well. And so Talamara will have to bowl to Erin Vukusic, last ball of the second over.
A bit of a moon ball. That's been hit well. Is the fielder out there? Oh, what a great attempt that is. Fantastic effort. That was clobbered. And that's Pavla who's out there. And a great attempt to try and take. It's not Pavla, actually. Beg your pardon. That's a Katrina. Really good attempt. Down it goes. Excellent opportunity. Almost takes it in the second time, but it gets away from her, but she saves the boundary.
Yeah, and so that's the second time we've seen Vukusic drop. So, yeah, Czechia bowling well, but haven't really been helping their bowlers out in the field, have they? So we can see this series is 2-0 to Czechia at the moment. So the result of this won't change who wins the ECI-W trophy this weekend. But as you can see, and it really warms the heart as well to see some of the things learnt put into practice already. 11 off the first 2 overs. Now we'll get Jessica Marakova-Moodley. She's the kind of spiritual leader of this team. She's going to come on and bowl over number 3. Last over the power play.
Yeah, Moodley. I was speaking to her yesterday. See how she starts here. Going to start with a wide. But one thing she was saying, because I said to her, you guys like to celebrate even at half-time. She said, Rico, we're always celebrating. That's what we're about. We're playing cricket to celebrate. And I thought that was lovely. I really do think that was lovely. And that's the attitude for me. This one is going to be called a wide, so that's better.
Keep umpiring the same way so it's consistent. And so, you know, down leg side's wide, and players will know that, you know what to expect. Vukusic dropped twice in the 8 balls she's faced so far.
Better delivery, and it's just basically tip and go. And there's the fielding. It's nicely done this time by Josephine.
It's excellent. You know, Lydia, it's a team game really when you're out there. Probably even more important in these ECI-Ws that the batters work as a team. Lydia's done really well to back up and get in easily. It's amazing how easily are they making these runs because their hesitation is not there anymore.
Yeah, you're right. And of course, the longer they spend out there, all of that, the nerves gets away. And you can see she's pretty focused now. Misses out on this one. I get the feeling that probably, I don't think she moved that much earlier. So perhaps that one gets, Desika probably gets away with the wide here. I don't see any initial movement, so that's got to be a wide.
I'd like to see this called a wide because you don't want to penalise someone for trying to step towards the ball and hitting the ball. But anyway, it is what it is.
Well, Desika likes it. It's a good delivery. Doesn't quite find the edge.
Hey, I want to say a quick hello to Chris Pearce. It was mentioned earlier in the chat, the great work he's doing with the Kriketova Akademia in the Czech Republic. And yeah, Chris, personal friend of mine. Thank you so much for the merch he gave me as well. Strike 3 here for Lydia. But he's in the chat. He said a couple of catches going down to a couple of the academy graduates. But yeah, the difficult conditions. So he's saying he'll give him a pass for this. But honestly, Chris is incredibly organised. He's a very highly skilled coach. He's he's gone to the UK. He's got his coaching kind of creds up to date. And I've seen firsthand the work he's doing. And you're seeing the benefit of it with kind of like 4 or 5 native-born Czech players in this squad at the moment, and contributing as well, and not passengers.
It's well bowled, but well played as well. And it's Babar that has the opportunity to take the catch. It's a spicy one, and maybe a little bit too spicy there for Babar. So another little bit of luck here for the Croatian side. They're making the most of it at the moment.
Good contact though, but yeah, I think Bubba, she catches more of those than she drops.
Oh, that's well hit, and this is going to be a challenge for the fielder, but does really well. She's been superb, Katrina, out there.
Yeah, Katrina Tesarikova picked that up clean as a whistle. I mean, this was going to be a boundary for sure. And don't forget, Croatians, they don't have a boundary so far in this series. That looked like it was going to be it. It wasn't. And at the end of 3 overs, at 16 without loss.
They're going well. Oh, I like the way that they're running now. These two have got a good understanding, the two batters out there. There's Arena and Lydia. And played some nice shots as well. And Czechia have had to be good in the field. So, the opponent that's going to come on. Looks like it's going to be Josephine. To get an opportunity of a bowl here.
Because here's the thing, okay, they're 16 without loss. I had a feeling, you know, if they could stick 60 on the board, I think that they could defend that, Croatia. But what they've done, they've got through the first 3 overs, which generally, you know, the stronger bowlers, I think, are bowling first. They've got through that. I don't think you'll see the field change a lot at the end of the power play. But anyway, here's Josephine Sichkova to bowl the 4th. Aaron Vukusic.
Well watched. It's not a bad delivery at all. Flights it up there. It's one that you see batters have trouble with because they feel the need to hit it harder than you need to, but well weighted on and well played.
Really good first ball from Josephine. Yeah, you want to be fairly full and fairly straight. Okay, yeah, she gets that drop because of the pace she's bowling, but the most important thing is where it bounces. I think if she bowls 6 of those, she's going to have a very good over.
And this one's close, and once again gets a little bit of movement away, and unfortunately Lakshmi behind the stumps not able to get the stop in there, so they'll take the bye.
Yeah, the movement did everyone, including the keeper, so it is Lakshmi Nandavada who's behind the stumps for Czechia in this match. Karen Dukuna, the keeper, was the keeper yesterday, the skipper. But again, another good delivery, probably a bit of a frustrating one for the bowler because she kind of seemed to have Lydia's measure there, but now she's bowled to Aaron Vukusic. Having said that, Vukusic, she's given a couple of chances so far. Yeah, see, Vukusic has a kind of strategy, I think, respect the good ball, go after the weak ball. So, you know, if you bowl good balls to her, I don't think she's really going to fire too many shots.
Yeah, and it's been such a good over. The line has been absolutely brilliant. And I think they're in. She's got to be a little bit more firmer in that defensive shot. Doesn't want it to drop back onto her stumps. Waits on this one. Once again, plays that really well. She's good at digging out this sort of Yorker length delivery. But once again, good ball from Josephine.
Can I tell you something about the cricket academy there in Czechia? I mean, we see a lot of cricket where it's kind of people mucking around with plastic bats, and that's important to get people interested in the game in the first place. But the stuff they're doing there is a bit next level. I'm going to tell you something in a second after this ball, which I'm sure will be another good one from Josephine, but it's going to be hit away and it's just outside the grasp. Is that going to be the first boundary for Croatia? It is! So they get 4 runs and they celebrate it like it's 100 for Lydia Kvaric, but it will be the first 4 of their series. Incredible shot.
Shaba, ginna sona choka lag gaya. Beautifully hit. Que guay, que genial, que grande, 4 carreras. And, well, she's pretty good out there, is Katrina, but even she can do anything about it. And look at the celebration and the delight. Well done to Lydia.
Sensational moment. Anyway, Josephine has the comeback ball, last ball of the over.
Asking the questions, it's a big appeal. And not out, says the umpire. So, end of the over. It's a good over. Only 6 come up from it, but it's a good one for Croatia as well. They get their first boundary, 23 without loss after 4.
Still a good over, I think, for Josephine Suchkova. So what I was going to say is, they're running cricket games. I think that's the over. I think they're going to call it now. She wants another one. You're not going to get one. But even things like concentrating on bowling full and not bowling too short. So they would have a line about 2/3 of the way down the pitch in their practice games. And if it's short of that, it's no ball.
Right,
okay. So and generally it's umpired that way. And so it's trying to encourage them to pitch up. Also, they're practicing shots, these pitched up balls. So it's quite clever and kind of next level coaching. Not that it's not important to get kids involved by, playing with plastic bats and balls at a certain age. But Chris is taking players from that to playing hardball cricket, and now actually the academy have a team in Division 3 in the Czech competition. So I know he'd be very, very proud right now. He's just happy that they're on the park. I think this should be 2. Yeah, nice little cut down from Vukusic. And you kind of mix that next level coaching with the fact that they're getting match experience, which is against players that are at a similar level in their development as well. Obviously, you've got a big spectrum of abilities and experience levels in this ECI-W, but yeah, you can really see in real time the development. Croatia up to 25 now without losing a wicket.
That's a lovely cut shot. And this one would just be left alone. So very clever of Vukusic, the way that she's batting at the moment. Anything that's going down the leg, she's not spoiling it. You can see that they have brought Babar back to try and break this partnership.
I was going to say, I think it's clever captaincy from Karen de Kunhat. But I think these batters will know, okay, come on. Even if we only get 2 or 3 off this, she can't bowl again. So it's been a really gripping contest so far.
This one just stays a little bit lower, but well played again. That goes to show that the ball is being watched all the way onto the bat. So good shot. So Vukusic, I'm liking what she's doing here.
We talked so much about the run between the wickets yesterday, and it is so much better so far.
Yeah.
And it's quite simple. Like I said, some things in cricket are hard and take a long time to pick up, like batting, bowling, these things. But running between the wickets, once you just use a bit of logic and you get that trust, it's something you can accelerate really quickly.
This one should be called a wide. It will be. And goes on. Lydia's played some lovely shots as well. She's got very good eye-hand coordination. She's got a bit of power as well, which you showed already, hitting a boundary.
One thing I liked about her pull shot is she actually moved her feet and created her own line, essentially, by skipping outside the off stump. And she knows that's one area leg side where she can reach the boundary.
Hits this pretty well again. And taking on the bounce by Katrina. What a great arm as well. And he's backing up and has been all backed up. This time is Telemala doing the backing up.
Yeah, she's been outstanding out there. I want to say big dobrý den to all of our Czech viewers as well. I know there's a lot of them that are tuning in right now. They can be really proud of their team's performance so far. Trying to go with 3-0 up in the series here.
Yeah, taking on the spicy one here, and he's going to have to dive to get in. And they're appealing here. It's good work from the fielder. I get the feeling that the dive from Lydia might have got her in.
Tell you what, Lydia, though, is the one time I think she just was maybe a bit mentally fatigued. She didn't really get a good jump. See, she didn't get the 2-3 steps, and that's why she had to really hustle at the end. If this hit, she's gone. As it is, she makes it. But again, I just think now she's batting into the, 6th over or 5th over. So actually now kind of mentally you're getting a bit fatigued. I mean, if you're just kind of like sitting on your bat for a few overs. that's not what's happening here. They're going to have to hustle. Again, they've got 10 wickets in hand here, so they really can push the envelope.
Goes for it and loops it over the fielder, Zika, who now gets a good strong throw in, and it's once again well backed up. Being very good at the backing up. And once again, it is Talamarala that does the job. One thing that I did notice that both sets of teams were talking about yesterday was the retired out. So I'm just wondering whether, I mean, they talked about it yesterday and they talked about it amongst the players. Just wonder if they'll use that here. Not because either one of these batters are batting badly, but just because it is the last match. They're not playing again, maybe just to get others to get out there to have a knock as well.
That's true. I get that thinking, but I wouldn't. When it's all running, the bottom could fall out of it very quickly and people will be feeling worse. Anyway, it's 32 without loss after 5. Welcome you into the box. And no, this is real sunlight that's on us. I know we're half in the shade now as well. You wouldn't have believed it if you saw this morning. It was dreary. But anyway, this field, again, it sucked it up. Again, it's not the greatest conditions, obviously, to run on, but everyone knows that. Everyone wants to play some cricket. They are. This is European cricket after all. And right now, we've got a very good contest on our hands. I said something in the 60s. But if Croatia can do that, bowl well, get a couple of key wickets, hold on to a couple of chances, limit the extras. Yeah. They could pull this off.
Yeah, that's keyword extras. The extras could be a key. If they bowl well, don't try and bowl too fast. Take the chances that come their way. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And halfway point, they're doing pretty well here. They've got the 32 on the board. I think you're right. Get to 60-something. We're going to have an interesting contest.
Yeah, I'm immensely proud of all the players that we've seen so far. As this one, I think she might have got a bit of bat on this, actually. Vukusic went after it. Talamala being brought back. So again, bringing back the openers in overs 5 and 6. So they're really desperate to break this partnership. Now, we haven't seen a fifth bowler used yet either. So, yeah, Croatia turning the tables so far. Oh, bowled it. Nice bowling from Talamala, who bends that one past the outside edge of Aaron Vukusic. Great swing bowling from the Czech seamer, and that is going to be the first wicket down, 32 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling from somebody who's been outstanding, not just with the ball, but also in the fielding. And that's a delightful moment. Look at the hugs. And they did tell me yesterday they do like to celebrate. And, well, this is called for celebrate. What a great delivery that is. You can see the movement in that, a little bit of away movement. And, well, she plays around it. And as soon as it gets past her back, she knows she's in trouble. But joy there for Czechia.
I'd actually be a bit frightened if I was a Czech bowler taking a wicket, because these celebrations are pretty vociferous and sometimes border on the physical. But anyway, a nice bit of bowling. Straightened up. I mean, Erin will look back at that shot. Again, she'll learn something from that. Didn't get that back foot across to maybe get her eyes in line with the ball a little bit if she did want to turn it away. She's been pretty careful on balls like that, playing with a straight bat earlier. So maybe a slight tactical misstep there. But they brought Talamala back to try and break the partnership. She has, and now Pavla Senyuk comes out in number 3 position. Now let's see, because we know that yesterday when Vukusic got out, it all kind of fell apart for the Croatians. Yeah. Let's see if they can kind of pull together and still scramble another 30 or so runs.
Yeah, you can see Talamala. She's just bringing the fielders in tight now. It's almost like they get the feeling that now they've got that Erin, the wicket of Erin, they can really try and get tighter. That's nicely played, actually. It's a risky shot, goes right in front of her stumps, but makes good contact, gets off the mark.
Nice work. It's just a certain urgency about the batting today from Croatia. Okay, they know they're probably not going to bash a lot of 4s and 6s, but there's an urgency to move the score along. So Senyuk, okay, she takes a risk there, good enough to get bat on it, and straight away they knew, okay, we're running, they get a single, she's off the mark. Lydia becomes the senior partner now, moves to 9, 2 to come in the 6th over.
It's going to be a big wide this time, just tries to push this one further outside the off. And I think the other thing here is remember, not bowling with a lot of pace. You've got a fairly strong wind playing from right to left as well. So some of these deliveries, because there's not that much pace in it, will be caught by the wind. You can just sense the wind there from the way that the shirt and the hair is playing around there from Talamala.
Lydia, can you make double figures here? You won't have to this ball, because it'll be another wide down leg side again. Well watched.
Yeah.
Chris was just saying in the chat, yes, Sajanya Talamala was the most consistent Czech bowler when they were working with them over the summer. So it was a good choice to bring her back to break the partnership. So they kind of gambled a bit, didn't they? They brought their openers back, and obviously it leaves them with the non-openers, if you like, to bowl the final 4 overs of the innings. But to get Vukusic, I think it's a big wicket.
Well, this one is, once again, is pushed wide. It does draw the Lydia into the shot. I don't see any initial early movements. I think that's a tight call, but I take that one.
Yeah, again, they got a little bit of wiggle room, I suppose. That one does get a fair piece to the line. Last ball of the over coming up then.
Well, great effort from Dalamala. You'd expect nothing less. They have a shy at the stumps, and over will be called out. So great over, and he comes on to get the wicket and does just that.
So 4 overs to go. Yeah, something that I know that when I was just speaking to some of the players yesterday, I was saying, there's a certain fear that I could see, that the fear of getting out, which is natural. It's natural in cricket, right? But in this form of the game, it really is a team game, especially when a lot of the team bat similarly. So they're all, I won't say all of a similar standard, but certainly there's a lot of them that bat. They're of similar ability. So it's really important then that they are quite unselfish and take on these risks when they're running, knowing that, look, if their number's up and they get run out, someone can come take their place. So you're not turning a lot of runs down and essentially building pressure and just kind of explaining, if you get 2 off 10 balls, that's worse than if you get out first ball trying to make a run. But anyway, they're hitting a lot more balls today as well, something I would notice as well. Josephine Suchkova to come back. She bowled very well earlier, but still we haven't seen a 5th bowler from the Czechs here. And so perhaps somebody to come on to bowl 8 and 10. Here's Josephine.
I like that, Josephine. There's an appeal. Josephine straight away said, nah, it's not out. It's going down leg side like this. Keep this rolling for a minute. So here's an appeal just here. And Josephine said, nah, it's not out. It's going down leg side.
That's one you get inside it. You get a wide there. So you're giving Josephine a bit of a gift there in that top ball. Most of the time she has been outside that off stump.
Time, too much swing, too much movement away. So just a little bit shorter from Josephine, and that just allows that swing to come into play early. And with the wind that's blowing across the field as well, it takes the Grizzly, and it's going to be a wide.
The other thing here is you're not going to get bowled out here. So now's the time to be even more aggressive with the running and the backing up. So keep an eye on Lydia at the non-strikers end. Can't get this one off the pitch, so they won't get a run here. So yeah, this is just something to think about as well. So I know I keep going on about the running, but I do think it's just so important to the health of the score here. Suchkova, that was a good delivery from her.
Yeah, Pavlatan-Yuk, she does have to try to get the acceleration in. Of course, she's only just had the 4 delivery, so she hasn't chewed up too many as yet, but that's the issue. It's that delivery there. Just outside the off stump. She's trying to make the contact, trying to play the right shot as well, but just needs to get her timing right. Just needs to wait on it. Maybe play it a little bit later than what she's playing at the moment.
But this is where it's coming into what you were saying as well. So it gets to the end of the over and she hasn't really been able to do much. Maybe it is time to make a tactical switch. You've got lots of players still at your disposal.
And that's nicely played. This is going to race along nicely, and they should be looking for 2. And
good running.
They get 2. Well run.
Yeah, really
lots
good
of
running.
cheers.
They
for
knew
more round.
they knew that they had to go for the 2. It also was clever. They ran on the pitch, which is the smart way to run. And yeah, so that was the ball that Pavla can get after, short down the leg side. She puts it away for 2. And she'll feel a lot better after that.
Yeah, bat onto ball every time we get a bat. I mean, just look at the way that Lydia started. Wasn't able to get too much contact made. Was obviously feeling the pressure with the running as well. And when she got it right, and she played a few shots, the confidence is going. But now she's got to be the one really that takes control of these innings.
Little tip as well, I'd like to see the batters maybe batting a bit more in front of the stumps. You see that most of them are taking up a stance outside leg. And you just see that they're sometimes spoiling a few balls that are down the leg side. Kind of toes on leg there.
Oh, bold. A lovely smile from Josephine. Every time she gets the ball back, he's always got a lovely smile on the face, enjoying the sport, enjoying playing. That's what he's all about.
I'm going to scare you here, but do you know how many players we have now that are born in the 2000s, Rico? Most.
Most. I knew you were going to say that.
Anyway, it's great to see the next generation doing their thing. Last ball of the over.
And she'll field it herself. Well bowled. What a spell that is. bowls the 2 overs, doesn't pick up a wicket, but keeps it nice and tidy. A fantastic economy rate, just 9 runs from a 2 overs.
What about the ECI-W coming up? Of course, 5 nations involved in the first edition. We're hopeful that it will expand, just like the men's ECL has expanded from 8 to, what is it now, 35 teams coming up. The ECC's gone from 15 to probably 32 next year. So it's really awesome. We've had the backing to go ahead with the ECI-W and all the approvals. First edition is taking place in the Cardamom Oval, at the Cardamom Oval in 6 weeks' time. And yeah, hopefully everyone watching this would like to watch that as well. And like I said, something that we'd love to expand in the future. Okay, so now we're going to go to over number 8. There's a nice pull shot first up as Shreya Basali's come on. They might think it's 2 here. And again, they're going to get there. So just what we talked about yesterday, putting the pressure back on the field. You know, if a great throw comes and you get gunned down, that's fine. But you'll never know if you don't try. And we know it's difficult for the fielders in these conditions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing that they've learned. And the thing is, I mean, we were saying this yesterday, that the teams will go back, especially Croatia will go back. They'll look at what they've done. They'll highlight the good points and work on the points to improve on. And I know running between the wickets was one of those areas, and it looks like they've addressed them.
Yeah, and this is a really good one as well, because Pavla spots that the keeper doesn't get it, so she goes pretty much straight away. Maybe a micro hesitation.
Yeah.
But that was really well bowled first up from Basali. Climbs over the stumps. But have a look here. You can see she always had to second guess herself, saying, am I doing this? Yeah, and look, if it hits, she's probably out, but worth going for. And this next one will be a wide. So remember, they're going to the 5th bowler now. We hadn't seen a 5th bowler yet. So Basali's getting this one. Maybe you can bring her back for the 10th. We know the Czechs have a few different options that they can go to. But so far, they're keeping around about that run of ball pace.
That's nicely bowled, well floated up there. Really pushes it up there, full and straight, does Basali. Gets the dot ball in.
Chris has made me feel even older because he said, never mind 2000s. Heaps of our kids are born in the 2010s. Oh, what a world.
At this time, just strays down the leg side. Sometimes it's an issue when you're learning to bowl early on. You know, you'll get stronger the more you bowl, you get more strength. But every time the ball's a little bit short, you'll find that it'll either go too wide down the off side or the leg side. So getting the ball up there is the key. And Basali, there we go. It's much better. Well bowled.
Yeah, that one doesn't leave the immediate surface. Who knows? They might have had a chance if they'd gone straight away. But I mean, you'd expect to get a few more extras out of the 5th bowler as well, compared to the openers and things like that. So Croatia just certainly slowing down a bit since Vukovic has departed. Need one final push. 14 balls remaining.
Good contact, and they go straight away. That's good. We'll have a shy. It's Josephine that wants to shy at the stumps. Has a go, misses, but good that it tried, and once again, well backed up.
Yeah, again, the running has been, I can't even think of a percent that's big enough to say how much better it's been today from Croatia compared to yesterday. Last ball of the 8th. Oh, that was the one to go for, wasn't it? But Lydia missed out. She's batted through 8, and Croatia now 44 for 1 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, let's see if they can get to sort of the 60 score that we were talking about. We think and believe would be pretty competitive. That means that they need something, and we do say it all happens in the 9th over coming up.
Yeah, Chris saying he'd love to see the Kolchanova sisters having a bowl as well. Says that they're very good bowlers and maybe not utilised. Let's see where we go to here. That's something obviously that it's always hard in such a short game to give everyone overs. But anyway, it's going to be the captain, Karen de Kunha, who comes on to bowl the 9th. So they go to a 6th bowler here. Remember, she was keeping yesterday. What happens in the 9th? Here's the 9th.
Nice start, full and straight, and a bit of a swing there from Pavla, but not able to get any contact.
That'll probably be a no ball. Yeah, it's been called because it's bounced twice before the popping crease. So, all right, here's a real opportunity to express yourself, Pavla. Didn't quite get the journey on that one.
Well, she hits this well and gets fielded though by Fawababa. And could be a run out. There will be a run out. So I'm not sure what's going wrong here. Well, Senyuk trying to... He's coming up for a second. I don't mind that.
Yeah, you know, they go for it. But you know what? They pick the one player with a gun arm, I think, from that side. It's Barbaro who...
Yeah.
And you've got to reward the fielder for a good return as well. So I don't mind that running. You know, in the end, she's out by the proverbial country mile. But we'll just check this to see who's out. I'm not even sure they crossed. Look at this arm. Bang. And look at where the keeper takes it.
Yeah, perfect throw. I mean, that is position, isn't it? Fantastic. What an arm. And again, I think they don't cross here.
Yeah, they don't cross. That's such a good throw. But again, lots of things could have happened there. It could have gone away from the keeper and they get home. But anyway, you can see, and it won't be Pavla who's out, it'll be Lydia who's run out. Second time we've had that situation today. But again, I know it looks crazy. You run out by half a pitch, but I still think strategically it's the time to do it.
Yeah.
You got heaps of wickets, make the play. Just ran into a very good throw from Fawa Baba, and Nandavada did the rest.
Yeah, well done. And Lydia, she should be very happy and very proud. No wonder she's got a big smile on her face. It's been a good knock from her. He went out there. She was a little bit nervous, but once she got her running shoes on, and don't forget she hit, and she so far is the only batter that has hit a boundary on the Croatian side as well.
And of course, they're giving her many pats on the back. Gets her team up to 46 in the 9th over.
Look at that. Beautiful.
That's really what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, sensational stuff. High fives all around, and so they should be. And, well, one man, veteran there, Zanko, there he is. He gives high fives as well. What a proud moment it is for him as well. Done a lot of work with these girls, so exceptional work from Zanko as well.
What, I don't know if anyone's ever been happy to be run out, but after 35 minutes of what's been essentially a prolonged beep test, I think Lydia's happy to step aside and give someone else a go. As Ivana Zigante is going to come in. Let's see if she can keep up this proactive attitude with 11 balls left in the innings.
Floated up, and good delivery. So a little bit more push on the ball, sent it further, and no risk of this bouncing twice. You can see the umpire there saying, yep, that's how many more to come.
Tell you what, that throw from Barbara, I think a few of the men might want to watch that and see how to return the ball to the keeper.
What a throw. What an arm.
That was very powerful and accurate.
It's nicely played. Well, here she is in play again. And this time, she's not able to pick it up cleanly, but...
The shot, like Zagante, gets off the mark. That's what she needs to do. She has to at least make contact and run. Okay, if there's wickets now, it doesn't matter. There's only 9 balls left. You've got 8 wickets in hand. Force the fielding side to make the play. Get as many as you can. They'd still love to get to 60 if possible.
Down leg side, and I'll take the wide, and could maybe have turned that one into 2 there if they were a little bit more alert. I felt a little bit there from the keeper. I thought poor Lakshmi was going to get clonked by this one.
Chris saying well batted there to Lydia Kavaric, showing good sportsmanship. He just appreciates seeing development of cricket. No matter whether it's his team or not his team that he's supporting. But to Gunha, halfway through this 9th over.
This one is going to be another wide, just straying down the leg side, but really gave this some flight. Look at this one.
But I like this footwork from Senyuk not to go and spoil it, to get inside, and she'll get the wide if she misses it. So it's good, rather than backing away and getting in the way. Again, that's intelligent batting.
Yeah, that's a good delivery if it's straight, you know. This one is straight, and well, does he just rest? The Grizzly just rests by the base of the stumps here, I'm sure. Watch this.
I knew this was never going to knock the bails off.
Nah.
No way. No way. So I suppose you get a bit of luck there. Good bowling, though, from Karen. 2 to come in the night.
And she had to play at that one. That was destined to hit middle stump. She does. Josephine does the fielding to take a single.
They'll bring up the 50, if I'm not mistaken, for Croatia as well. So well done to them.
Yeah, 50 up.
First time they've hit that milestone.
Yeah, good moment. 50 on the board. Nicely struck. It'll be at least 1. And that will be the end of the 9th over. 51 for 2, Croatia. So, you know, clawing closely to that 60 score, which we still believe, if they bowl well and keep the extras down themselves, is going to be very competitive.
I guess the very nature of improvement in cricket is that it's gradual, but this has been quite dramatic, how much we've seen Croatia improve. If you look at their first first couple of goes with the bat yesterday compared to this today. I mean, I like what Zigante's doing as well. Okay, she's 2 out of 3. But again, the lack of fear to actually go for the shots. You know, it looks like this is going to be Saka Kulchanova now who is getting a bowl. I know Chris Pearce wanted to see her getting a go, and she will. So she's got this crucial 10th over. Again, Croatia, they'll still be hopeful they can get to that 60.
Yeah, Saka, can she keep it nice and straight? We're just waiting for the batter to have her laces sorted out, and that's been done. So Zigante wants to get on with this, but look at the close fielder in there as well. It's going to be a no ball to start off with, so an opportunity for Zigante to really go after this one.
First ball's the hardest ball, I think, when you're bowling, especially obviously with the kind of added pressure of all the cameras and all the attention. But yeah, Zigante, if I was her now, maybe I'd like to see her batting in front of the stumps a bit more. She can't be LBW or bowled. Maybe opens up that leg side a bit more. She digs this out off the free hit. She will get a run. So, again, Zigante, I've liked her hustle since she's been out there. And I'm really impressed. I mean, when Vukic got out, there was a chance, you know, what happened yesterday when she got out, it all kind of went to mud, didn't it? But the Croatians continue to keep fighting. Can they get that 60?
Oh, well, this one has certainly done a bit in the air, hasn't it? I think there's been a bit of swing here.
And it's really well bowled by Saka. Just have a look at the natural bend on this. In fact, it does too much.
Wow.
It actually bends past.
I thought for a moment it may have even hit the base of the stumps. It moved so much.
Yeah, you can see she's got good mechanics there. Another academy bowler.
This time it's bangs this one into the deck. So she's got the variations as well. The ball before was flighted. This one she pushes into the deck. And slightly quicker delivery.
Good comeback as well. You know, first ball went a bit wrong. Guess what? That happens to everyone.
Yeah.
But she's come back well. And now we're halfway through her over, just 2 conceded. And Pavla, again, it'll be a hit and run job here. I think now's the stage you might as well run for anything. Even any slight fumble from the keeper at all, just go for it.
Oh, it's going to be another no ball. This one just comes out wrong for Saka, but I think she's just got to, don't worry about it. This will happen sometimes. You see that one just almost like slips out of her hand.
It's kind of the follow through there. I think she's just a little bit tense at the moment of delivery. So, you know, when you're bowling rhythmically, you know, it's all quite a fluid thing, but it's very natural for that to happen. But she recovered well from the first one that got away from her. Let's hope she can do it again. But you could just see the one step. She pulled up very quickly after bowling. So, yeah, I mean, relax. Getting told to relax is a lot easier than actually relaxing, especially when you're on television anyway. Free hit coming up.
Hits this well and well fielded. It'll take the single.
Good comeback. Again, really good comeback from Saka Kulchanova. And so, a good shot as well. But yeah, it's just those things. I often say, if you're going to bowl a wide, make it a big one. Get your money's worth. But just try and bowl plenty that aren't. And like I said, still not a disastrous over at all. 2 to come now.
And this one's down the leg side. But spoils the wide now and mix up, and it gets thrown at the wrong end.
Well, we waited 9.5 overs and have our first clanger with the running between the wickets. It's been really good. But what's Zigante doing here? There's 2 to come. She whacks it. And, I mean, to be honest, Pavla probably could have given her a high five and headed back to the non-strikers end. So that is a bit of a tactical misstep. I've got to give credit, though. It sticks out because the Croatians, they have run very, very well in the innings so far.
Yeah. A fair play also to check here. They were pretty tight on it. All right, the throw does go to the keeper's end, but no run. This time they are running. It's a tricky one. Josephine doesn't pick it up cleanly, and that's why you're all going for 2.
Not even
they haven't spotted. They haven't spotted it. Oh, well. They haven't spotted it, and I get the feeling, but that was Muncie Palmer. She doesn't realise they're going for 2, so throws it into the deck.
Do you know who else didn't realise they're going for 2? Is Ivana, because she still tries to put up the stop sign saying, I'm not interested, and then basically she almost gets a push from Pavla, so they will get the 2 in the end. Again, it's a bit of a lighter moment, but again, it's a much improved performance from Croatia with the bat. They're going to end up on 57 off the 10
The
overs.
interesting thing is, I don't know who's the batter saying no to, because she's looking at us. Watch this again. When they But this is how it finishes. I wonder if we can see the whole thing again. But when
we'll
she turned around and said, no, no, no. But of course, she's not looking at her partner at all. But hang, well done. They get to a score. And you're right. It's been so much better. And the improvement that we've seen in this short period of time has been absolutely fantastic. And great fielding out there from Katrina as well.
Yeah, it sure was. I mean, there's so many positives for both sides really in this innings. This was the first boundary we saw from Croatia as well in this series. That was beautifully pulled away. And yeah, I think Lydia Kvaric, for me, she was the most improved. If you had to tell me one player to pick out, I'd say Lydia here, just batting through the ninth over and actually kind of held things together pretty well after Vucic got bowled. That was a nice bit of bowling, wasn't it, from Srđanja Talamala to rattle the off stump. The Czechs, they love to celebrate. I love that they're trying to say get off the pitch if you're celebrating, but I think you're probably safer to be on the pitch at this stage of the weekend.
And then there's the arm. What a throw. Look at this for position. Right over into the gloves, over the stump. You don't get better than that.
Yeah, and so for Croatia, though, they got something to bowl at. Here you can see Lydia, she was run out because they didn't quite cross, but she got about 55 in high fives, didn't she, from the bench? And you can just see how much it means to the players out there. It's something that I've really been able to feel. Hopefully you can feel it no matter where you're watching from around the world, that they're very, very enthusiastic about cricket. And they train so much, the ability to go out there, play some games, and even the tips they picked up by playing games has accelerated their improvement even more. 16 for Vucic leads the scoring here, but Lydia Kvaric batted into the ninth for 11. Senjugan Zagante finished it off. And with the extras there, not so bad, I think. 11 wides and 4 no balls, 15 in the 10. I think at this level, it's serviceable from the Czechs. But they were tested by a Croatian side that were just willing to put them under a bit more pressure. Looking at the bowling, Talamala probably the best of them with 1 for 7. They used 7 in total. And no one really going the journey. But I just think we saw a little bit more fight, a little bit more bite from the Croatians compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of the things that perhaps that we may have talked about where they could make those subtle improvements to, and things that they would have talked about themselves after the day's play yesterday, they put those into practice, and that was good to see. And what they've done with that score, they put a score on the board that will test Czechia. But the most important thing I think now here for Croatian women is when they go out there, they keep it nice and tidy. That's going to be important because Czechia, well, they're going to run hard, and they're going to run hard at you.
All right, so we'll take a quick break. I'll tell you what, the record books are waiting as well, because if they can defend 57, they'll be the second best total defended, or second worst total, I should say, ever defended here on ECN. So join us. Should be an exciting conclusion to the Women's Series after this break. It'll be the hosts defending 57, Czechia to make it a sweep. Need 58 for the victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Paul. See you after this short break with more ECI-W Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company on a sunny Sunday afternoon. And yes, you heard me right, it is sunny and we've got some cricket on here after we had an interrupted start of the day. Right now, we're going to see the Croatian team defending 57. Now here's the thing, we saw 56 defended here. That was earlier in our 2-week adventure. In fact, it was earlier this week. Halloween special from Ljubljana, who defended 56 against the Assassins, who would go on to actually lift the trophy. And so if 56 can be done, I'm sure 57 can be done. But they're going to have to bowl and field very well, no doubt about that. And so getting ready for the start of this one. You know, the Czechs, I think they would also learn a lot with their running in particular from yesterday, where, look, they got the job done, didn't they? But I wouldn't say it was all one-way traffic when they were batting against the Croatians. And right now, we're seeing the opening partnership out there. And it's Katarina Tesarikova who's opening up out there with Matsi Palmer. So Aaron Vukovic will get us going. 58 to win. It just shows he doesn't have to always be high scoring and plenty of boundaries to be an interesting cricket match. And I think even though we just saw the 1-4 in the first half of this game, it was a lot of hustle. And so just waiting for the clock to tick over here, I think. Vukovic is a natural kind of in-swing bowler, and she's the quickest of the Croatian bowlers. So two youngsters going head-to-head. 58 to win for Czechia. Let's roll. Good ball first up. Just gets inside, according to the umpire. Pretty well blocked there as well. Yeah, it's probably a fair enough call based on what we saw in the first innings. Ina Maric behind the stumps for Croatia once again. Pretty good ball, but pretty good shot as well from Tesarikova. Nice little clip, gets her off the mark. And I suppose Erin, the most accomplished of the Croatian bowlers. So the Czechs might be a little bit wary of what she's delivering. I suppose that what you need to do if you're Croatia is push that rate up above a run of ball. It almost starts to run a ball, and then keep it there by limiting the extras. Obviously creating a bit of pressure in the field as well. It's going to be Matsi Palmer now to face up.
I heard somebody say the wickets are not straight. Well, they don't look very straight, so that's a good shout. They need to be adjusted. So umpire Stubbs comes along.
Right, Rico, so what do you think? Do you think we could have another defence in the 50s?
Well, I think it all depends on the number of extras. That's what it comes down to. But it can be done. It is possible.
I know yesterday, a lot of comments were said, most positive, but not all. But I think the proof's in the pudding here, and these players coming back doing some pretty good things here on day 2. It's a good ball by Vukovic, gets through, and it's a difficulty for Maric behind the stumps. But here's the thing, you don't get today without yesterday.
Exactly. Vukovic, one thing that she's doing well here today, she's got a line right. She was straying down the leg side a lot yesterday with Serene, but she's got it right here now. He's bowling in a good area. And that's good swing away, but he's always going to, because of the pace she's bowling at, oh, well, we knew that was going to happen as well at some point. And time to get dirty, time to get mucky. But well done to Lydia. He takes one for her team here. And that one was, it's a difficult one for Ina behind the stumps to get to. Gets a glove to it, fair play to it, but still gets away from her.
Something to field him in, mid off right back on the circle. For me, I think they could be a bit more attacking, maybe try and put bit of doubt in the Czech batters' minds as far as taking those singles if they hit straight back past the bowler.
Take on the fielder here. Well, there's a bit of a mix-up. They might come back for one here now. And in the end, if they'd gone straight away, they would have got 2. There's the fielder that was charging in. That was Priyanka Reddy.
Yeah, so this is the thing. She felt like she had to run in to attack the ball, but I think she should probably be up about 5 metres in the first place. And then the ball gets to her quicker. She might have had a chance for a run out. Anyway, first run's off the bat.
Oh, that's a great delivery. And look at the pace on that from Vukovic. Very good bowling, and she's got her radar switched on here today.
Watch this take off.
Yeah, and look at the movement away as well. It's not It looks like it's going to go down towards the leg, and then look at the way this comes up. That's a great seed.
Pretty good block in the end by Marriage. That was nicked. It could have been interesting. Anyway, is the end of the over. So 3 without loss after 1. Good start for the Croatians. 166 matches since the golden ball. One thing we've never had is a golden ball in a women's match. We've got plenty more chances, I suppose. We have the ECI-Ws in Malta coming up. We've also, of course, got the ECC-W, which will be 24 more chances. But we had a 1-run game. We haven't had a golden ball.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll take one here in Croatia. Have never had one in Croatia. So let's see how we go. And this is going to be, well, as well struck well. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. So a lovely hit there from Katrina. She says, why take the wide when I can clobber it to the boundary?
Yeah, and got the long levers, doesn't she, Katarina? And she could have just taken the wide here, but she said, no, I can reach this, and it's almost like a tennis shot. It's hit very, very well, and I suppose maybe you can see why mid-offer so far back when Tesrakova's on strike. Couldn't do anything about that. Second boundary of the game. Yeah,
didn't have the best of times yesterday, Katrina, did she? She was, I think, out without scoring once, but I mean, one thing she did do really well was run well. This one is being called a no ball, so I thought it might have caught a little bit of the pitch on the way through, but the umpire stopped saying no.
I think it did get a bit of the pitch, but it significantly bounced away, so that'll be a judge's no ball. Zagante probably just like she's a bit too front on, I think, at the moment. She get a bit more side on, maybe. She'll be a bit more accurate.
This one's down the leg side. It's going to be another one. Yeah, you're right. I think 2 square, I'd say, just needs to get the body to, I'd like to say, just that swivel in. You know, so get front foot, the left foot, just get the heel down and go around on it and get the arm to go across from right to left, sort of aiming towards that the first slip there or the backstop. And this one's not right either, so this is going to be a no ball, so the free hit stays in place.
What we're seeing is, you know, the slightly different experience level of the Czech team from the Croatian team, particularly with bowling. You know, bowling is a difficult thing. Yeah. It's quite an unnatural action to do. And I like this. Zagante doesn't really have a run up here because I think that's a good way to teach bowling. Start with the action, work backwards. Anyway, that's a much better delivery.
And it's well hit as well. And this one, well, it's going to be remarkably well stopped.
Great fielding.
That is a sensational stop because that was laced. It was absolutely hammered. And how does he manage to get a stop on this in the end? Let's have a look at this. Well, I think she's helped a bit by the field. It does sort of plug a bit, but
still,
well done.
That was Nirmala D'Souza down there. Can't believe she pulled that back. But, yeah, I said it was a better ball from Zagante. It still was hittable, wasn't it? But Tesrakova only gets a single.
That's a better delivery, much better. That will give her a bit of confidence. I mean, now, you know, when you know you're not getting it right and you're bowling 2 or 3 on the spin, you get under a lot of pressure. But now she's bowled a couple of good ones. Hopefully that will spark her on to complete this over well.
Yeah, that's right. Erin might have missed a trick there. She went back for Tesrakova. She probably could have been up there and saving that single.
This one comes out wrong there. But once again, it just seems to be sliding out of her hand before she can get the arm to come over. Well, he's the funny side of it, along with the umpire Stubbs, so it's going to be another free hit.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Kareem saying early call, but he thinks maybe the ECI-W, or the ECC-W, I guess you're talking about, grand final, could be a golden ball. Imagine that. Yeah, you can see now. This is where, you know, if someone's really trying to get through the over, I'd like to see maybe if the other captain allows, for example, you could, or at the umpire's discretion, to maybe change the bowler, just to avoid this kind of situation. It's a tough place to be. It's getting harder as it goes, but we said that's a pretty good delivery, and Erin will come and do the fielding. So I suppose maybe it's better for the bowler's development to finish the over.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise, I suppose next time you bowl, it's probably going to be in the back of your mind or the front of your mind.
I think for confidence purposes, and I know that the bowler Zagante herself would want to finish it. So I think on the confident front, it is the ones she's got straight have been good deliveries.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's just the consistency at the moment for Zagante. And I'll probably let that go. That's fine.
I think, yeah. I think the umpire is probably saying, okay, I think it's been a tough over already.
Yeah.
We'll let this one go.
I think you have to use a bit of discretion there. Phil Foster says something, and I kind of agree. Underarm bowling, you know, in developmental stages, I think it should be allowed because you can't bounce it more than once anyway, right? And obviously you're always going to be working on it on the over-arm bowling in the background, but I just think it's something in junior cricket and women's cricket and other forms of developmental cricket that it just creates a bit more inclusivity. It means that more people can get involved with bowling before they're quite confident to go over-ump. But anyway, that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 16 without loss. Aaron Vucic to come back. As you can see, Czech women winning both of the matches yesterday. They split the points for the match this morning, I should say, which is a bit of a shame since we get heaps of sunshine. You might say, well, why don't you just play a little bit later in the day? Well, guess what? We can't, because the sun sets here at 4:45 at the moment.
That's
so
right.
we're using all available sunlight. Now, let's see if Vucic can make a strike here in the third over.
Yeah, both the batters just spending a bit of time to sort out their helmets. You can see there that Muncie Palmer needed hers adjusting. She gets a bit of pat on the bat there from Katrina, so good luck.
Just going to say to Ivana as well, I know she had a bit of a tough time that last over, but the over goes for 13, and I'm telling you something, there's plenty of guys from the ECS, if they were over and only gone for 13, they'd be happy about it. So, keep at it. Obviously, we saw a little bit with the bat towards the end of the innings, and now this last over of the power play coming up, Vucic to bowl out.
Yeah, good delivery again. And nicely done also behind the stumps this time from Ina Marchik. It's got a lovely rhythm about her. I like the way that she runs in, and a nice delivery stride as well. Today, some of the issues she was having yesterday, she seems to have got those behind her. Bowling well. One bit of bat onto it, no run.
Good ball. So what you can do here, if Vucic can concede next to none here, then you can probably push that rate towards that 6 and over again. But you're going to have to do this as a team effort. That's the thing in cricket. You need 5 bowlers as a minimum to come and work together. And we actually saw the Czech bowlers working really well as a team. Let's see if Vucic can get this right, but she doesn't. Pretty good block in a sense from Maric behind the stumps. But this is going to be a no ball for a full high delivery and a free hit coming up.
Yeah, see what she tried to do here. I think, and I wouldn't take away from her trying. She's been short of a length, and the ball's being beating the bat, but going over the stumps. As he says, okay, if I can get it fuller and try and hit the stumps, but she just goes a little bit too much. But I like the idea. That's been well met, and they won't take the run here either. It's a good call from Katrina.
Good fielding. I mean, I think there was a run there again if they'd gone straight away. But I suppose Katrina is one kind of genuine boundary hitter you've got there, the top of the order, so I didn't want to risk it on the one that time.
It's a well hit, and this time they will go. And, well, a bit of foot fielding, but it works. It does the job. It gets stopped.
I know that the Women's Football World Cup does live in Europe now, doesn't it, with the Spanish team? And I wonder if they're going to scout Hasima Kuchuksuku there. He was able to make the stop.
It's well bowled again. Oh, it could be trouble. Indecisiveness, and the bowl's come off. Does she get back in time? That's the question here. Katrina, one thing she's got is a big reach, and she needed it here, so starts to go. And just watch here, and I think she just gets back, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I love the way that Katrina backs up, but Velko not making it very easy for the third umpire. It's been like 14 days. He was just, maybe in his mind he was side on. Anyway, last ball the over.
Palmer places that. This time they do go on the hit. And get one, and they'll settle for that. You can see the bench screaming, go again, take 2. But I don't think there was 2 there. It's the end of the spell from Vucic, and bowled very well. And just the 5 runs come off her spell. So well bowled indeed. A little bit unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. And Czechia going along well, 20 without loss after 3.
You can see they get at least 3 runs off every over, Croatia in the first innings. And I genuinely think, we talked about if you start taking these runs, if you can get 2 or 3 and over, and I think you look at this, it is an extra kind of 25 runs compared to what they scored yesterday, just by taking a few more risk and taking the game on and being a little less scared of getting out. Czechs early, I think they've probably not run as well, I think, as the Croatians have. Just with once the indecision creeps in, it's a bit like a virus. It spreads, you know. So Palmer here 3 off 11, and so we're going to have a bowling change. Going to be Pavla Senyug to bowl the 4th. So let's see if she can keep it tight. Right now the Czechs a little bit ahead of the rate.
Need a breakthrough, need a wicket. And let's see if Senyug can produce. Got an extra field on at the moment in one of these big crows. The crows out here, by the way, are huge, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can see that the young lady at square is getting a little bit put up by that crow.
We had one almost pick up the cube. Anyway, here's Senyug. And Chris is saying, hey, and Chris is probably the expert on this, he says he agrees with underarm up to about under 11s, but the complexities of overarm bowling are also a big hook for new players. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Look, that's not allowed, is it? It's an extra fielder. That crow can't be there.
Stay perfectly still. They can only see you if you move.
And well, I don't know really what knocks the stumps over here. Whether it's the ball or the legs of Pavla.
Pretty happy the stumps are there. Let's have a look what happened here.
And it was the ball in the end.
She's clever. She didn't have to field it. She got behind the stumps. Well, maybe she wants to do a bit of wicket keeping with skills like that. She wants to be behind the stumps. That's the real 12th man. Is the stumps.
It's firmly hit, well fielded.
Well fielded, but a clear run. Even though that's hit really hard towards Zigante, he just can't stay away from the action at the moment.
Yeah, nicely stopped. Good looking shot as well. It's on Palmer. Now Katrina. She's got good leverage, strikes the ball well and firmly. And it hits that well. And once again, it's the same fielder. She's all over the place and making those stops. Zigante, excellent work.
Zigante is going to have leather poisoning. She's going to need some treatment for that because she has had so much of the ball so far. Are they going to have a little bit of a chat? No, they're not. They're going to get ready for the next ball. Yeah, but Chris is talking about teaching overarm bowling, and I'm totally agreeing. I'm not saying that you look to bowl underarm in the long term. Maybe it's a way to get out of an over that's a bit uncomfortable. But, you know, Chris, obviously, he has the same philosophy as I do as well on, you know, teaching bowling, starting with the action and kind of working backwards. And actually, we actually taught a fair few of our crew cricket, and to the point that they've been playing a few games amongst themselves, and also taught Martin in the HCL software game at the Cardimer Oval. So, yeah, just obviously it's a very important and unique part of cricket as well. All right, so back to the action here. We've got a free hit coming up.
Well, running nowhere really, and running blind. Didn't look at the partner at all, did Palmer. So misses out on the free hit. You see Katrina starts to come, and then you say no, go back, stay where you are, and that's where the backstop comes into play.
This one's just going to be a little bit too wide as well. Hey, but Chris is obviously watching from Czechia, like so many of our viewers. Enrico, that's one place you've never been.
Not been there,
on the ECN tour, maybe because I've been hogging it. And obviously Danny Hudacek's there, who's kind of our Czech specialist. But I'm going to make an extra special effort to get you there, because I know, even though you met a lot of the guys at Cardimer Oval, the national team coming there, I know that you're desperate to get to Prague, and so we'll do what we can next year, okay?
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, like you said, I know the guys really well, I spoke to them, and I know it's a beautiful place as well, so well worth a visit. And easy to get to so many other locations as well, and that's a better delivery. It's a nice looking pull shot that will get fielded. That's just nut. Makes the stop, gets the throw in, and let me think about taking the extras, and a bit of panic stations there from Croatia, but they keep it to 1.
Speaking of Jasna, I want to say hello to all of her club mates from Djurgården in Stockholm. I know that she plays for Djurgården Club and resides in Sweden at the moment, of course. Croatian citizen and lived here up until a few years ago. So I know they're all tuning in.
Big swing once again there from Katrina. She's got the power, but she just, for me, I think you mentioned this when Croatia was batting. For me, she just seems to be batting a little bit too wide down the leg side. She takes a guard very wide. I think if she comes across in front of the stump slightly, she's got more of an opportunity to make contact, but well ahead where they need to be at the moment. At the end of the 4 overs, it's 27 without loss.
Yeah, so something we've talked about quite a lot is, you know, you can train and you can train and you can train all you like, but there's no training quite like playing matches and playing a lot of matches. And that's obviously something that is still a challenge with women's club cricket structure, a long way behind men's in all countries, depending on which country you go to. Obviously Sweden, which is where Jasna Anisic plays, who's playing for Croatia today, you know, they do have, I think, around 30 women's teams in the club competition, which is great. But then other places, they don't really have a domestic club structure at all at this stage, or they may play the occasional friendly game. So obviously, the more matches you play, the better you'll get. And putting practice into action, I think, is the real important thing. As looks like we've got Lydia Kavaric to bowl over number 5, and she certainly batted well, didn't she, in the first innings of this game? See how she goes with the ball.
It's going to start with a no ball. Doesn't get on the pitch. Lydia, I'm denied about taking the cap on or off. Took it off and thought, nah, I feel better with it on. So bowling with the cap on keeps the hair out of her eyes, I suppose. Free hit coming up here.
Not a problem I would have these days.
Palmer would love to get hold of one. He plays it well to get Katrina back on strike.
Yeah, Danny Hudacek's popped into the chat, actually, Rico, and he said he'd be happy to show you around. When I first went to Prague, Danny gave me a great walking tour, pretty much the whole day.
Yeah.
He's been there quite a while now. It was very, very interesting. Very walkable city. I know you like to walk, Rico, so...
Yeah. Hi, Danny. I bet you had a few pit stops on the way, though.
That's probably also true.
It's going to be, I think, well, I thought that was going to be a wide, but not called.
We've seen Velko occasionally letting one of these go. Lydia with a nervous glance around, but the arm stayed firmly by the
Lydia's
sides.
thinking, I like Popovic. He can stay there. I wonder if she should try it again and get a bit straighter. It's a bit shorter and it's well struck, but it goes only as far as Erin, who does the fielding, and retrieved by the bowler as well. Good work by Lydia.
Well, Chris is saying when Katka, that's Tesarikova, when she hits it on a cold day, you wouldn't want to be fielding it, but that throw was pretty spicy that Lydia was able to grab. So just a few going to the left here. Again, sometimes it's pretty difficult because most of the time you're teaching people to bowl side on, but you run in front on. So you're actually having to move, kind of change your torso position. And if you don't get side on, then a lot of balls you will kind of lose to the left, which has been a bit of an issue so far. So yeah, the extras we knew that would be important, try and limit them. So far, the Croatians haven't probably quite reeled in as much as they wanted to.
Now that's a better delivery, and she's unlucky. She's unlucky. I get the feeling that probably was a free hit though, but still, that's a good delivery.
But also better position from the keeper behind the stumps in a marriage. I talked to her yesterday about maybe getting a bit closer and varying her position based on the pace of the bowler. And she's up on the artificial today.
This one just slides out of the hand as well. I think also one thing that Lydia could probably concentrate on when they go back to their training is never mind about the few steps that she's taking, the little run up. Just try and take a couple of steps. So forget the run. So just a couple of steps and get that arm, get used to the arm coming over. That's much better. She gets that one through.
Good delivery. Good delivery, yeah. It kind of, in a sense, it should progress at your own pace once you're comfortable with that, the element of the action originally. But that was a good one. And again, this over's not a disaster. It's only gone for 5. Last ball of it coming up.
Gets played out, and Palmer gets another one to her name. So she's moves on to 7. Well, she wants another, and now she could be in a bit of trouble. And she's going to get back. She was pretty keen to get Katrina to take the second, but maybe she's not so keen to go back and strike herself. She moves on to 7 of 23 deliveries. So she's faced a few, but I think the thing is he's kept Katrina on strike, and now it looks like there might be a retirement here, Vinny. It looks like Palmer. Well, what's going on here now? Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe she decided she's not coming out. Not sure what's going on here at the moment. Let's have a look. Let's wait and see.
The instruction's been given to retire out Palmer, and so that's. She's having a word about it, but I don't think it's the umpires that are giving her out. I think the coach has said, "Look, we'd like to make a tactical switch," And
I like Popovich. He's having none of it. He says, look, you're out here. Take this with you while you're going. And actually still, I don't know what the discussion is here. So I get the feeling this is going to be a retirement out. And I was just talking about this strike right there from Palmer. I think she's got to 7, but she's used up a lot of deliveries. But still, I don't mind that. I mean, she's been out there. She's had a bit of knock. She's had a bit of a hit. And I just think here that the Czechia coaching staff have decided that it's maybe a good opportunity to have somebody else go there. A nice big hug there, though. And, well, that's Josephine saying, hey, look, you did all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, she did. You know, I think it's a tactical switch. You can understand she's done her job. She's got her team into a good position, 33 for 1. But I think with so many wickets in hand, they feel that Fawa Baba, with her kind of boundary hitting power, would be a good option, because I just don't want to see this getting too close to Czechs. They're pretty determined to sweep this series. So you can understand that. And yeah, certainly it's not a knock on.
I think also credit to Croatia, because they've created that uncertainty from Czechia to make this move. So it's not that they're not doing this to give somebody else a chance. They're giving this to get their match winner out there to try and make this match safe.
Yeah, it's tactical. Lisenyuk comes back in over number 6. So yeah, Danny actually asked a question. I don't know if Chris is still with us from the academy. But Danny was asking how many of the girls playing this tournament have attended the academy. Maybe you can let us know. My guess was probably 4 or 5. Good delivery that time from Senyuk again. You know, in all sports and all levels, I mean, trying to achieve consistency of what you're putting out there, it's the holy grail, really. And you can see Senyuk's good deliveries are testing.
It's going to be a wide delivery. So that's the issue, is consistency, isn't it? And that's one thing. Again, though, you get that consistency the more cricket that you play. So you know that Pavla Senyuk here, when she gets it right, she bowls a very good delivery. But every so often, like there, she just gets it wrong. And there's probably about 3 or 4 are over. But the good ones are good.
The thing is also, what you're probably not realising, it's very windy here now. And windy conditions, you know, if you're struggling with your control, the wind's not your friend. It's blowing pretty heavily right to left at the moment.
Well, that's better. And, oh, that's been struck hard. Could be a run out. And they're asking the question. We might even go upstairs here, you know. Well, first of all, I think was that a catching opportunity?
It was a catching
It was struck hard.
It was like a bullet, though.
And
great position from the bowler.
And just makes it back, I think.
Just
yeah,
in. The bails are still on there. But yeah, it was good work to try and go for the run out straight away. But first, it was actually a pretty good stop because that ball, I think, for sure was going for 4, and you don't really want to leak a 4 at this stage of the innings. And Barbara does smash them. We know that.
Yeah, I think that was Vukovic that initially had the chance to take the catch.
The gasp was Rico frustrated that the cube just blew everything over. Anyway, I'll call this one in, which is hit through the offside. May look for 2 here, and it's probably there if they go straight away. They're going to get it. So that's good running, and Bubba this time hits it around the fielders.
Yeah, well run. Well, yeah, we just had that. Well, Vinny just mentioned that the wind is going to be an issue out there for the bowlers. Well, there's an issue for us now because the cube almost took off. Chairs went everywhere. Jackets went everywhere. And it's to the fielder. But it gets through. They'll take the single.
Nice shot. She's so strong.
Oh, they might even go. Well, they decide not to go for the second because the throw came in.
The silent wind gets me, though, because sometimes you hear it blowing, but then sometimes it doesn't seem like there's anything, and then
whoosh.
And then suddenly you're D-cubed.
So, Senyuk just checks her field. And this one is going to be another wide down leg side. It's just, you see Katrina this time, she's just happy to leave those alone. He does play that pull and hook shot very well. So I think even if one's a little bit wider, if she can get to it, she will have a go. But look at the stance. This is what I was saying with the stance. Oh, this one is even wider. So unfortunately, it's going to be another no ball. You can see maybe what Pavla's trying to do because the wind is playing from right to left. He's trying to throw against it. But this time, she overdoes it.
Cube's acting as a windsock at the moment, actually. At least we know where it's coming from.
There's that hit, and this is hit really well. And it will go all the way. Oh, yeah, we have a Maximo bolle, brrrr, zona. There you have it, folks. The first Maximo of the ECI women's, and it is Katrina, and she gives it some whirly, and it goes all the way. Manos, arriba, Vitro, que guay, que genial, que grande. Well, Maxi, there you go. We knew it was coming.
It's a Katka crack, the first 6 of the series, and now she might want another one. She doesn't get all of it. She should get back for 2 here, but congratulations to Katarina. Oh, again, it's not good running, though. I suppose they'll get 1, which means Tesrakova will keep the strike. But again, there's an easy 2 here if they wanted it.
Yeah, it was 2. But maybe this is all about keeping it on strike. But what a great hit that was, well, folks.
I love it that she changes her own mind here, Barbara, for no particular reason. Just turns around just as Tesrakova's going, hey, I wanted that too, but she will get the strike. Yeah, Maximo time. We've waited a while, but have a look. You see we've got 28 off the bat. We've got 20 extras. That has been, probably the difference, I think, between the 2 teams in this game.
Yeah, I think the extras, that's one thing that we were saying. That's one thing that they needed to try and keep nice and tidy. They weren't able to do so. It looks like it's going to be an opportunity now for Nirmal de Souza to have a bowl.
Let's see if she can keep this game alive. I'm starting to think what the celebrations might be like as well if the Czechs get these 10 runs.
So firmly here. It's going to be another boundary, It's going to be Cuatro más, and Katrina, well, brings up the 50 with that. Well, we saw her hit a big 6 and now 4. Look at them. Oh, yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah, give it some. Give it some. Oh, I like it. I love it. And well, they like to celebrate. They like to have some fun, and they're having some fun.
Good shot, good judgment. As we get back to the action here, out in the middle.
This is hit well as well, but oh no, it could be another, it is going to be another, courtesy of a misfield. And that means that they're just, a couple of runs short here. There they are again. Well, they're doing the dancing, they're doing the jumping up and down as well. And Katrina, well, she has set the place alight, hasn't she?
Yeah, she sure has. Yeah, but it's just a shame for her maybe that they're going to get it so quickly, because she's really batting with some freedom and some power now. To be honest, not the worst couple of balls from de Souza. Just 2 to win now for the Czechs.
It's on the leg side, and she'll hit this pretty well as well. And just the single this time, which means that the scores are tied.
Let's have a look what's coming up then in 35 minutes. The first ball of the final match of our Croatian adventure. And we know that the Croatians, they can tie the series now with a win there. News from the toss, Croatia winning the toss and batting first. And certainly batting with a lot more confidence today. So stay tuned for that one. Right now, let's go back to the action. Scores tied. Any run will win it for Czechia.
And that will do it, and it will finish with a boundary as well. Or will it? No, has it plugged? Well, as soon as they run the first, that'll be it. It's done. Well, it should have been a boundary. They're still running. It won't matter. As soon as the single is completed, it's done and dusted. To Czechia win. Get the cameras on them, because they're going to be running on here and say, here they come. Watch out, Czechia incoming. Victorious again. And what a victory it is. I love it. The celebrations to them. But look, take a lot of pride as well to Croatia. They played very well. And their batting improved 100%. And with the bowling, that will get better as well. One thing that they will need to work on, of course, is the extras. But meanwhile, let's look at these lovely celebrations again from Team Turkey. Well done. Congratulations. Well played. And what a knot that was from Katrina as well. Definitely, I think that warrants the player of the match performance. 27 of 22 deliveries. Just a reminder, we've got the men's international next. Is Croatia men's taking on Slovenia. Remember, Slovenia are winning that one at the moment, 2-1. So big opportunity for Croatia to try and level the series. And if they can get a good win, well, net run rate comes into play. But look at this. Let's just keep the cameras on this for a moment. Don't worry about, okay, never mind. We'll go to the highlights. But I just love seeing the celebrations there from Czechia. That's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, a lot of those players playing for the very first time, learning the game, learning how to bat, learning how to bowl, learning how to field, and then finally get their opportunity in the sunshine after a horrible morning where it was rain, which abandoned that first match between these two in the day. But they got their opportunity and then made the most of it.
Yeah, they sure did. I'm going to say well done to all the players in this weekend's ECI-W. I mean, in the end, probably experience level showed, didn't it? just the general skill level with the ball. But yeah, you just can't fake the kind of enthusiasm that we've seen from these players this weekend. I've got to say that Katka batted really, really well. I really liked the way that she was powerful with those straight down the ground kind of flat bats. When they made the tactical retirement, it probably was the right thing to do. She had faced 23 balls, but she had basically put her team in a pretty good position as well. Set it up. Barbara helped knock it down, but it was Katka towards the end and found another gear. And like I said, Rico, maybe just a shame they weren't chasing 20 more.
Well, yeah, I mean, she had to dive to stay in that time, didn't she? Almost was run out. But look, there was a huge moment. That was the 6. That was the maximo. We knew it was coming. We had faith. And there was the big hit from Katrina, and she wasn't done there. Then she hits this one. Superb shot, that as well. Through the gap for 4 runs. Then there was another one as well. She got a little bit lucky with the second.
I don't know about the dancing. There's a little bit of the Bollywood about that, if you ask me. A bit of the turning the light bulb. But yeah, I love the enthusiasm. It was infectious. Okay, and obviously that one got us to the finishing line and then was put over. And just really nice to see the Czechs celebrating. They've worked really hard to be here, no doubt about that. And look, realistically, their cricket's a bit ahead of where Croatia at the moment. And you can see their celebration was pretty good to watch, I think, as well. I know they enjoyed doing it. I know that everyone back in Czechia, they'll be proud of them as well. In this innings, though, Tesarikova, like I said, she found that gear, didn't she? And I think with the conditions trying out, obviously it was pretty difficult to hit boundaries all weekend. But as the sun's come down, it started to rain boundaries here towards the end. Apart from that, Palmer batted a while for 7. Barbo came out towards the end. Again, the 20 extra, I think that hurts Croatia, but they can be very proud of their efforts as well. Vukovic excellent, only conceding 5. Lydia Zova only went for 6. But obviously Croatia, obviously they didn't get any wins this weekend, but I really hope that they have learnt a lot. I know they've learnt a lot. And I know they've had a really good time. I hope we see more of them on ECI.
Yeah, but Vinny, let's face it, them being out there, well, that's a big win, isn't it? That's their win. Being out there, they put a lot of effort in. A lot of sacrifices as well. I've seen them when they've come here after the men's have played in that European Cricket Series, and whatever sunlight, daylight is left, they've been out there, they've been practicing and batting the bowling, and the improvement in them is huge. We've seen a huge improvement just in one day. Just imagine how much better they'll get if they keep on practicing. So well done to the Croatian women. They should be very proud of what they've achieved. And you know what, like we say all the time, keep at it. We're going to see a lot better from them in the future.
Couldn't agree more. So we'll take a break back in about 25 minutes. And the series is alive in the men's because Croatia batting first can tie it 2-2 with a win. Join us then, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full. Just one game to go in Croatia. Join us for that after this break. You're watching the ECI.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the last match that we'll have coming to you from Croatia, and of course it is the men's international where Croatia will be taking on Slovenia. Slovenia have the upper hand. They have a 2-1 record over Croatia, but Croatia, they did win the last match, and maybe they can come back and level the series here, though net run rate of course will be the decider. What I can tell you from the coin toss is that Croatia, their captain Danikula, winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first. So he's hoping that they can do basically what they haven't been able to do up until now, and that's get a good score on the board, a big score on the board. You can see what the win predictor is saying, that Slovenia are favourites, but only by a few percent, so just 3% in it either way. I think very much for me is 50-50 this one. I think Croatia, they'll be more determined. I think their captain, Jawar Danikula and Enel Kuma are the openers. I think both of these two guys will be hoping to give them a good start. The problem has always been the power play. They haven't been able to get a good power play, and that means they haven't been able to lay a good foundation for the other batters to come into. That's what they've got to try and sort out this time. And I really do think we're going to see a big conscious effort from the openers to do that. I think also, what I was saying yesterday, they've got to sort out who is batting where for them as well. They have got talented players in their side. They've got genuine good hitters. But I think you've got to have them in at the right point. And I think Izas Ali, the captain of Slovenia, he'll be back in his team to bowl very well here. That's what's been their strength. They bowled well. And I think one of the reasons that I think that Croatia have decided to bat first here, they know that Slovenia bat first. Whatever runs they get on the board, they do tend to defend really well. So this is an opportunity to sort of reverse the rail cart slightly. It will be, no surprising there, Shinwari to open up the bowling. Shinwari. And there's some beautiful afternoon sunshine. I will say that there is a little windy. That wind that sort of came halfway through that last contest. What a match it was as well between the women's, Croatia women's taking on the Czechia women's. Got a bit windy towards the second part of that match, and that stayed this way. Lovely shot, inside out, one bounce, 4 runs. Anil Kuma starts with what's become his sort of trademark shot. The only thing is, sometimes he tries to play this when the ball isn't quite there. It is there this time, and he nails it as well. What I like about it is he doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's all about the timing and the placement. So good start. So Shinwari, who's been exceptional with the ball throughout his time here in Croatia, playing for his side Ljubljana and also for Slovenia. Well, he'll look to come back, and he does. They're taking on the single, and they'll get there. It's a good running between the two batters. Now time for Jawar Danikula to face his first ball. A warm welcome back to everybody joining in wherever you're tuning in from. Remember, it is the last match of the day as well. It's the last match here in Croatia, so do get involved. And time for random questions and anything else that you want to ask myself and Vinny Sandu, who'll be joining me in a few moments time. Got a slight delay here for some reason, not sure what the issue is here. Maybe just a slight issue with the scorers, so being asked just to hold the fort for a moment. But yeah, I can use the opportunity once again to welcome back everybody on the chat. And, the likes of Kroom to Dave as well. Hello Dave, hope you're well. Shrug, it's great to have you all with us. And remember, get your random questions in, whatever it may be. And remember, you can always contact us directly. I've loved receiving all of your messages over the last few weeks, of course. From Germany, went over to the European Cricket Championship, and then from there here to Croatia. And it's been a wonderful journey. Enjoyed all of your messages, and thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network as well. This is, well, our platform to thank you. Remember, you can go onto our website as well, europeancricket.com, and well, find out what's happening in Malta, where of course Vinny Sandu and Corey will kick things off. And I know Nish will be there as well, so definitely will be some golden balls, surely. And well, we got this one match here as well, the last one in Croatia, to see if we can have one here. It's clipped away and gone straight into the hands of the fielder. So he's going to be a first baller for Jawad Danikula. Not the first time he's gone first ball. He just tries to clip this away, but he finds the hands of the fielder. So after the slight wait, you see, yeah, tries to clip it, gets the wrist involved, but he finds the fielder, and that's a sharp catch. Nicely taken, no mistakes there from the fielder, and unfortunately, the captain, Danikula, is going to be gone for a golden. Golden Derrick is glistening in the sunshine at the moment. That's not the start that Danikula wanted, but he hasn't wasted any deliveries. I think that's the good thing about it. He gets out of the way quickly. It means that somebody else gets an opportunity. What a sharp catch that was, though, from Kopolu. Coming in, running in, takes the catch. And sometimes that happens after a little delay like that. Batter's just getting a bit cold, hanging around, and then he thinks he's clipped it away, but puts it into the hands of Kopolu. Shinwari, oh, that's a feisty delivery. And that really has to be fended off by Hari Prasad Sathi Devi. Let's have a look at this one again. We'll talk about a little bit of masala out there in the middle. Wow, what a delivery that is. Well, that's a bit of a wake-up call, isn't it? Well, maybe they've had a bit of a siesta during the interval while they've been off. Of course, the women been doing their thing. Well, that's one way to wake up. Chamari. This one doesn't quite come up as much, but it's just fended away. You can understand Sathi Devi being a little bit cautious here. One takes off, the other one just stays a little bit lower. The Shinwari has been good. A fine time to welcome back into our cube to Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, and let's just see if the cube makes it through the final game here, match 55 of the 2 weeks.
A big appeal, but this is going down the leg side. Shinwari knows it. It doesn't stop the other Slovenian players appealing. Yeah, it's a long way down. I want to say Halabat to shrug. And they just asking, will I be doing some of the comms to Barcelona? Yeah, I will be there. So looking forward to you and all the others joining us there. And also looking forward to this. This is the draw of the European Cricket League. Vinny.
Fair few of the players see out there will be part of the Champions League of European Cricket in February and March 2024. Of course, Zagreb Assassins qualifying after their performance in this ECS. Ljubljana, they'd already qualified as the Slovenian champs. So, yeah, they're going to have their work cut out for them there. I think both of those teams go through as, I suppose, underdogs when you see some of the other countries in the groups, but still a great challenge for them to improve their cricket in the meantime.
It's a nice looking shot, and it's going to be 6 runs. Well, Popovic is waiting for that to be confirmed, but I can tell you that goes all the way. Put him up like you just don't care. That's it. That's more like it. Manos arriba, 6 carreras.
And while we've got this chance, actually, why don't we say well done to the officials, particularly the umpires on field. I mean, it's been a long couple of weeks for them. Just a small umpiring crew here, but also obviously to Stefan Gooch and to Tyron Peters, who've done the refereeing here over the last couple of weeks. In the home straight now. Interesting start. Something for everyone so far.
Oh, shot! What a hit this is. This is a monster strike. That was brutal. Anil Kumar, well, is he going to finish the way he started in this series? Of course, he was clubbing it big when he was playing in the European Cricket Series. He was the top run scorer, and now, well, he's looking to shine towards the end here. What a shot.
It probably would have been a wide, it was so high. It's quite a remarkable shot to judge that, because it was so high. He just kind of gambled it was going to bounce more than his eyes told him it was going to bounce, and he absolutely laced it. What a shot.
Yeah, well, of course, the Zagreb Assassins player made 288 runs in the series, top run scorer. And he just drags this one to the fielder, and, well, a better throw, and maybe it was an opportunity. But, I mean, he's running without really looking at his partner here. You see, that's really got to be Kuma's court. Sathi Devi overcommits, but the throw was a little bit high rather than direct.
Of course, this is your last game for 3 weeks, Rico, and Shug was asking on the chat, will you be in Barcelona? Because he has fond memories. Rico and Barcelona takes him right back. Well, can you confirm that you'll be part of our Barcelona crew?
I'll be part of the crew. I'll be part of the gang, yeah.
Let me tell you how much you'll be doing. Pretty much all of it. So looking forward to that. Of course, we love being back there at the Montjuic ground. Go wide down the leg side. Yeah, but so 3 weeks in Malta. How it's going to work? I've got a little bit of time off in the middle of the Malta series, but I'll start it and finish it. And most of the bulk of it will be done by Corey and Nish as a pairing. And so maybe you would call them the odd couple, I will say. That Nish is a very nice, respectful young man with a deep understanding and patience for the game. And Corey's Corey.
Well, that's better areas from Harris.
Can I say some funny kind of opinions? I think Nish kind of deep down would like the idea of being Corey, and I think Corey also likes the idea of being Corey. So I think that's going to be great. So let's see. But I think that's going to be great. And it's also great that our commentary team continues to expand as well.
Yeah, it is. And of course, Nish has done some great work for us already this year. I had a good time with him in Cyprus. As this one, well, it could be great in Cyprus. What a hit this is. And this is just pure timing. There's no other way to describe this from Anil Kumar. And seriously, though, this is the sort of form that we saw him in at the beginning of the European Cricket Series. Remember, he scored 2 great scores in the 70s. He was scoring runs freely, and then he went through a little spell where everything just slowed down, and I get the feeling he was trying to hit the ball too hard, and now we're seeing him time that ball beautifully. What a shot.
Yeah, the power, like a good start can make. Also, you know, he's batting first. He's not got no particular target in mind. He can bat with freedom. He's batting first and done pretty well in this 2 weeks.
Just misses out on that one. It's a right shot to play. He's going for it in the right areas. Doesn't get it right. Well, Kareem Harris, he'll go for 19 in the over. 2 overs complete. 24 for 1.
Well, you can see why this comes into it. Can they square the series at 2-2? I suppose, you know, the trophy will go to whoever wins on a technicality or net run rate. But I think when these kind of series, 2-2 pretty much feels like a draw. So Slovenia, so many of them missed out with Ljubljana the chance to play in a final 2 days ago. So this is kind of their final, isn't it? They can put them away here 3-1.
Listen, I wanna start something here. I think if it's 2-2, we have a golden ball.
Oh yeah, I like that. I was going to say just make him come back next year.
We haven't had a golden ball in Croatia. Let's have a golden ball. If it's going to be a decider, we'll do it with a golden ball. Good running, very good running.
Yes, Devi gets off the mark. Yeah, but Kumar, you want him to be on strike, don't you? You've got the 3rd over here, last over of the power play. Shinwari has been outstanding for Slovenia, but occasionally when he's come back, he's been a bit expensive. Obviously, on the 3rd over, the batters are a bit more in. Still only have those 2 outfielders to worry about.
Oh, what a delivery. Absolute peach. I don't think Shinwari believes there's anything on this. Otherwise, he would have been appealing big time. I don't know if you noticed, but all that rain that we've had, of course, some of our equipment does get affected. I mean, it's to be expected. But the Ask monitor now has a great, lovely line right through the middle. But when we go to the camera behind the bowler's arm, it gives us a perfect line from wicket to wicket. Yeah. It's great for LBs. Look at that.
Yeah, we're outside the line. This one sneaks inside the line, I think. And so, yeah, the other thing about Barcelona is we'll be back to 5 games a day because we've got the ability to use the lights there, Rico. So Malta will just be 4 games a day because, again, we've got these sunlight issues at this time of the year. But isn't that great? We'll get back to 5 a day in Barcelona.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long in Barcelona. We'll be doing more than just the 5, you know. Those lights will come in pretty handy. And that will come in pretty handy as well. And Anil Kumar is turning on the style at the moment. And another man turning on the style is the umpire, Paul Stubbs. I'm liking his 6 signal. I wonder if we can see Stubbs' signal for 6 here again. What a great signal it is, but what a great shot it is. But look at the way it's timing. Not trying to thrash at it, it's timed. And well, Stubbsy goes bullet, bullet, bullet. Here we go, wait for it. Bullet, bullet, bullet. Shaba, shaba. Very well done, sir.
Had a word, Stubbsy, about that, actually. Shinwari comes in again. This time just worked away for a single that's a tight one, but they'll get there. But I said, really, if he's doing it correctly, he should have 6 jerks in his signal. So the 6th one should be perfectly up in the air. As long as the signals aren't ambiguous, I like a little bit of a flourish. I know that not everyone agrees on this issue. I like a little bit of the
I think umpires should have their own sort of style, shouldn't they? They're sort of their stamp.
I like it. That's my personal preference.
This one is spicy ones again. So they do go with Hariprasad Sathidevi in at 3 again, though he's trying to find his form, but he was able to find a bit of form in getting his team the victory earlier today. So I think that's why they stuck with him. That is the end of the over. 32 for 1 after 3.
Kroom threw in a random question. What's the strangest thing you've ever had at a cricket tea break? Good question. I've got to say, in Australia, there is a bit of sameness about the teas. And that's not a criticism. You got used to it. So I'm not really known for eating anything strange. I'm most known for putting away 50 little frankfurters at a tea break. You know the little sausages?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're called frankfurters because they were in German origin. But I can't think of anything strange. Can you think of anything strange you've had at cricket tea? Occasionally get like a whole pizza or something, and I'll be like, lazy option, but I like it.
Nothing strange, really. I know that we've had some teas. I mean, this is back in Spain, actually. So you see this one, it's nicely played. It's an up and over. And with the sun that's shining and the wind that's been blowing here today, this outfield has dried amazingly quickly. And that one races along to the boundary. Lovely shot, 4 more.
Really nice shot. Open up that offside. Judges the bounce well. Kumar on here. Can he turn this into something really big? Still only around 50-50 here on the win predictor. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I mean, Spanish tea should be good. Just a bit of paella in there. I could go for that.
Yeah, I think I remember. I mean, I've done from my bar restaurant. I've done some teas for Torrevieja in the past before, and they at one time. This is going to go all the way as well. Bolle, kinna zona. Shaka, Lugya and Kuma is turning it on, racing on into the 40s now. But yeah, so and I know they requested one time, said, right, Rico, can you just do some durons or royos kebabs? So kebab in a wrap. So I've done those before. I played cricket at La Manga, where one of the guys that's done the teas has got a restaurant. So we've had a bit of curry, curry and rice. So yeah, I suppose that's pretty cool. And this is pretty cool as well. And that one goes all the way as well. Anil Kumar is turning on the style at the moment. There's the ECN crew there. Sam Williams comes out and does a little bit of fielding. And of course, they're all in there, aren't they? Newcastle, Samir and Polo and Ravi as well. Big shout out to the crew.
I would say, though, that's probably the most difficult stationary ball to field that Sam's just had to field there, because that is mud. That is goop there, and that ball stuck into it. Kumar goes Maximo with the hook. He's played the short ball really well, and he's within reach of a half century.
He's quite happy just to defend this way. That's good running, good thinking, smart cricket. Why throw your wicket away? And now Kumar has all of a sudden found his form again. He's found his touch again. He's found his mojo. Sathi Devi, can he find ease?
Hey, can I just make an on-air apology to Shrug? Apparently that was his random question.
What was
I
that?
misread the cricket tea thing, and
Okay.
I gave it to Kroom. So controversy here in the last game of Croatia. This has worked away for one. Sathi Devi finding it hard to get going, but certainly Kumar making up the difference at the moment as the 50 comes up for Croatia in the 4th over.
Yeah, 50. And Kumar back on strike. He'll be looking to go after this as well. Ali has normally always found a way to get a wicket in his first over. Not this time.
Isn't it good to go into the last game of an ECI with the series alive? It's a good field, this game.
Great delivery and great take. And, well, spicy end to the over. Score stays at 50 at the end of 4.
Yeah, Ramanjot, he's made a few little adjustments, hasn't he, during this series? But he's certainly been solid behind the stumps. 50, as you said, Rico, after 4. So, Shrug saying that Barcelona and Rico bring back memories. Is he talking about 2020? I remember the first time that I saw cricket from the Montjuic ground, and that was when they orientated the pitch a bit differently, right?
Yeah.
You had the clay everywhere.
We
like on the
still
field.
had the clay there. We had the baseball mound was there as well.
Oh, I love the
which
mound.
was quite interesting.
I love the mound. I mean, you're always drawing the short straw when you have to field it backward square leg on the boundary, and you had the mound to contend with. But yeah, looking forward to it. I will be bringing my hand warmers though at that time of year.
Yeah.
Siddiqui gets the bowl here in the 5th.
It's good delivery. So this has been the issue. So you've got Anil Kumar going really well, but the problem is Sathi Devi, he's not going as well. That's 8 balls now for 2 for him. So it's almost like a lot of the good work that's been done by Kumar is then being undone by Sathi Devi, who hasn't really got going here yet at the moment. So they're going to have to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't chew up too many deliveries.
47 out of 50.
Yeah.
Kumar.
Yeah. Okay, well, So I think they're just happy just to say, you see there that ECI-W puts out the stop sign already.
Not the first stop sign
Not
we've
the
seen
first
this
time we've seen
afternoon.
that, right? Without even turning around and having a look.
I was getting a little bit of stick, wasn't I, as well? By the way, we just had the trophy ceremony in that previous game, but it was Ivana saying, hey, I heard you were giving me a bit of stick, putting up the stop sign. Said, well, yeah, it was. Just calling it as it was. She described how she was almost physically pushed out of her crease by a running partner. But no, honestly, the women's series was awesome, wasn't it? You saw the improvement there across the board, both teams. Credit to themselves.
And this one's played away and dealt well by the man at third. So Kuma just going to just settle for a single.
Also, I can announce the MVP of the women's series. Obviously, we know that Czechia won the series 3-0, but it was Farwa Barbera from Czechia for her bowling, batting, and her fielding. I mean, she had a rocket arm that run out today. So even though there were a couple of close seconds, I think that Katka Tesarkova batted really well today. Obviously, Erin Vukic was very, very good for Croatia. But, congratulations to all the ECI-W players, and particularly Farwa for winning the first ever ECI Croatia MVP trophy.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, there were contenders there, but I think for all-round performances, I think Farwa Barbera was extremely good. She bowled well, nice and tight. And yesterday batted beautifully, of course. Until today, she was the only lady to hit a boundary.
Yeah, but then we saw Katka hit a 6.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Farwa would have a great story of saying, don't ever try and run 2 for me, because the last time someone tried, they didn't even cross.
Oh, that ends up being a really, really good stop, this, from Ramjot Singh. He's somebody who really has kept well, hasn't he?
He's been good, but he also leads the league in helmet blows, and you can see why. It's very challenging, but he told me he loves the challenge. And so Ramanjot just creates a new dimension, new kind of feel by going up to the paces. Siddiqui's only gone for 3 this over. He stopped the bleeding. Last ball, the 5th.
And this is it going to plug in and go all the way? It will just go all the way. Just nestles on the rope. There's going to be 4 runs. And there's a man who might see with the ball pretty soon. Ikram, he bowled very well yesterday. But again, a nice shot is an up and over. And beautifully played. And that will be also the end of the over.
Yeah, so a boundary just kind of puts things back on track for Croatia batting first here. And teams batting first have had a good time. I've had a great time here with you, Rico. So I know this is your last game for 3 weeks. 3 weeks off. It's been a while since you've had 3 weeks off, am I right?
Yeah, it has been a while. It's been a long time. I was trying to think just how long it's been. I think I had the 4 weeks in Germany, then the ECC, of course, as well, and then here. So
4 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and now you've done 6 weeks on. Obviously, it's going to be great to have you in Barcelona. And I know you're not meant to be on, but I know you said there's every chance we might be able to sneak you to the ECI-W for a little bit of a cameo. But regardless, I want to say thanks so much for your contributions over the year. Of course, we're not done yet. We'll bring it home in Barcelona with the Barcelona Bash, but outstanding effort. And we're not done here yet, Rico. You know, the perfect way to sign you off would be Golden Ball 50.
I would love it. And Ikuma, by the way, did bring up his 50 with that boundary, so well done to him. And a quick fire 50, but you can see the difference he's made at the moment. Look at the score and look what he's got. And, well, gets a foot onto this, but can't stop the single. So ECI-W, he's. Do you think he's playing the right role here, or would you see somebody else coming now just to be super aggressive?
As long as he's not eating dots. Okay, he eats 1 at the start of the over, but you're getting to the stage now where you consider yanking him, because why not? You know, it's hard to see him becoming a genuine boundary scoring option, but you probably don't need to with Kumar going this way. This one is hooked up and out of here. Maximo! Croatia revived here on day 2 of this ECI.
Yeah, Kumar, he's found his form again pretty quickly, hasn't he? And I think when he started with that shot, the 6 over extra cover, actually it was 4, it once bounced, but it was all perfectly timed. I thought, okay, this is better. He's actually played that on merit. He hasn't tried to overhit it. And all the way through this innings, his body positioning has been fantastic. He's moved well, got into position early, hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, and he's timed it. He's looking good, you know, Kumar.
Don't bowl short to him. And immediately you see the pitched up ball. Kumar has lost his shape on the drive from time to time, even in the series, and not just over the last 2 weeks. So Kopolu gets it right there. I tend to think about 110's par. Just my feeling. in this series. And Kumar again loses the handle. Big moment, misjudged but caught. So Kumar goes for 58. Kopolu gets the breakthrough. I always think Crump kind of ran under that, didn't he, Rico? But he was able to make the adjustment. That's a big moment in the game. Kumar out. It's 64 for 2.
Yeah, well, he'll go for 58. And I think he just didn't. You can see Kumar, he wasn't prepared to not be hitting runs. I think Sathi Devi may have put him under a bit of pressure, but one hand comes off the bat there as well, so he does lose his shape a little bit. But you're right, if there's one area where his head struggles, it's a straight hit. And I was saying this earlier when he was scoring loads of runs for the Assassins. If I was bowling to him, I'm bowling it full and straight, and I'm telling him to drive the ball, because one thing he hasn't really done is driven the ball straight.
And the other thing is, when you bowl straight, even if it's not quite a Yorker, they still jump out of this pitch.
Yeah.
You know, even if it has, say, 1 or 2 metres to travel before the bat, it's hard to judge. So Hashmi comes in at 4, and I kind of like him batting there. He was good early in a pressure situation earlier today. That 4-over smash. We saw the Croatians get back to 2-1 in the series.
Defensively played, and that's going to be a really good over. They were under a bit of pressure, weren't they? Siddiqui bowls a good one, only goes for 7. Kopolu goes just for 7 in this one as well, and gets the breakthrough with the wicket. So all of a sudden, with those 2 tiny overs in there, I mean, you're starting to see that this becoming, once again, a pretty even contest.
Have a look at the extras there, just the 1 wide in the first 6 overs. That is something which has such a big ability to influence the game. We saw that in the previous game.
Yeah.
Where I actually think that Croatia and Czechia were pretty close, except for those extras. You know, I think, and obviously the batting of Katka at the end probably put Czechia in front anyway, but still, so important to be disciplined. He's over number 7.
Siddiqui again, and this is Swangat gets the thick edge, goes to 3rd, who does his job, keeps it to 1.
So why don't you let us know what you're going to do in your 3 weeks off, Rico? You won't even know what to do with yourself.
Well,
Check into some retreats for withdrawal from cricket commentating?
I think it goes back to the norm, and I'll enjoy my long walks in the morning and the evening with the dogs, of course. Be equated with my dogs as well.
Do they recognise you?
Oh, they'll go crazy, they will, but they're going to have to fight them off first of all. This is, I think, as he said, oh, it must have been the gloves. It must have hit the gloves.
No, it'll be wides. But, they almost run around each other.
I mean the gloves of the keeper, because I thought
he gets the glove on it, so he saves 2 runs. It'll be 3 wides instead of 5. But I don't know if we've got this. But the actual batters almost ran into each other, and it almost caused a run out. I mean, it's one of those ones that's so hard to get down leg side in time, so gets a finger on it. But have a look here. Runs straight through a stop sign. A little bit of a shimmy. Just had the Rugby World Cup last week. That was a nice little move, wasn't it?
That was a nice
get home
move.
in the end.
Yeah, so no, just take it easy. Of course, you still got the bar restaurant there, so I'll spend a fair bit of time in there as well, leading up to, of course, the winter break.
Chris is staying with us, watching from Czechia, says what I think's a good score. Yeah, I feel 110's par here. That's actually bang on what they're on at the moment. But the boundaries are in a little bit from where we saw in the ECS, but this field is pretty slow. Quickening up little by little. Is Hashmi on strike.
It's nicely worked away, but just be, once again, just a single. As a, I say just a single. And, well backed up, well watched. As that Shinwari is there doing the backing up. That was Kumar.
Ramanjot. He's finding new and innovative ways to get hit in the head now, as this one comes in from a fair distance and might have just given him a little kiss. And some free advice for the fielder down there at deep 3rd. Sathi Devi, 6 off 12. Kind of asleep at the wheel here, isn't he, for a guy that we know can be really destructive. Anyway, can turn it around.
Slight delay here. Siddiqui, I think Siddiqui gets a nod to say you can continue. Okay, chance, and bowler wants it and takes it. Really good catch, Siddiqui. He puts his name on it early, doesn't he? Say, you can all stay where you are. Is my catch. Get the catch, mera. Koi na ave, mera catch. I'm happy for Lena. And he does take it. Well done to him. I think that could end up being a good thing for Croatia, though, because I don't think Sathi Devi was helping their cause, really.
Yeah, I think it may be in their best interest. I mean, obviously we know that Sathi Devi is a very good player and a good striker of the ball, but just never really found his timing in that innings. We know Siddiqui doesn't like to give too many catches away either, so as soon as he said he was near it, he was going to go for it, and he did. So 69 for 3 brings Aman Maheshwari to the crease. Yeah, I don't know the delay before that ball. I think it's because they were asking Ramanjot, did he want a concussion test? And he said no, he moved on. That's the clever way to avoid a concussion test. Don't ask me how I know this. Is when they say, did that get you in the head? You just say no.
No.
It depends if the game's being televised or not. Anyway, back to the action.
Whipped away, taking on the fielder. In comes the throw. Ooh, wow. It's a good throw from Shinwari. And Aman Maheshwari is not the quickest of runners, is he?
No, but I'm glad he takes this on. You know, hit and run. Yeah, it would have been tight, but if you're not taking that on, then you shouldn't be batting in the 7th over. So yeah, Aman does well, gets off the mark. See if Hashmi can reproduce some of the heroics of this morning.
Shot, and that one will go all the way. That is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs. What a good shot this is.
Yeah.
Not the best of deliveries, but still had to be put away.
I like this from Hashmi. He can just kind of back his instincts. I think for him, he's happy the boundaries are coming a little bit. He doesn't have to try and swing very hard at things. He's just a good timer of the ball. You saw that there. Siddiqui getting a little bit too straight and paying the price. Last ball of the 7th coming up.
Taking it on, Siddiqui picks up, throws. Oh, great bit of work from him. Good backing up from Shinwari. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, it was, and that'll take us to the end of 7. Walking stick, 77 for 3. Probably didn't need to throw. He was home anyway, but I suppose Siddiqui didn't know that. Last 3 overs, yeah, still on that 11 and over at the moment. Coming up tomorrow, well, I'll be on the plane tonight, and tomorrow I'll be at the Master Cricket Ground. Sweet United versus Edex Knights. What a great doubleheader to start that one off. And in the afternoon, Battle of the Blues with Mudda Day taking on Overseas. And that will start same time as we've been starting here, 7:30 AM GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 PM in India. Of course, you won't be in Malta, but I'll be sure to pass on your best wishes to everyone over there. I know you've got a lot of friends there.
Yeah, please do. But that's going to be a great... Sweet United, they're a team that have gone from strength to strength over the last few years. And Overseas, nice to see them back.
They're full of characters. And I certainly hope Babes is there, Jörg Hershey. He had a bit of a layoff due to a health scare, but he's been getting better. Oh no, this is, I've never seen this. Both stumps are knocked over by the respective fielders that wanting to in effect a run out. And so he still could have done it, but it makes it a lot more difficult. Just check this out. Ramanjot knocks over the stumps, Bowler knocks over the stumps, Ramanjot knocks over the stumps, drops the ball, and I suppose you can still get a run out if you can knock the stumps over completely, but Ramanjot did catch the ball.
Yeah, I think he's giving the fielder a bit of a hard time, but I think his own positioning probably wasn't the best.
I don't think I've ever seen that. A bit of an esoteric one. I'll be running there. I mean, look, Maheshwari, this is where he gets in trouble, doesn't he? He has this kind of waft from outside the off stump, and it's just, technically, it's not a very good shot for him. I'd like to see him keep his front side a little bit more and try and drive through cover. There's a big gap. There's nobody back at deep point, nobody back at deep cover. Even that.
Squeezes this in. It's a slightly quicker one. He uses the angle against the right-hander. The non-striker's asking for a wide, and the umpire says, no, wide for what?
No, I don't think it's wide. But also, where's Aman trying to hit that? You know, 2 sides of the field, Aman.
Let's bat onto this. They're taking it on. In comes the throw. It should be gone. And I don't know if the ball hits the stumps here or not, if it's all hands, but this is not the best bit of work from Koppalu. We'll have to slow this down and have a look, but I don't think he catches the stumps with the ball.
Yeah, I don't think the ball hits the stumps, but we'll just get confirmation here. Because he does try to flick it down, yeah, but I think the ball's gone and it hasn't knocked the stumps over.
It's a big-time missed opportunity to get the wicket of Maheshwari.
And then he knocks it with his hands, but yeah, batter was safely home.
That's a really good delivery, and he's quite unlucky not to have picked up the wicket. But the question would be here. I mean, Vinny, you said that when Maheshwari ran before and it was close, you said, well, I'm glad to see he's running. Well, these ones, they should be running too.
Yeah, that's a missed run, but Hashmi gets another opportunity.
It's very good bowling from Koppalu, full, and he uses that angle well, being the left arm out. So great spell of bowling. He's only going to go for just 10 runs of his 2 overs. That's outstanding.
Yeah, Koppalu was great here because he's kind of taken it from what we thought was that par 11 and over, and with his overs only going for 10, it's kind of like a lost over there, isn't there, where they couldn't get too many. So 80 off 8, although for some reason teams chasing have found it difficult going here. Teams defending have been good. Croatia will get that opportunity here. That's after Slovenia actually batted first in all 3 of the other games, albeit it was a 4-over game this morning. And so now Izaz is going to get a bowl here in the 9th. He'll be hoping to keep it quiet. Remember, his first over went a little bit awry. Oh, looks like the celebrations have begun. They don't need the whole team to dance.
So nicely whipped away, not a good delivery. He's been expensive, hasn't he, Izaz Ali, which is not normal for him. He went for 18 of his first, and the first ball of his second over goes for 4.
Yeah, he's not the best ball, is it? Especially with no fielder in that quarter of the field.
It's lovely to see the women celebrating there, and that's one thing Czechia did say. So we love to celebrate. We'll always celebrate, win or lose, and I like that attitude from them. Good comeback from Ali.
Better line. Yeah, this is one pitch that, because there is that variability in the bounce, that length can be dangerous. Whereas I think Carter Oval, for example, I think that the batters, they have an answer to most balls that are bouncing.
It's a lovely shot. Oh, that could be right up there as the HCL software shot of the day. What a shot this is. Well, straight out of the textbook. And I like the way he holds the pose. And he says, "Kitte shoti, photo kitchen Ali." Click, 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 smile, please. What a shot. Beautiful. Absolute beauty from Hashmi. Well, and reply from Ali is to bang it in short, but that ain't going to work. And, well, there's perfect bit of fielding. Beautifully done. Well, they haven't finished yet, the ladies, have they? They love the sport so much, they're even fielding now from the outfield.
Well, the thing is, we're about to have the Malta Encore series. I think the women are getting an encore here, being called into action. But again, not a good ball from Izaz. I mean, he's looking a bit tired here for me, actually, Rico.
Yeah.
We're deep into, I don't know how many matches he would have played now. So probably 20 matches, something like that. 50-50 game, this.
It's back out into that extra cover area. It'll be 4 more. Really good batting this from Hashmi. Hashmi's another one who really hasn't found his strats, but I think that victory in the last match, and he was there, wasn't he, to help to get the winning runs on the board, and made a fine 14 of just 4 deliveries, but that's given him the confidence to go out here and play some lovely shots.
Last ball of the over.
Gone. So there is a wicket towards the end there. Nice catch taken there by a man I'm quite surprised we haven't seen him bowl. I think he bowled very well yesterday, did away Crump. We're just not seeing him here, whether he gets the last over or not, but I think he was one of the bigger bowlers yesterday. But finally a wicket. I think you can't blame Hashmi having to go here, but nice catch taken by Ikram.
It wasn't a bad shot. You know, it was on. He hit it in the right spot. If it's a couple of metres either side, it probably goes for 4, but Croatia get a fair bit out of that 9th. 18 in total, so 98 for 4. Gets them pretty much back on that 110 pace. Got to say, though, Slovenia have been pretty disciplined, not bowling too many wides. I think they have bowled some hit-me balls in there, but
yeah,
they're only 4 wides. Wickets to Shinwari as well as Izaz Ali with his last ball. And the other wickets going to Shab Siddiqui and Kopolu. So now they're going to go to Rashid Mohammad Kel, who hasn't bowled yet. They don't go back to Karim Harris. They don't go to Awais Ikram. Great start, though, as this is full right up in the block hole. And all Maheshwari can do is just kind of bunt it out for a single.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting choice, wasn't it, from Izaz Ali to bowl that second over. His first wasn't his best. And again, it's an expensive one. He went for 18. He had other options, but he backed himself. I get the feeling that sometimes when you're not on, you just have to make that call and say, nah, I don't feel it today. Maybe he is feeling a little bit tired. He could have quite easily used various other bowlers. Could have gone for, of course, Rashid in this one. Anyway.
Quick hello to a couple of Chris's. I know Christopher Ward's in the chat. I know Chris Smith is in the chat as well. Dave B's there at the moment. And everyone else I might have missed. Actually, there's another Chris in Chris Pierce in the chat watching from Czechia as well. All right, 4 to come here.
Asking the question, but I don't think there's any bad on this. Good take once again, though, from Ramjit Singh.
That's the other thing with the keeper up, assuming that they aren't fumbling the ball, you've got kind of 0 chance of a bye there because he's already got the ball at the stumps. 99 at the moment.
Hits this well, and I think this is going to disappear. Manos arriba, 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 árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Que guay, que genial, que grande, grandísimo. Boom, shaka, lag gaya.
Yeah, this game's on a knife edge, isn't it? Nice shot by Rana. One more of those, they probably do get the 110. If not, they probably won't. Ramjot goes back now. 2 left.
And this is hit well, straight down the ground, and fielder saying, leave it to me, but he can't do anything about it. This will go over the rope. Well, I suppose a couple of days ago, that would have been a catching opportunity with the rope back a metre or 2, but not today. It goes all the way. And, well, now they do pass that 110 mark, 111 with a ball to go.
That's the difference as well. I think the boundaries encourage guys to go for more shots, so they are up to 1-1-1. Here's the last ball of the first half.
Short, and this one gets hit well, but the fielder comes across, takes a great catch, and if you ask me, without even looking, I can tell you that's Waka Khan. He has been superb in that area. Anything that goes area to him, he grabs the catch. So it's going to be a wicket of the very last ball of the innings. But Croatia, they get the 100 on the board, 111. And let me remind you folks that early on in this European cricket series that was happening here, it was only one team that put 100 on the board for the first sort of 4 or 5 days because it was difficult to get, and it still is pretty difficult. So that's a good score. I think that 111, Vinny, for me, that's like a 130, 140 score.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But yeah, I still think it's a coin toss really with Slovenia. They're going to have to bat well, but they've got guys that have been in pretty good form. Izaz Ali's one of them, of course, the captain. I expect him to open. You know, wonder who they'll go with at the top, where they go to Mohamed Kell again. I think he's not a bad option up there. Let's go back and look at the first half. And really, both teams have a bit to shout about in this game that will decide whether it's a tied series or whether Slovenia will take the trophy.
Yeah, there were some good shots though early on. Anil Kumar was just in tremendous form. His striking off the ball was just sweet. It really was. I mean, the timing and the striking was just, well, epic. And he played shots to all parts of the ground as well. And at one point, well, he was sort of getting to his 50, or got to his 50. And no, the other batter who's been with him for a while was only on single figures. It really was a really good knot. But, well, he had to go eventually, and there was a wicket that was taken, and it was, once again, a waste that takes the catch. Away Ikram. And then, well, you get one, another follows. That was a good caught and bowl there from Sadiq. He had a lot of ground to make up, but I like the way he claimed it. He wanted it. He said, you'll stay away, it's mine. A lovely moment to see some of the Croatian women in action as well.
Yeah, for sure. A few people in the chat just mentioning we picked the 110 pass score pretty evenly, or pretty early and pretty accurately. That was the last ball of the night, but already there'd been a bit of damage done. And then Mohamed Kell got lifted up for a couple of large ones in the last, didn't he? This one just having the journey. Yeah, that's the difference. That's why I think now the par is 110 as opposed to 80, because that can make the difference. What about Waka Khan, though? I mean, he just has glue on his hands or something. He made that look so easy. And so 111 Croatia. Who'd you rather be? I don't know. I think Croatia runs on the board standing up for most of this series. Maybe they're happier of the two teams, but he's still there to win for Slovenia. Anil Kumar was outstanding, wasn't he? 58 off 23 opening up. And he lifted 7 big maximos out of this ground. 28 for Hashmi late was a good contribution. And 12 not out, or 12 out actually, as he was out of the last ball for Rana. How about Satydev though, 6 off 13? I wonder if they lose by a handful, they felt maybe they let him stay in there too long. 5 individual wicket takers there for Slovenia, but for me, Shinwari stands out due to his economy rate, 1 for 13, but also Kopolu, he was the best of the bowlers for me, 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break and back pretty shortly in around about 6 or 7 minutes as the chase will be on. Can Croatia square this series or will the Slovenians win it outright? Join us shortly for more action right here from Croatia. The final innings is around the corner in this ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome everybody. I hope you've had a fantastic weekend with us. Of course, it's been international style. We've been doing the men's internationals and the women's as well. And congratulations, of course, to Czechia that won the mini-series against Croatia. Now, there's still this one to be decided as it's time for Slovenia to have a bat. They get up and running straight away. You can see what the wind predictor is saying. It has Croatia 56 to 44% to go on to win this match, and I think it's all about having runs on the board, and Croatia did get 111 on the board thanks to Eni Okuma's 58 of 23. Rashid Hashmi 28 of 13 late on was very important as well. But Croatia will know they need to pick up some wickets early. That's a nice looking shot, and that one will go all the way. Bolle, Ginna Zona, Shakat Lagya. I get the feeling that Izaz Ali, after not performing so well with the ball, is going to be extra determined to get his team to a good start. There's a nice shot from the captain, Ali. Zarana needs to think about the next ball. They've got a slip in catching position there. That's a good one. He's not going to be driving this, is he? It's a good comeback there from Rana. Getting that one right in the block roll. You've got Nigel Vincent there who's in the slip position. Got a man in at just sort of behind point. You've got the offside fielders in there. Mid-off in the circle, but yeah, long on back. And mid-wicket. He goes for this one. He thinks he gets maybe a little bit of something on it, but nothing there from the keeper, Hashmi. Pretty close, but not quite. Standing very, very fine is Vincent there. I mean, I thought maybe, I think he started off in an orthodox slip position, but I think there he is there. I think he's now going back to sort of like a fly slip. Not a good delivery. And that's going to be whipped away quite easily. And yep, there's that signal from umpire Paul Stubbs. Balle. Uno, dos, tres. Manos arriba from him, and Vincent has to go a long way to retrieve that one. Yeah, just lets himself down. There's Rana with that one. And clipped away quite nicely by the captain of Slovenia, Ali. Rana, ball to go. Gone for 13. And comes back with a good one. So gets a dot in towards the end. But the way the over's gone so far, it's not exactly the sort of start what Slovenia would have wanted. They'll be looking to get to, if they can, score in about 40-45 in the power play. That'll be the plan. You've got two dangerous batters out there. Ramjot Singh, I've said this before, he's always found a way to get to runs, though he hasn't gone on and put a big one on the board. He's been in the 20s, been in the 30s. His highest score, his highest score on the net was 35, and he sort of got to that yesterday. But I think they need him to give them a good start. 167 matches since the golden ball. Are we going to reset the counter before Vinny gets the Malta? We're going to carry it on over there in Malta. And well, with Vinny in Malta and Corey and also Nish, surely, and knowing the history that we have with Malta and golden ball, surely it will come to an end there. And I get the feeling, I said this to Vinny yesterday, when we get one, we get plenty. I get the feeling some golden balls are coming. Of course, we saw some incredible ones there last time round. We were in Malta earlier on in the year. Into the pads, but I think this was always going down. And well, where's this caught? Ramjot Singh. Let's have a look. And I think that's on the leg. I don't think it's quite. Well, I don't know. He's still down. Well, maybe it found its way on the old marbles, you know. And Ramjot Singh, the Tika. Well, he's saying, all right, but I think I might have just been hurled a little bit. He's down, and well, I don't know how any of this helps, but here we go. All sorts of exercises going on here at the moment, and there's nothing that can help here, not even the freeze break. Maybe a little bit of WD-40, because that's good for rusty nuts, as Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy joins me back.
Careful, it's your last game for 3 weeks. Don't have to hand out a suspension to you, but you're right. I mean, Ramjot might want to rub a bit of sawdust into it. That seems to have worked for a few uncomfortable areas. Yeah, that one was right on the middle stump, wasn't it? Anyway, you're right about him singing a couple of octaves higher tonight.
Well, Ramjot Singh, never mind the aloo paranthas at the moment. He's worried about his laddus. But he looks like he's okay. And this one squares him up. And the third will do the fielding. There's Nigel Vincent. Makes the stop. He's the specialist. Third man, isn't he? So gets the single as Ramjot, so he'll take a little bit of time at the non-strikers end to get things balanced out.
What if I told you last time we had a golden ball was when I was catching a plane in the afternoon? And of course I'll be catching one to Malta later on tonight. This time I'll be here to watch it if it happens. This game right in the balance.
And it turns it into a full toss, and this one I think will go a couple of bounces for 4. Yeah, it will. It just gets to the rope and stays. So I'm not sure if this was a slower ball attempted straight away here. It may have been, but it's ill-directed, and that's a good, clean strike. So Danny Kula gets it wrong to start off with.
His as has been really good, hasn't he? And he missed even by a little bit. That was just missing by a little bit. Danny Kula going for the Yorker. He was able to get it away to the boundary. I think it's a slow ball coming up. Danny Kula bowls it well. He goes pace on and goes straight through him.
Yeah, good delivery. Good comeback from the captain of Croatia.
It's you know, the other exciting thing off the field, apart from the fact there's a lot of the crowd watching at the moment, obviously, that have stayed on from the ECI-W. Will the cube make the 10 overs? I'm starting to think maybe not.
Yeah, it's great to have so many people watching. That's been the beauty of this ground. And nicely struck, and this is going to be more runs. The question is how many? 6 or 4? 6 is the umpire. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 más. Such a good, clean hitter of the ball. At the moment, I just get the feeling that Danny Kula is trying to go for that angled in delivery, but he's angling it into the pads. And Izaz Ali is saying, yeah, bring it on. Anytime, any day. Electrifying start from him.
Danny Kula, last ball of his over.
He does go for that slower ball to finish off with, so it works a treat for him. But he does go for 11 in the over, and the score moves on to 24. So I'm saying that they would like to be in the 40s at the power play mark. So just a tad behind there. That's despite going for a couple of boundaries. There was some good balls in there as well from Danny Kula. Yeah, always nice. And let's go back to this ground as well as we have a look at the standings there. So Croatia looking to level the series on points, but net run rate is a different story. More on that maybe a bit later. But yeah, this ground, beautifully located, ideal. It's central, a lot of people passing by. Of course, we've got a university campus around here as well. So I think in time, there's going to be a lot of people, as we've seen already, that are coming to the ground and watching and enjoying the cricket and getting involved with it. So that's great news for cricket here in Croatia. Ramjot Singh hopefully would have recovered from the early incident. And, well, the bowler coming in here, Shushant Rana to bowl his second, just doesn't feel right, and he sort of pulls up and he's holding his shoulder there a little bit. I don't know whether he just didn't feel right as he's approaching there. He goes straight to that right shoulder. And you can see his captain, concerned captain, comes up and says, "Hey, you okay?" And he says, "Yeah, I'm fine." Of course, he doesn't want him bowling if he's got an injury. But Shushant Rana says, "I'm fine." He was laughing at me yesterday when he said, "I heard you. I heard what you said when you said I'm like a frog." Because Rana, oh wow, this one leaps like a frog. So Rana the frog, delivering the grizzly frog here. Just watch this one go. Well, there's no chance on predicting where that was going to do. That was going to be called a wide. Yeah, he went down the other day. He was on the ground and he looked like a frog jumping around. And Rana does mean, of course, frog in Spanish. Slower and hit well and to the boundary. That's a really good shot from Ramjot Singh. And I said the same thing about Anil Kumar, didn't I? When he played a shot out in the offside, I said, well, signs are good. And if Ramjot Singh is playing this shot out on the offside, well, that's good signs for Slovenia.
Yeah, and just it was probably catchable height, but it was into the gap, wasn't it? So Ramjot on. Interestingly, this is the 7th time these teams have met this year in ECI cricket. Right now, it's tied at 3-3. So
it's a
this
real
game's
decider.
this game's in the balance. It's always great when you get to game 7.
And this is uppish as well, and looks like the veteran Zanko got that completely wrong. Of course, he's got all the girls from Croatia that would be cheering him on. Of course, he is their coach.
Zanko went for it with hands, but then his hands were in the wrong spot, so he was forced to go leg, but at least does make the stop. Yeah, this game's in the balance, 3-3 for the year. Most of the Slovenians, they'll be wanting some revenge, of course, for not getting to play that final 2 days ago.
Oh, this one, I think it's just dropping. I don't think, we'll watch this again, I don't think there's a chance. It's Abhishek Wasti that goes forward to take it.
Yeah, he's done really well here. There's no way it's carried, but he likes the idea of stopping it. And at least gets something on it, keeps it in front of him.
Yeah, does well, good work. And no run either. This is good running. Here's Ali goes straight away, gets a single. They fancies having a crack at Rana. They're in the 30s here, a couple of balls to go. So I said that they'll be wanting to try and get to the 40 mark. The rate at the moment, required rate per over, just under the 11.
It's been hanging around that all game, hasn't it? Both innings.
Good delivery, keeps it inside, and of course Ali hoping the ball comes into. That's where he's at his best and most dangerous, when you get the ball too close to his pads. He's demonstrated that already in this innings.
Just think if Izaz Ali bats the journey, I think they're getting there. He's just in such good form. There's a big prize on his wicket, I think. Last ball of power play coming up from Shushant Rana.
Up in the air, is anybody going to get there? And, well, we can't see at the moment where that one's gone. The camera will find it suit well. The umpire signaling four before, so maybe that's one that gets fielded by some of the ladies there on the boundary.
No fine leg. And so that one does fall into open space, runs across the line, and at the end of 3 overs, Slovenia win that power play, I think, 36 without loss.
Yeah, they needed that boundary. I think that just keeps them just ahead. But Croatia will know that a couple of wickets can change everything, but who's going to give them that wicket? You know, one thing I found interesting, especially from the men in the last couple of days, Vinny, they've shied away from the spin.
Yeah.
Shied away from spin. Spin was so productive in the European Cricket Series here, and all the spinners taking wickets. They've shied away from the spin. Now, normally here you would go to spin. Now, I wonder if they do that. It looks like, I think Anil Kumar's got the ball. He's not really your out and right spinner. So someone like maybe Rajan Zanko could be the guy that you go to here, but it's quite surprising they've made this big change.
Someone like Palakonda, just kind of drifting out of the lineup. He's not even in the 11 and hasn't been. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a tactical misstep. There's a bit of a sameness to the attack, I think. And the other thing is, it's more challenging for the bowlers because the boundaries have come in a bit. So I think having that variety is even more important. Anyway, some variety here. It's Anil Kumar coming on. He was handing out some of this, wasn't he, in the first innings? This is going to get away from the fielder for 4. So Ramanjot pulls that away, and it was kind of stopped eventually by Rana, but just the wrong side of the border.
Well, this Rana the frog again, and ribbit. It's going to be 4 runs, and he's not going to like that look. And, well, he's down on his mat there, doing his a Rana impersonator. And Ramjot saying, well, he's going to be happy about that. Well, that's good. It's a bit of a misfield there. He should have been, well, no more than 2 runs. So 2 bonus runs at the start of the over from Anil Kumar. That's well bowled, and it's well played as well. Ramjot Singh showing the maker's name there, and he's not really interested in running single. If there's one downside to Singh's batting that we've seen in this series, it's been his lack of intent with the running.
Yeah.
Firmly hit. It's going to take some stopping, and, well, 2 ways of looking at this. Hari Prasad Satyadevi doesn't get a kind bounce. But I think on this pitch, and when you played plenty of cricket on here, on this outfield, you know he's going to misbehave. You've got to get your body behind it.
Yeah, it just wasn't even prepared really with the hands, was he? He got beaten for pace. It kind of skid factor there. Ramanjot, well, he's had a couple of friendly ones, hasn't he? And he's moved to 16.
And then here he just, well, talking about moving, he starts to move down towards the leg side. Not a good shot. I think if this one, in hindsight, it needs to go the other way and be looking to ping it to the leg side, ends up playing a bit of a nothing shot, really. Gets his footwork in a muddle. And this is going to be a wide. That's one that he normally would have latched on to. Yeah, I mean, he had a good European Cricket Series here for Ljubljana, and he scored 217 runs. He, Anil Kumar, Jawad Danikula, Christy O'Brien and Aman Mashwari were the batters that scored 200 in that series. So he was up there with some of the elite. This gets played away. And, of course, he did that without scoring a half-century. Never scored a 50. His highest score was 35. So he's just been pretty consistent all the way through. And that's what he's looking to be here again.
2-to-1 shots now, aren't they? Looking at those percentages. Very close, 67, 33, 66 off 37. Slovenia, though, I think a wicket kind of changes the feel of this chase, doesn't it? They need one. They'd love to get Nizaz Ali.
Nice looking shot. He'll get just a single because Ramanjot Singh is, once again, I've said this before, he's not the quickest retrieve the wickets, and he tends to run even the first one so slowly. You can't really get any acceleration in him at all. Is the end of the over, and they're 47 without loss.
Yes, again, they're just ahead of that red line. That red line's actually the golden ball line. You know, if they finish on it at the end of the 10 overs, that'll be exactly where Croatia were, 111 off 10. But yeah, it's certainly one I'm not prepared to call yet. Slovenia definitely ahead. They need something different. Looks like we're going to get some Zanko here. And yeah, you called for it. Something a bit different. I think this is a good captaincy. Let's see if it pays off. Vedran, of course, coaching the women. He's had a long 2 weeks. Obviously, playing the majority of the ECS as well. So Vedran would love one big effort. He'd love to change the game here, at least by restricting, if not, obviously, to get the breakthrough.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, I personally would have done it straight after the power play when you got more runs to play with. But anyway, he needs to bowl well. He needs to get some good bounce on this pitch. And this is a really good shot, though. Gets into position really early. And does Nizaz Ali. And he whacks it away. Of course, they've seen a fair bit of each other. But this is just, he's at the stumps. He gets down early, gets down on one knee, and he pings it for a big 6. So 6 to start. He's just leaning on his bat and says, okay, I'll wait for the next. I think veteran Zanko just needs to try and drift this a little bit wider outside the off, not go at the stumps. Well, he doesn't. He goes at the stumps again, and I think that's dangerous. I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. Bowl at the stumps.
Gets away with it, though.
Yeah.
It's a nutmeg job.
Yeah, he's relying on a mistake from the batter.
Good stop from Hashmi behind the stump, so he wouldn't have had a good look at that ball at all, but he was able to at least block it. And Zanko just has to pull it outside off a bit. We know that he has a good drive of the ball as well.
Oh, gets away with this. It's a Gundy ball. It's way down the leg side, and I can't believe Ali's missed that. That's 2 missed opportunities from Ali. And look at that one. That was just a full toss on the legs.
Change of pace, though, right?
Yeah.
It's less on instinct. You have to really concentrate with your timing a bit more when the bowling's slower.
Yeah, so 6 or 3 balls. He'll take that at the moment. Can he push one outside the off? It's going down the leg side once again.
Such a win, though. I mean, to have 3 dot balls in a row, none of them are particularly good balls, I've got to be honest. How many fielders he got in the leg side? He's got 3 fielders there and plenty of spaces. All he has to do is catch up with it. But the thing is, yeah, change of pace.
Change of pace.
It's upset his rhythm, but a veteran, he's certainly on the high wire without a safety net here. 2 to come in the 5th.
It's a good shot. Nobody stopping this. That's 6 runs. Lovely stroke. And once again, he just sticks to going at the stumps. That's the thing for me here. He hasn't tried to push one wider. Once again, he's gone for the stumps. And this time, you see Ali, sweet hit straight into this, walks into the shot, gets it out the middle, gets 6 runs.
And also, you got to hand it to Izaz. He made a definite movement out of his crease there to make that drivable. I think if he'd stayed at home, it would have been a more difficult drive. Turned it into a half volley. Still, Vedran can get out of this with a dot. And the over's more or less a par over. Maybe a slight win to Slovenia. Big ball coming up. Last ball, the 5th.
Floats it up, and this is a big moment. Can anyone get there? And no, they can't. Well, maybe it was veteran Zanko. He sort of has a look. He sees the fielders coming, and he thinks, maybe it's theirs. But I think in hindsight, he knows if anyone's going to get to this, it was him.
Well, classic Bermuda triangle situation, almost a Bermuda square, because even Hashmi wanted a piece of that, going from the keeping position. But anyway, it is the end of the 5th, and the score is 60 without loss. Of course, we are in Croatia. This is our last day here. Tonight, I'll be off to Malta, where I'll be handling the commentary duties with a fair bit of help from Corey Rutgers and Nishay Bhatt over the next 3 weeks in Malta, and then we'll have 3 weeks in Spain to finish out the ECS season. Also, we'll have another blended ECI series. Second weekend in Malta is listed for that. So stay tuned, and I guess I'll see you in Malta next stop. And Rick, I'll see you in Barcelona. Here we go with Anil Kumar and over 6.
Could be a wide, I think, this. And not called here.
Does he move early? That's the question.
I don't think he does. We'll have a look at it again. I don't think he does move early, and then he comes straight but not across. So.
I mean, the umpire's watching the bowler's foot, so maybe he felt he moved early. I think with the replay he didn't. So lucky break for Croatia.
Well bowled from Kumar. And Kumar, he's done some good work, hasn't he, with bat and with ball. And enjoyed watching him play throughout the series. He did have a little phase where he just couldn't get things right. Could he remember? There was one time when he was really struggling. He actually hit his own wicket. I don't know if you recall that early on as well. So he's been through it all, but he's come back good. And can he finish well as well? That's well bowled again. There's plenty of movement. And
but what it is, it's off speed, isn't it, from Anil Kumar? It's these kind of rolling leg breaks, leg cutters, whatever you want to call them, that are actually breaking right to left. So it's the slower stuff that has been more effective, I suppose. Zanko went for a couple of maximos, but this is a good over from Kumar.
Got to try and go inside out. In fact, he goes back foot.
I like that he sticks with the same ball. He's saying, look, okay, you're not hitting these. I know you're picking them. You're not really hitting them, so I'm just going to keep delivering them. And, yeah, bowling them pretty accurately as well, Kumar. So just like that, they've slipped behind the rate only slightly, and they do have 10 wickets in hand. Croatia, can they turn this into a wicket? That's the question. Yeah,
well, just a run of 4 deliveries from Kumar. I'm not saying he knows what's coming his way. Let's see how he goes about it. But, not sure what the signal there was from Ali. Well, more about that in a moment, as this one just gets played away. It's almost like he was signalling something to the dugout. I wonder if it was for another batter to come out, or whether he wants a drop of water. But we'll have to wait and see on it.
Both these guys going at kind of 150 plus strike rate, so I don't think you're looking at a tactical switch here. He maybe just has been batting for a while, maybe wants a drink or maybe change a bat or something. But yeah, Kumar, last ball of his spell, he's been incredibly economical. Can he get away with this one? Yep. That's a very good spell, isn't it? 14 in this game off your 2 overs. I know he doesn't take a wicket, but no one has yet. As we get to the end of the 6 at 63 without loss.
Yeah, tremendous over. And you needed that one because one for Zenko wasn't a bad over. Now, because that's a nice tidy over, I'd be inclined to go back to someone like veteran Zenko because I'll say, right, 13 coming off your over, and there was that, half a chance that went up in the air. But looks like they're not doing that. They're going to go with Hari Prasad Sathidev. So not a bad option. Somebody who's bowled very well. Yeah,
Hero from earlier in the tournament.
So expect him to bowl both these overs here, Sathidevi.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how this one goes, I suppose. But look, we're no closer to knowing who's going to win this game. And look, okay, on net run rate, regardless, I think Slovenia are going to get the trophy. But it won't feel the same if it's 2-2. They want to make it 3-1. They want to get the win. Obviously, these two, they're locked at 3-3 for the season as well in T10 international cricket. Here's Hari in the 7th.
It's going to be a wide ball. As he tries to, I think it's the right thing, right areas to bowl to Izaz Ali because he doesn't seem to be very strong outside the off. I don't think we've seen him play a shot to the boundary on the offside, which is why I'm quite surprised that they're electing to keep a man sweeping on the offside. I would have him in and maybe put a little pressure in on the other side. I'd get a short mid-wicket in just for the miss hit. And this is in the air. Could this be a miscue? It will be a miscue. It is a catch, and it's really well taken. And, well, that's Rana. And this time Rana, well, the frog turns into a prince as he takes the catch. And that's a big moment because Ali will go for 43. And that could spark Croatia getting back into this contest.
Yeah, it's a big moment, isn't it? And you could just tell Sushant, I actually didn't mind it. He kind of went back to the rope and still knew he had time to come in if he needed to. So I think that's kind of what he did. Maybe he misjudged it a little bit. But, yeah, big moment in this game as the opening partnership broken at 64. 64 for 1. Again, catching is going to be super important. I think it's one area that Croatia kind of let themselves down earlier in this series. But one hitter goes, another comes. Rashid Mohammad Kel, I think that he is a very, very good option at number 3. Let's see if he can keep up the pace.
Yeah, Rashid is already shown in the short time that we've seen him in between the showers, perhaps, that he's a good hitter off the ball. And he makes good contact straight away. The chase is on the Iwa, but they won't get there. And don't stand too close to the boundary there, ladies. It's dangerous territory. Getting a lot of support are the Croatian men from the women Croatian players, but they couldn't get this one to stop in time for their team.
Bit of luck there from Amakel, really. First ball, no other way to say it. So Sathidevi came and he's delivered a wider wicket, and being French Cup for 4, I just feel like this is a big over to see if Slovenia can get that momentum back after the wicket.
Big swing. Going for I think again the right shot, but just needs to get that little step across outside the off and then play it. He's reaching for it and not getting there. I think he makes contact. He's going to disappear.
Hanging in the balance still. Hasn't moved too much, that. The win predictor. High 50s for Slovenia. Still hanging on.
It's going to drop short of the fielder that comes in. It is, of course, to the captain, Danny Kula, that patrols that part of the boundary. He's a great catcher of the ball. We've seen him take some superb catches. Jawad Danny Kula. Danny Kula, of course, remember, in Katama, I was referring to him as Dracula because every time he came on, he got his Yorkers going and he was, well, kiss of death. Well, here we go. Ramjot Singh starting to now playing his antics. And the problem with this is, though, and that's good bowling from Sathidevi. Now, I think that should be, hopefully that's just a dot ball and not being called a wide. It shouldn't be a wide.
No, it's got to be a dot. Ball, I think it has been called that way.
He likes to do this. Now he goes, well, he knows that Sathidevi's not going to play ball, so he goes back to his normal stance. And, well hit, that's going to be 4 runs. Now, see, it's interesting. that sometimes he takes himself away from these shots by trying to play the antics. What he was trying to do with the ball before was get Seti Devi to go for the stumps, and then he would whip it away, and he's pretty good at that shot. But if he stands proper and plays proper shots, he's going to get boundaries anyway. So that's a nice shot. Bring up the end of the over. It's a 73 for 1 at the end of 7 and 12. Vinny, I know that you'll be packing as soon as you get back to the hotel and be whisked away to the airport because you've got to be there tomorrow for these matches.
That's true. And I've got to say, I thought I might be at the airport by now, the way the weather was looking earlier on today. But I'm so glad we played the program out here. But yeah, Sweet United. Let's see what kind of a squad they come up with. Of course, you can actually check out these things on our website, europeancricket.com as well. EDX Knights, good to have them back. They weren't part of the last competition when we went there earlier in the year. I remember you were involved there. But you know what I'm excited about, Rico? And I hate to do this to you because I know you're not going to be there. Malta is the golden ball capital of Europe this year. They delivered 5 of them in their series earlier in the year.
I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you to get a handful of golden balls in there. You know why? Because I want you to get more golden balls in this season than we have in the others. Because in most other departments, we've been well in front, but on the golden ball front, we've got to play catch up.
And we started so well, didn't we? We started so well. But having said that, I do think we might have one here, Rico. I'm not prepared to put this one to bed just yet.
Of course, Malta. A few records in Malta. I know that we've had lowest score ever. And that was in Malta in the European Cricket Series, men's.
It's an easy record to reel off as well when people start to ask what's the lowest score ever. This one's chopped past Maheshwari for 1. You know, teams will be kind of like 10 for 6. And you're like, what's the...
What's happened here?
Hello.
Oh, they
would have had one, but I think he ran too far through.
Yeah, batters weren't really, not both batters weren't really concentrating. But if you're looking, well, it is Ramanjot Singh, I suppose,
you know what that
well,
is? So. Hashmi's backing up the bowler's end and then quickly has to get back because they've thrown to his end. So it's tough as a keeper to know whether you're backing up, whether you should kind of stay at home.
This one's going to be a wide. Yep, that's well called. So Maheshwari coming on to bowl here. The captain of Zagreb so-called.
Here's the beauty of being an ECN viewer, though. You can just stick on the broadcast at the same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. And you don't have to do anything. It's the same for you.
In the air. He's going to get lucky again. So Ramanjot Singh moves to 23 of ball number 15.
Meanwhile, you know what I have to do? Go to the airport, take out about 9 electronic devices and put it through the thing. Probably take off several layers. They probably have to scan the red shoes as well. They'll probably say there's too much mud on them. And I'll get a few hours and I'll be back on deck tomorrow morning.
Shot. Adios, Bolota. That is a big one. Well, that could be going to Malta with you because that Grizzly has disappeared. Well, what a hit. Boom. Shakalagya. And that's a fantastic strike from Rashid. And, well, a few more of those. And this contest goes in favour back against Slovenia. But at the moment, look, they've taken that rate up to over 12. So it's the first time it's gone that high. So Croatia, and especially with that good over from Seti Devi, the over before, and Anil Kumar, just 3 coming off. He's over number 6. Things have changed. Well, now they're trying to get the pressure back on again, and that is going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. As well, chased hard by Nigel Vincent, and he gives up the chase and lets one of the spectators do the fielding.
Yeah, so just momentum shifts coming thick and fast at the moment. Back-to-back boundaries there. That's be the one for the over, I think, as well. And now Aman Maheshwari tries to keep things quiet with 2 to go in the 8th.
Oh, wow, what a hit. Bolle, as that one disappears into the afternoon sun here in Croatia. What a big hit this is. And, well, you see Krishnan Kumar going after this one, but clean out of the middle. Some great hitting here. And Maheshwari has gone magical with the ball to go.
Yeah, he has. And just when it looked like they were getting the ascendancy with that wicket of Isaz, Mamadkel's come and played a blind at 22 off 8. He's almost caught Rohit, who's been there, Ramanjot, I should say, he's almost been there for 8 overs. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 8th.
Down the leg side, and it will be 4 more. And I've got to say, it's quite a tired, lethargic looking Aman Maheshwari who's bowling here. He drags this one down. It's been clipped away. 4 more. 24 come off the over. A moment ago, I was saying to you that the rate is about 12.5. With that over there, it now goes to just over 8.5.
Yeah, so it's going to be a race to the finish. In fact, I think if you include that last ball, they now only need 15 off the last 2, so that's even easier. 7.5 and over. You need a big night. All the players are tired out there. I'm telling you that right now. All the players are super tired. I've got word here that no matter what happens, Izaz Ali is going to be the MVP of this series as well.
Okay.
So something that probably won't have time to bring you after the game because a lot of packing up has to be done very quickly before things get dark. But congratulations to him. He's led his side well. Will they get the 3-1 win? Let's see. 12 balls to go, 15 required.
Oh, that's a good delivery. So, well, it is the captain who comes back into the attack. And Jawar Denikula starts with a dot ball.
So, yeah, everyone's tired. This reminds me of, finals, playing tournament play, especially, the indoor cricket I played. You play for a whole week. You play 2-3 games a day. You're exhausted by this point. But it's your mind just has to take over and will you onto the finish line. All the players are in the same boat here. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a look.
Yeah, that's definitely a look. This is all about seeing where Rashid was because he knows that Rashid probably wants to get to the underpart. That's brilliant from Rashid. Look at that. He doesn't, I don't think he even moves out of his crease.
A little bit of laziness there, I think, as well, not backing up. So, Denikula tries to keep the non-striker honest. Now we'll deliver.
This one is going to be a fantastic take, but that's a wide, and I think that's a good call. Could be a wide on 2 accounts over the head, and also I think there's a little bit down the leg side. Probably not for height, but definitely down the leg side.
Down the leg side wide, but great take by Hashmi. Ramajot, he enjoys it. I mean, as a keeper, this will be just out of the shot, but you got to appreciate your work of your opposite number.
I like that. Good. He gives good applause there to Hashmi because that was a brilliant take. Slower delivery. Gets back onto it. He'll take the single. You'll take that at the moment, especially the way Rashid is hitting him.
Well, I was talking about everyone being tired. Probably the exception to that is Rashid, who didn't play the ECS.
Yeah.
So he's full of beans and he's batting like it at the moment, isn't he? An unfair advantage playing just his 4th match of the 2 weeks. Everyone else playing about their 20th.
Denikula.
You feel a boundary here really puts Slovenia in a position where it's hard to lose.
Yeah. He hits this well in the gap, and that's that boundary we're talking about. That's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro Carreras. He hits it so well, doesn't he? He's such a good hitter off the ball. This is beautifully timed. Look, he gets himself in a position early. So he's not... The difference between this shot and some of the others we've seen, he's not stationary. His feet are moving. He gets himself to a good position, hits through the ball, hits through the line, gets the boundary. Lovely shot.
Little shuffle, isn't it? Now, Croatia really need to pull something out of the bag here. Mikel could win at this over the way he's batting. 9 required.
Oh, great. That's that slower delivery from Denikula.
I'm telling you, though, if you don't get another boundary this over, and especially if you can get Mikel here, then you got a white-knuckle finish coming up. And Ramajot's been hit and miss. You'll have a new guy out there if you can get Mikel out. Denikula with the slow ball. Now, this is a real bit of cat and mouse. Does he go to it again or not? I probably would.
I would. Okay, slices it. He'll take the single. That's the result. And I think here now that I think Ramjot Singh should be under instruction to try and smack this to the boundary.
He's going to do something crazy. I think he is. There's 1 ball to go, and you're right about him wanting a boundary at all costs. Probably the smart thing to do is just stand there and try and blast a boundary, but I feel like he might do something like a little ramp or something.
And as a result of that, I think it might end up being a dot ball.
Here comes the craziness.
Yeah, that's nice from Denikula. Look, he's
I
perfectly entitled to do it.
It's all led up to this moment, and it's his excuse to be as crazy as you like. It's a bit of dancing with the stars action here, and in the end, Denikula saying, hold on, I can't concentrate. He's taken about 17 steps.
Outside off stump, and he'll miss it. I'm telling you, outside off stump. And that's exactly what he does, because I know Ramjot Singh, I've seen so much of him. He likes to do all of this. He wants you to bowl at the stumps, but if you keep it outside off, it's going to be a dot ball.
Exactly. Now, and for my next trick, that was the ball before. And then the ball just then, he went left-handed for a second, then back to right-handed. Oh, well, so what are we at? They need 8 to win. 7 to tie. If we do get a tie, we'll be having golden ball 50 here live.
Can you ring your airline telling you'll be running a bit late?
Last time, I mean, I really tested the limits of how long you can keep your phone on. Pretty sure we might have got off the ground. But anyway, yeah, that golden ball was the 23rd of September. We didn't have one in October, didn't have one in the ECC.
Come on. Golden ball in Croatia. Let's
number
have
one thing, you'll take a one here. You need to get Mohamed Kell out the way without him hitting you for a boundary, right? He'll be trying pretty hard to get back on strike. Who we got here? We got Sathidevi coming back. And he bowled a pretty good first over. He took 1 for 10. So here we go, guys. Last over Croatia. Slovenia need 8 to win the series outright.
Into the attack. And no run. Gets flipped back, so it probably should have been a run. I get the feeling there, you see, Rashid was ready to go, but Singh doesn't back up. He says, no, you stay there.
Probably a good call. Do you know what I mean? I think Mohamed Kell's just been on a heater. You can see everyone nervous.
Yeah. I'd take the run. I think runs are important.
Ramanjot,
24 of 18. The guy can at least give you, at least he shouldn't get a dot ball.
Ramanjot's not kept criminally responsible for his actions because he's got temporary insanity. Mohamed Kell has to do it, but again, he'll only get one this time. He'll have to take it.
Yeah, that's why I think you take it, because if you don't want to take the one, why'd you take it here?
I tell you why. He gave himself one more chance to try and blast the boundary, which I think the way he's been going, you know, it was a pretty significant chance. I mean, not that Ramanjot is incapable of hitting the boundaries, but you just look at his strike rate there.
Yeah.
He's 24 off 18. Ramanjot just needs, like, a one's not a disaster for him, but just play a normal shot here.
Yeah, stay
still.
still.
Try and hit a boundary, but don't swing and miss. Swings and misses, and it won't get a run. Oh, this is going right down to the wire, Rico. I'm tingling hard right now. 7 off 3.
7 off 3. Ramanjot swings and misses rather than just getting bat onto ball. So, well, Hariprasad Sathidevi, who maybe hasn't found his form with the bat, with the ball, he's been good, and at the moment now, maybe he holds the key to this one. Look at the percentages. 1% in favour of Slovenia.
Oh, Rico. 3 to come.
Gone, bowled him. Oh, massive. Absolute massive. What a ball. Well, they're dancing not only in the middle there, but the girls are dancing on the sidelines as well. That is huge. I tell you why. Dot ball and new batter will go on strike.
Who's to know the new batter might come out and just blast a 6. It's been a crazy game. Really good game. And to think we didn't think we'd have any cricket at all really at one stage today, but Ramanjot, he does stay put. But to be fair to Harry there, he bowls a good ball that is difficult to do something with. I mean, you probably had to keep your shape, try and kind of drive it straight. That was probably the odds there. But crashes into the stumps. 105 for 2. Ramanjot, though, I've enjoyed his series. He's been really fun to watch behind the stumps. And, you know, for all the antics, sometimes it might not be the wisest thing, but I love watching it. And wishing him all the best. I'd love to see him at the ECL as well for Ljubljana. But Siddiqui comes in. Now, he's the ultimate kind of boundary hitter, but sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's not. Right now, what do we got? We've 7 to win the game. So I still think you're swinging at this, and I think you're running no matter what.
Yeah, you got to get for the last ball, whatever happens here, you got to get Rashid facing. Well, they take that single. So here we go, folks. It is going to go down to 6 required for victory.
Oh, and interesting there. I mean, Siddiqui just says, all right, over to you. Kind of cooks our golden ball if we don't have an extra here, because it's a 5 to tie. But interesting, would you be happy to take it to then a 4? You can get a golden ball. Now it's 6 or nothing. So it's every cricketer's dream from the moment you first pick up a bat to hit the last ball of the game for 6. And Rashid Mohamed Kell is going to get the chance to do it here. Otherwise, Croatia are going to claw the series back to 2-2. And Sathidevi, what's he's thinking? He's had a hat-trick in the 2 weeks. So many stories. We've had over 50 matches here in Croatia. Everything comes down to this.
What's going to happen? What do you reckon? I'm saying 6.
Nah.
Nah? Okay.
6 to win.
And he goes high, and he gets the 6. Rico gets it right again. Oh, look at the scenes. 6 runs. Look at Rashid. Incredible. Oh! Slipping and sliding all over the place. What a finish. What a way to round off this series here in Croatia. The European Cricket Series was a cracker, and then the internationals when the weather tried to spoil the party, but it was not to be. What a moment, what a knock, and Rashid smashes the ball for 6, and Slovenia Well, they didn't want to do it in net run rate. They won't. They'll do it with a 3-in-1 victory. What a match. What a finish.
Unbelievable shot. It was there to hit. It was hit, and I don't know why I doubted him for a second. You know why? This was just his game, wasn't it? Have a look at it. Straight away knows it. Bat flip. We've seen that before here in Croatia. And look at that.
Double.
I mean, these players have worked so hard over the last 2 weeks. We know that Ljubljana didn't get the chance to take the trophy on Friday because it was washed out. But, I mean, those emotions, you just can't control them in moments like that. I said it's every little boy or girl's dream to hit the last ball for 6. And to win a game for your country to do that, that's a special moment that Rashid will have forever. Congratulations to Croatia, of course, for their efforts. But it is Slovenia that win it 3-1. Coming up tomorrow, like we said, Sweet United versus the Knights first up in Malta, and then Mother Day versus overseas in the afternoon. Join us for that. But, well, Rico, it was an incredible journey here in Croatia. What a finish we've had. I'm going to say a big shout out to everyone that's helped us along the way, especially everyone that got the ground fit for play in the end. I mean, you see even there with the celebrations, it was causing a few moments of havoc. He might have copped.
I think he took one on the chin there. You know.
I tell you what, you know what's most dangerous? More than the ground, the celebrations are dangerous here in Croatia. Let's have a look at this innings. It had pretty much everything. A brilliant game to finish our Croatian adventure.
Yeah, fantastic match. Ramjot Singh, he started well, didn't he? Played some nice shots on the offside and thought, looks like he's on song. This was another one that was, badly fielded really by Sathi Devi. And you know what? If you go back to that fielding, that Sathi Devi bowling last over, that one that went through him when he should have used his hands, things could have been so much different, couldn't they? But look, the hitting first of all from the captain is Asali, 43 of 25. And quite fittingly, I mean, he is, I think, for me, the MVP for these internationals.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt the player of this match is going to be Rashid Mamadkal for that impact innings. And that was the big question, I suppose, with Izaz batting so well, but when he went, would someone be able to come in and kind of keep the pace going? And ultimately the answer to that question is yes, and that man was Mamadkal. But you see here, again, pressure does funny things to people, and suddenly he thought he was Fred Astaire, the Ramanjot Singh, and then he got castled, and so it went right down to the wire with a handful required. We saw that 6 to win the game. They needed to do it. Rashid brought it, and it sparked wild celebrations here.
Incredible celebrations. And Sathi Devi, of course, he's down and out. But look at the joy here. We saw them slipping and sliding somewhere along the line. He takes one on the chin as well for good measure. But look at those celebrations. Look at the delight. And you know what? I have to say, bearing in mind that a lot of those players there playing for Slovenia are Ljubljana players.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pleased for them because, of course, the final that they should have had in the European Cricket Series against the Assassins got rained off. It's the 3rd time that they've lost out in the final, twice to the weather. So for those players to feel the joy of a victory and success, I really, well done to them.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, we said it was about 110 kind of pitch, or 110 conditions. It turned out to be 112 to 111, so we were pretty close, weren't we, with that prediction. But in the end, Sathi Devi 2 for 18. The figures look fine, but it'll sting him, won't it, that he wasn't able to keep that last ball in the ballpark. So an incredible finish to what's been an incredible 2 weeks. And I want to say a big thank you once again to everyone, and of course to the viewers as well. So yes, Slovenia, they will win their first ever ECN silverware. They do it off the last ball. I suppose they already had the trophy tied up, but I think if they hadn't won that game, it would have had a little bit of a hollow ring to it to draw the series. Also, it means that they win the 2023 contests 4-3 with the Croatians. They'll love that.
I think you're absolutely right. I think winning it on net run rate wouldn't have been the same feel, wouldn't have given you the same taste. But to win like that, hitting a 6 or the last ball, I mean, it's the magical way to do it, and they're going to be partying tonight for sure.
Well, we have to wrap this up pretty quickly because the sun's setting and everything has to go. So I want to say a big thank you to you, Rico. Enjoy your 3 weeks off.
Thank you very much
It's
indeed.
been so great having you, as always. You're part of the furniture here, and honestly, we just couldn't do what we do without you. So we really appreciate your sacrifices for European cricket, and I'll see you in Barcelona.
Yeah, I will see you in Barcelona, and have a great time, of course, in Malta. Say hello to all of my friends there, of course, and have a good time with Corey and with Nish.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me. Those two will be let loose in the comedy box together.
And I know that you're going to have a bit of a break yourself, so, same for you. I know you're going to go to Malta, get things started off there, then you're going to go on a bit of a break and then come back. So enjoy your break as well. I know you're going to get some family time in, so, good for you as well.
Well, I'm looking forward to catching up with a few family and friends that I don't get to see very often these days. But anyway, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Congratulations to, well, firstly, the Czechia team that won the ECI-W, also the Slovenian team that won the men's, but also to the two Croatian teams. I mean, they have been integral to the entertainment this weekend, and they've had a fair bit of success as well. But ultimately, it was the tourists that did the double heist here in Croatia. We'll leave you with these highlights of the day. Join me tomorrow in Malta for more action. In the meantime, don't forget, like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Also, our social media is there at European Cricket, and for all of the fixtures and stats and squads as well for Malta. Check that out at EuropeanCricket.com. It's goodbye from me. It's goodbye from him. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European